Our protagonist is Amal, a demon king who feeds off human emotions by running a dungeon. But when you hear the word dungeon, you're probably picturing some edgelord demon waiting in the dark to end your miserable life. Yeah, normally that's true, but our boy built a whole freaking city instead. No doom, no gloom, just straight up hopes and smiles fueling a wild utopia called Avalon, where humans and demons actually chill together. To figure out how he pulled this off, we gotta hit rewind. It all kicked off when our hero woke up completely clueless in a shady, empty room. Bro had zero idea who he was or how he got there. Classic amnesia vibes. Out of nowhere, this chick just pops into existence. Before he can even ask for her digits or a map, she skips the foreplay, spawns a nightmare-fuel beast, and sicks it on him. Talk about a toxic first date. Desperate to survive, he totally relies on his gut and dodges the beast's nasty swings. But this furry freak is way too fast and thick, backing our boy into a tight corner. Panicking, he screams for a lifeline, and boom, a mysterious pistol literally spawns in his sweaty hands. Armed and ready to pop off early, he points his new toy at the beast and busts a cap in it. One shot, and the monster turns into a cloud of dusty glitter. The girl starts clapping like he just won a spelling bee. She drops the lore on him. He has this busted magic skill called Create, letting him manifest inanimate stuff from his memories. Only catch, no magic items allowed. Our protagonist is hella confused, wondering how he's pulling things from memories he literally doesn't have. Turns out she orchestrated this whole jumping as a pop quiz. Since he didn't die, he proved he's the chosen one, the newly minted demon king of creation, Priscillin. She introduces herself as Marco, the demon king of beasts, casually admitting she has no clue about his past either, since upper management just dumped him on her. To drop more info, Marco drags Priscilla into another room sporting a massive glowing crystal. Our boy tries to put his hands on it, but Marco aggressively slaps him away, roasting him for trying to carelessly touch her sensitive core. She warns him that if that crystal gets smashed, she won't kick the bucket, but she'll totally lose all her mojo and go powerless. She breaks down the Demon King hustle, bait humans into dungeons, harvest their raw emotions and life force, and rack up dungeon points, aka DP. Since Priscilla's the new kid on the block, Marco is stuck playing his sugar mommy for a year until he's ready to leave the nest. And so Priscilla's dungeon building gig begins. First up, making demons to act as bouncers and harvest those sweet emotions. Usually you mash 2 monthly metals together to pop out a demon matching their vibe, like Marco's beast metal birthing a furry. But our boy's create metal is completely broken. It lets him swap attributes and handpick whatever top-tier unit he wants. With one massive drawback, it costs 3 whole metals, which is a total drag. Priscilla mixes fire, beast, and create metals. He isn't looking for a meat shield. He was born lonely and just wants a ride-or-die bestie. Out pops a crazy strong S-rank celestial fox. Priscilla is stunned, but the real shocker hits when this tiny demon looks up and calls him daddy. I mean, technically she's not wrong, but Marco immediately roasts him, calling our hero a straight-up lolicon who likes playing with little girls. The fox flexes that she's a Tenko and begs for a name. Priscilla is about to name her, but Marco totally gags him, dropping a massive warning that the first 3 demons a king names become soulbound permanent VIP contracts. You don't just hand those out like cheap flyers. Priscilla gets the memo and tells Tenko she'll get a name once he checks out her skills. Eager to impress her new daddy, Tenko is ready to throw down. Marco tells them to hit the Whirl of Chaos, a grinding spot where trash-tier demons spawn infinitely, so the duo can get some reps in. Down in the pit, Tenko busts out a gold dance and absolutely wrecks a mob. Priscilla hypes her up, but his ego won't let him be upstaged by his own kid, so he spawns a rifle to snipe another demon from across the map. Marco is shook by his massive range, and Tenko gets jealous, whining that she wants a piece of his hard, loud hardware too, except she wants a gun that goes kabang right in the enemy's face. Marco showers praise on the sick weapons. Honestly, Priscilla has no idea how the guns actually work, but as long as he knows how to pull the trigger and make things explode, he's golden. Wait, it's finally, Marco has to dip, but she leaves a guy demon behind and tells our hero to figure out his dungeon layout. Priscilla does some heavy thinking, stressing that he didn't create Tenko to get pounded by intruders. He wants a chill dungeon where his crew doesn't have to fight for their lives. The guy demon thinks Priscilla is a total weirdo, but Marco knows he's packing exactly what it takes. She figures he's going to be a top-tier demon king in a year, and her babysitting gig is going to be a smooth, easy ride. Our protagonist wakes up in a massive bed with Tenko snoozing right beside him. Our boy pats her head, soaking in everything that's gone down so far. He hasn't locked in a blueprint for his dungeon yet, but he knows one thing for sure: it needs to be a safe space utopia where no one catches stray hands and Tenko can actually make some friends. Strolling outside, Priscilla catches Marco aggressively trying to cook breakfast with a super cheerful vibe. She's trying to play the responsible mom role, but our hero takes one look at the completely nuked charcoal black pan and asks if this meal is some kind of torture device. Marco pouts, calling him toxic and mean for pointing out her garbage culinary skills. It's been a whole month since our boy woke up, so Marco checks his grinding progress at the table. He's got to beef up his stats before the evening party, a massive mixer introducing the 10 new demon kings, including Priscilla. If he rolls up looking weak, the veterans will chew him up and spit him out. To keep Tenko safe, he has to flex hard. Luckily, our protagonist is already cooking up a scheme with a squad of skeletons at his beck and call. Just yesterday, they hit the Crimson Cave on Marco's advice to farm XP. This cave is a dead zone, a dungeon missing its king. The crystal is the dungeon's heart. If someone smashes it, the place goes poof. But if the king kicks the bucket, the crystal loses its mind and vomits monsters infinitely, which happened here. The cave belonged to the late Fire Demon King, but Marco stepped up to babysit it. Purcell is just thinking about Marco's thick sense of responsibility when Tenko suddenly sprints at him in a full-blown panic. The crisis? Her weapon is totally busted. Our hero isn't shocked. They've been firing that thing non-stop without ever greasing its barrel. Tenko begs for a new toy because the monster waves are too thick, but Purcell flat-out rejects her. They didn't come to shoot stuff. They came to beta test his bony boy band. The skeletons start aggressively rattling, creeping Tenko out and sending her running. Purcell barks orders, tossing his custom weapons to the undead crew. The results are absolutely busted. Even those skeletons are trash-tier mobs that don't cost medals, handing them Purcell's heavy artillery turns them into an elite hit squad. But there's a catch. They need a full-time commander with a stiff hand to keep them in line, and our boy can't always play daddy. To fix this, Marco tosses him an earth medal, which vibes perfectly with the undead. Since Purcell gets one create medal a month, he now has two, but still needs a third to spawn a new demon. They're brainstorming where to score it when Tenko crashes the chat, whining she hates his spooky skeletons and feels left out because mom and dad are talking sweaty nerd stuff she doesn't get. Marco is ready to chew her out, but our hero just pats the fox's head and keeps scheming. His big brain play, craft an imitation medal. It drains a massive load of his magic juice, and the demon's rank drops, but as long as he has the stamina to keep pumping, he can spam them endlessly. He gives it a shot and squeezes out a human imitation medal. Marco asks why it isn't a create imitation. Purcell figures the fake medal just copied the attribute he forced onto his real medal last time. When he made Tenko, his desperate thirst for a companion permanently locked the flavor to human. The Purcell tells Tenko to dry her tears because he's literally birthing her a little sister right now. He slaps the three medals together and boom, an S-rank elder dwarf girl drops in. Marco is completely thrown off, wondering why he spawned a dwarf instead of a rotting general to stroke his bone army. But our boy wanted a master blacksmith who knows how to handle a big heavy barrel, cleaning his guns so he doesn't drain his own create powers. He'll deal with the undead management later. Marco realizes the new demon is yet another pint-sized loli, roasting him as a certified creep who loves collecting little girls. Purcell claims he just wanted a fun-sized playmate for Tenko. Tenko is thrilled, dubbing her Elchan and flexing that she's the bossy older sister. Suddenly, the dwarf spots the broken piece on Tenko and violently snatches it. Her eyes light up like a maniac, analyzing the hardware. Tenko is super pissed and tries to yank her toy back. During the massive tug-of-war, bam, the gun goes off, blowing a huge load right into the sky. Luckily, no one catches a stray. Instead of freaking out, the dwarf gets totally hyped, announcing she fully understands her life's purpose, making harder, longer, and deadlier weapons. She claims the blast just made her imagination explode, and tells Purcell to leave all the heavy lifting to her. Purcell and Tenko are absolutely floored by her unhinged energy, while Marco just sighs, roasting our protagonist for birthing yet another complete weirdo. The elder dwarf is a master blacksmith, now going by Elflay, but honestly, she's weirder than anyone. Ever since spawning, she's been completely ghosting the squad, locked in her room. Next thing Purcell knew, the mine area was infested with massive golems. Slapped together. Marco and our protagonist tried sliding into her DMs to get her to socialize, but it was a total bust. Marco even played the nagging mom, telling her to eat with the family for once, but Elle just whipped out her massive weapon, pointed it right at Marco's face, and told her to stop cock-blocking her grind. Even our boy was helpless to stop her. She really is one unhinged girl. Twice changing subjects. Marco excitedly asks Purcell about today's big occasion, the evening party where all the Demon Kings link up. Marco, being the ultimate sugar mommy, already prepped high-tier formal wear for him, so our hero wouldn't look like a total scrub and get roasted by the veteran kings. Marco fishes for compliments on the drip. Purcell finds the suit a little stiff, but he's vibing with it anyway. He smooth talks Marco, complimenting her spicy dress too. Tenko gets hyped for her own designer fit, but Marco instantly shoots her down, claiming demons don't need clothes to flex. Marco asks about Elle, and Purcell admits she's the same as always, but Tenko smirks, roasting them for not understanding Elle at all. Since she's been secretly visiting, they ask if she's holding juicy intel. Suddenly, a massive blast shakes the ground, and Elle rolls out riding a giant golem. Marco internally stresses about her dungeon getting wrecked but stays quiet. Elle flexes a box packed with heavy hardware she's been greasing and modifying. Turns out she spent her lockdown polishing everyone's rods and barrels. Elle even completely tricked out the shotgun our protagonist made for Tenko. Tenko is frothing at the mouth for her newly modified toy, but her peanut brain can't explain the specs. Elle steps up to nerd out instead. She dubs it the EGO New 1. She swapped to a 4-gauge bullet to maximize its blowing power, wrapping it in mithril so it's super light but stays rock solid. Plus, she slapped in a handy magazine for a smooth semi-automatic pump action. Marco is lost, asking Purcell to translate the gun jargon. He plainly tells her it just means the gun can rapidly blow massive loads into people until they explode. Eldy's practically vibrating as she presents her masterpiece to Purcell. She hands him the gun, awkwardly apologizing for losing her mind whenever she handles big weapons. She was just sweating in the forge to make her daddy proud. Purcell gives her a massive shout-out. Elle gets all bubbly and calls him daddy, just like Tenko. Tenko catches the gimmick, gets super salty, and dares her to say it again. Elle plays dumb, completely denying it while casually leveling the gun's muzzle right at Tenko's face. Tenko freaks out, roasting her that pointing a loaded weapon during a catfight is highly toxic. Purcell pats both chaotic lolies on the head, declaring prep is done. Time to actually enjoy the party. He figures this mixer is perfect for leeching hacks from the Boomer Kings. Plus, with 9 other rookies in the same boat, he might score a ride or die bro. Marco ponders, agreeing that sounds nice. But what casually spawns behind her completely paralyzes Purcell and his girls. Tenko winds up to throw hands, but a freaky spider demon instantly binds her up. Another shadow creeps behind Purcell, whispering that he's way too soft. The heavy pressure perfectly matches Marco's vibe. These are her contracted VIP demons. Marco coldly admits she's playing rough, but this tension is exactly what the party is about. Out of nowhere, a strange voice echoes inside their brains. It's the official server invite. In a flash, they teleport to a lush garden under a clear blue sky. Marco points out that behind him is the creator's grand stage, while looming in front is an edgy dark palace. Marco tries to speak, but Purcell cuts her off, saying he gets the memo. He totally forgot because Marco acts so chill, but a demon king is literally a predator who lures suckers in to feast on their fear. A mixer full of these psychos is a straight-up shark tank. Even though it's called a party, it's a ruthless hunting ground meant to threaten the weak. Marco smiles, seeing our hero finally took off his clown makeup and tells him to proceed. This is his crucial first stage. Or with the evening party inside the Demon King Palace. Purcell is chattering hard. Our boy smoothly scores a Death Imitate Metal, trading his Flame Imitate Metal to seal the deal. Marco hypes him up, but honestly, it's all cap. The other kings act super friendly, but our hero can feel their raw murderous vibes completely penetrating his personal space. He's glad Marco got him all hot and bothered with anxiety earlier, putting him on edge. Ironically, Marco herself is off sipping drinks, just happy hanging with boomers her own age. Purcell sweats bullets, worried his bone brigade. The skeletons he brought with Tenko and Elle are catching weird stares. Marco smoothly explains it's basically a massive filter. Scrubs can't taste the difference between prime beef and roadkill. Bozos laughing at his stiff bony squad are just rookies. But our protagonist needs to watch anyone who actually peeks at Elle and Tenko and realizes how stacked they are. She warns his creatability makes him a juicy target. Haters will definitely come to smash his crystal and steal his mojo to make his metals. It's time to aggressively filter allies from enemies. Purcell sighs that the world is toxic, but Marco promises to play sugar mommy until he can stand tall and erect on his own. Tenko sharply points out even Marco might be sus. After all, it'd suck if his mentor suddenly stuck a knife in his back. Marco calls the fox clever, but explains parent demon kings are biologically hardwired to never screw over their kids. Purcell is amazed it's built so well. Marco tells him to chill, totally unaware of the incoming train wreck. A random girl spots the skeletons and laughs her ass off, grabbing Purcell and Marco's attention. She loudly roasts the miserable demon king who brought cheap bones to a VIP club. Grabbing a skull, she laughs that she can't imagine being in the same generation as him. Introducing herself as Strauss, the Wind Demon King. Purcell clocks she's a noob too. Strauss glares at Elle and Tenko, completely failing the vibe check by assuming they're trash mobs. She calls them pathetic. Our hero is heavily triggered, but Strauss tosses him a Wind Imitate Metal out of pity, telling him to birth some real demons instead of these tragic failures. Marco watches quietly, noting the wind seat was empty for years. Strauss fell for the skeleton trap, but her raw magic is ridiculously thick. Marco wants to see how Purcell handles the heat. Our protagonist foams with rage but tries to chill since this was their intended bait. He swallows his pride, thanks her, and offers his own metal. Strauss savagely rejects it, roasting that his dirty metal would just pop out more defective trash. Purcell snaps, clapping back that she's the useless one with flop demons. Strauss gets furious, livid that some scrub is trashing her kids. They're about to throw heavy hands when a mysterious voice echoes. Suddenly, all rookie kings get yoinked onto the main stage. The voice declares they'll entertain the crowd with some hardcore violence. Purcell recognizes the server invite voice. It's the creator, announcing a war game for the veterans' sick entertainment. The crowd goes wild. Marco is completely shell-shocked. The creator kicks things off with the brats who couldn't wait. Purcell versus Strauss. Come the White Void waiting room, Marco completely loses her mind. Baby kings aren't allowed to build dungeons early, and interfering with others is banned. A war for boredom is crazy, but Purcell stays freakishly calm. He explains the game uses fake pseudo-crystals, and the time Demon King will rewind any losses. Our boy treats it as a beta test for real sweaty wars, crediting Marco for forcing him to prep. Marco admits she heard veteran gossip, then asks about his dungeon plan. Purcell's brain is completely blank. He wanted a peaceful non-dungeon, but Strauss is coming in hot to crush them. He refuses to let Elle and Tenko get bruised and needs a hardcore combat dungeon fast. The rules only allow a single-level layout with 3 stages. Complex mazes are sturdy but eat up magic. He can spawn anything, but a complicated puzzle is a total stamina waste. His assets, Elle and Tenko, are god tier, but the rest are brainless boneheads that only know how to thrust, slow-ass golems, and Elle's fat stack of mass-produced guns. He holds a game-exclusive Create Metal plus Death and Win medals, but they have 0 chemistry. Our protagonist thinks about cramming his big, hard golems tightly into a narrow hallway to block Strauss, but it's a cheap stall tactic. Suddenly, a light bulb clicks, and Purcell furiously slams his dungeon together. Marco leans in to check his layout, and her jaw drops seeing the crystal. She yells at him to stop trolling and take it seriously, but he totally ignores her, stubbornly locking in his own absolute madhouse of a dungeon. The Demon King of Create, Purcell, and the Demon King of Wind, Strauss, are forced to throw down in a pseudo-war just to entertain the VIP boomers at the evening party. The creator drops the basic rules. Each king gets to spawn a single-level 3-floor dungeon right in the white space. The win condition: you either penetrate deep enough to smash the crystal in the dungeon's depths, or you straight up beat the enemy king into submission. The last man standing takes the crown. Ultimately, it all boils down to how well your demons can aggressively push into enemy territory while defending your own base. Both kings are awkwardly standing face-to-face in the white space, showing off their layouts. Strauss's dungeon is super flashy and extra, totally matching her loud personality. Meanwhile, our protagonist just dropped a basic, tight, and simple cave. On top of that, Strauss's army is stupidly huge, packing at least 100 demons, because her wind magic lets her blow out endless cheap clones. Tenko takes one look at that massive throbbing mob, starts sweating about the heavy workload, and asks our boy what his master plan is. But Purcell keeps his lips sealed, just telling her to hold her horses and wait. Strauss takes a peek at our hero's tight little cave and brutally roasts his dungeon, calling it absolute trashy garbage. The creator rings the bell, and the war officially kicks off. Instantly, Strauss uses her teleportation hacks to zip herself deep down into her own dungeon, camping near her crystal to fiercely protect her sensitive spot. Her big brain play is to guard her core personally while leaving a cheap copy of herself up front to bark orders. She links up with her contracted demon, Rosalie, who reports that their offensive thrust is fully prepped and ready to go. However, the other party hasn't twitched a single muscle, and since throwing hands in the neutral white space is strictly banned, Strauss is totally shook. She realizes there's no way to just walk up and directly beat the crap out of Purcell. She scoffs, assuming our protagonist either has 0 stamina to perform or he's just delusionally confident in his cave's tight defenses. Shrugging it off, Strauss commands her swarm, ordering all her copies and half her main thrusting force to push in hard. She plans to rush the enemy base, shove her way deep inside, and instantly finish them off. Strauss steps up with her squad to aggressively invade Purcell's dungeon, but she hits a massive wall the second she charges. The entrance to our boy's dungeon is way too tight. Only a few demons can squeeze into his narrow hole at a time. Still, Strauss keeps her cool and stays cocky. She confidently figures she'll just use telepathy to slide into her demons' minds, monitoring the penetration so she can pump in reinforcements at the perfect rhythm. She flexes, thinking it's only a matter of time before she snatches his crystal. But then she notices Purcell is still just standing there like a total statue. Worse, her telepathy is totally dead. 0 contact from the boys she sent deep inside. Even if they got completely wiped out, they should have sent a text, so this ghosting is highly sus. Getting fully agitated, Strauss decides to pull out and insert her own spirit form into the dungeon to see what's clogging the pipe. As her spirit slides in, she mocks Purcell for being too weak to even feel her slipping past his defenses, wondering what a scrub like him could possibly do to her massive army. The moment she enters, our hero instantly detects her sneaky spirit because his dungeon is wired directly into his brain. Inside, Strauss finds herself staring down a totally straight, boring shaft. She sneers at the painfully basic design, but quickly realizes the ceiling is incredibly low, completely screwing over her tall, flying demons who need plenty of room to operate. At the very end of this tight tunnel, she spots a row of thick golems clutching something hard. Taking a few more steps, she finds her entire first squad totally wrecked and laid out on the floor. Her jaw drops in absolute shock, and right then, her second squad aggressively squeezes in from behind her. Without missing a beat, the golems aim their massive barrels right at the crowded tunnel and start blowing heavy loads of lead directly into them. Back outside, Purcell can practically taste Strauss's sweaty fear and total despair. Tenko catches his creepy smirk and asks why he's acting so weird, but our boy just brushes it off, smiling that it's finally their time to go hard. Under the wing of Asteros, the Dragon Demon King, Strauss popped into the world as the Demon King of Wind. At first, she literally didn't know her left cheek from her right. There were plenty of times she just wanted to pack up and rage quit, but her contracted VIP demons stroked her ego through the rough patches, so she decided to flex hard and become a top-tier boss they could be proud of, vowing to never take an L. Cut to right now, her demons are totally battered and bruised. She finally realizes her sloppy thrusting strategy was a complete flop. She assumed Purcell couldn't keep shooting his heavy loads forever, so she tried to cram as many bodies as possible into his tight space to overwhelm him. She shoved her whole army in, and now they've been completely wiped out. Before they even threw hands, Astaros warned her that her chances of winning were smaller than our protagonist's junk. She couldn't fathom why she was getting roasted for fighting a scrub who brought cheap boneheads to a gunfight. Back then, Astaros just ghosted her complaints, checked out her dungeon, and told her to grind hard because catching a win or a heavy loss would stretch out her experience either way. She clapped back at the boomer back then, but now she's severely regretting ignoring his red flags. She's sitting there thinking it's totally over when her contracted demons suddenly spawn next to her. She's shook to see them since she ordered them to camp at her base, and quickly realizes she's been yanked out into the neutral white space. Her demons explain they heard her screeching and pulled her out because our hero had already started aggressively pushing into her territory. While pulling her out, they took a peek at Procell's floor, and honestly, it was an absolute nightmare. They cope by assuming our boy blew his entire budget on the first floor, figuring if they can penetrate past it, they can clutch the win. They decide to send the real heavy hitters instead of cheap knockoffs to ram through. Strauss tries to veto this suicide mission since she already took a pounding in there, but her crew reminds her that the server resets after the match, meaning all lost lives bounce back, so they can go full Unga Bunga without fear because she's their rising star. Strauss gets totally in her feelings, violently wipes her ugly crying face, and gets her mojo back. She claims she wasn't just watching her squad get clapped, she actually cooked up a strat to bypass the big hard golems. She noticed their heavy barrels have garbage accuracy when aiming up, but it's still risky since the hole is deep and dangerous. So Strauss locks in a formation. The real and fake Masamune will throw up a massive wind barrier to take the facial blasts. Behind them, Phobos and his clone will sprint through, with the clone eating the bait, while Rosalit stays safely in the rear, pumping them full of hardcore buff magic. She sweats that the guys at the tip of the spear are basically guaranteed to get penetrated, but her demons are fully bricked up and ready to die for the homies, so they slide back into the dungeon hole, and the second the golems pop up, Strauss pulls the trigger on her plan. She actually yanks her own base-defending troops into Procell's dungeon as extra meat shields, hoping to slip past while the golems are busy blowing loads into the decoys. But Procell laid out dirty floor traps, and her fodder gets completely wrecked without even putting up a fight. With the meat shields gone, the massive golems lock their barrels straight onto Strauss and the VIPs. The golems start aggressively pumping, and Masamune thrusts forward to block with his wind wall. Total fail. The heavy bullets pierce right through his flimsy protection and smash his face in. Strauss balls, seeing her precious boy get completely drilled, but they are edging super close to the exit. Next to drop is Phobos, who chokes hard on some toxic yellow gas, literally sucking up the poison before kicking the bucket. The golems cock back and fire again, and there's no room to pull out. Rosalit jumps in front, taking the massive blast right to the chest to save Strauss. Despite sacrificing all her best friends to the meat grinders, Strauss finally penetrates past the first floor. She's practically weeping with joy that they survived the horror show, leaving only her and the Phobos clone. She confidently pushes into the second floor, only to find the exact same tight tunnel and sweaty golems waiting for her. She realizes all 3 floors are literally just copy-pasted death traps. That's the exact moment her fragile mind completely snaps. Meanwhile, Procell casually strolls right up to Strauss's naked crystal and finds her sitting there. Our protagonist slipped in super easily, because this chick literally emptied her own base to aggressively push his. But our boy actually felt all her juicy, depressing emotions every time her friends got pounded, since his dungeon is wired to his brain. Seeing how much she loved her crew, he gently tells her he's just gonna smash her crystal and end this toxic game, reminding her the server reset will bring everyone back. Strauss is absolutely not swallowing that excuse. She screams that her boys got slaughtered, so she refuses to just spread her legs and take the L now. Popping off, she jams a dragon metal together with her crazy ace metal, synthesizing a massive throbbing emerald dragon named Berserk. Going totally unhinged, she screeches that this is the real climax of the battle. Back at the VIP mixer, all the boomer demon kings are glued to the screens, totally sweating over Procell and Strauss's cage match. They are completely floored by Strauss's absolute trump card, a massive throbbing emerald dragon. Marco is watching from the sidelines, heavily stressing over our boy. This oversized lizard is a jade dragon birthed from slamming a wind metal and a top-tier dragon metal together. Instead of having a working brain, this beast runs purely on berserk mode, letting it crank out raw physical power that easily surpasses a standard S-rank demon. Our protagonist has already briefed Tenko and L on his master plan, and it's finally time to thrust right into combat. They whip out their heavy machinery and start busting caps, but it's a total flop. The dragon's scales are way too thick and hard to penetrate. But hey, there are only 2 ways to score a win in this turf war. Either beat the opposing king into submission, or smash their fragile crystal to cut off their juice, so theoretically they don't even need to mess with the big lizard directly. Tenko sneaks around to the dragon's rear end and reports that Strauss has completely ghosted her seat. Obviously, since she spawned a totally unhinged brain-dead monster, she couldn't just sit there and risk getting smashed herself. But here's the real kicker. The dragon actually swallowed Strauss's crystal whole when it was born, meaning they have absolutely no choice but to fiercely pound the beast to get to the prize deep inside. The emerald dragon swings its massive scaly tail, violently slapping Procel and L straight into the wall. Tenko leaps up top to rain down fire, but it's completely useless. The giant lizard swats Tenko away too, sending her flying right back to our hero's side. Not only are the dragon's scales too thick for their loads to pierce, but the beast is also wrapped in a swirling armor of wind that completely kills the bullet's momentum before they can even touch it. Seeing their normal shots bounce off, L screams at Tenko to unleash the E001S's true dirty potential. She tells her to dump the whole mag with the full auto function to maybe leave a dent. With zero other options on the table, Tenko and Procel split up and sprint in opposite directions to distract it. Our boy had no clue this gun even had an auto burst feature, mainly because it's still in the beta testing phase and will literally blow itself apart after blowing its heavy load. And Tenko aggressively pushes toward the dragon. Procel realizes the beast is actively stripping off its own hard scales. When Tenko gets too close, she instantly gets shredded. The massive lizard basically whipped up a violent tornado of sharp scales to make sure nobody could safely enter its personal space. Our protagonist is still trying to process this messy situation when a razor-sharp scale shoots right at his face. Tenko dives right into the danger zone, taking the massive penetration to save Procel and getting even more brutalized in the process. Watching this train wreck, L yells at Procel to finally give Tenko a name and lock her in as a contracted VIP demon, hoping the raw stat boost will give them a fighting chance. But Tenko totally rejects the easy way out. She made a promise to prove she wasn't just a useless pet, complaining it's pathetic if she can't even put down an overgrown lizard on her own. Procel is totally stuck, his mind racing. He suddenly remembers Marco's heavy warning. While demons are usually totally submissive to their daddy, high IQ contracted demons have a nasty habit of turning the tables and riding their masters into the dirt, so a king needs to be highly picky about who he legally binds to his soul. But our hero is totally done hesitating. Looking right at her, he officially names her Queena. She's completely caught off guard, but Procel firmly tells her that's her new name, and she is officially his #1 contracted demon. He hypes her up, telling his absolute best friend to show the world exactly what she's capable of doing. In a flash, a blinding light erupts right where Queena is standing. She steps out of the glow, totally recharged, and smirks that the real hardcore climax is finally starting. Queena takes the name and officially becomes Procel's first contracted demon, which comes with a massive power-up. She hits an instant growth spurt, transforming from a fun-sized sidekick into a fully stacked adult form. Her raw specs now completely dwarf the Emerald Dragon. She winks back at L to say thanks, then struts right up to the oversized lizard, whipping out her heavy barrel and busting a fat cap in it. Following up with her golden dance, she totally shatters the beast into dust. Boom. Our protagonist and his squad immediately get teleported back to the main stage, crowned the absolute chads of the war. Marco aggressively jumps on him, pressing her heavy assets against him in a massive hug to give him his props. Our boy gets all flustered, begging her to stop doing these dirty deeds in front of the whole VIP club. Queena totally agrees and firmly shoves Marco off her daddy. Procel humbly admits he didn't clutch the win with just his own rod. He only pulled it off thanks to his ride or die girls, Elle and Queena, plus Marco's top-tier sugar mommy support. Marco fans herself, claiming the heated climax made her super sweaty and wet, so she dips to catch the cool night breeze while our hero bonds with his new rivals. Procel spots Strauss hanging nearby with her whole crew perfectly intact. Turns out the Time Demon King completely rewound their brutal pounding. She looks ready to apologize, but our protagonist beats her to the punch, saying sorry for completely looking down on her thrusting power. He admits he never expected her to actually penetrate past his hardcore first floor after he saw how tight and nasty it was. He tells her to hold her head high because the raw despair he felt from her was totally genuine, proving she actually treats her demons like real homies. Glad she was his first smash, he extends a hand to make peace. Strauss is caught off guard, whispering that our boy is actually a giant softie, but he doesn't catch it. She quickly slaps her edgy mask back on, apologizes for trashing his bone army, and admits she's glad her first time getting totally wrecked was by him. They shake on it, officially burying the beef. The Dragon Demon King Astaros rolls up, giving both kids head pats. He thanks Procel for stretching his daughter's limits and helping her grow from the defeat. As a tip, the Boomer tosses Procel an original dragon medal and a pigeon demon so they can slide into each other's DMs via snail mail. Strauss tosses him her own original wind medal too, promising to aggressively spam him with letters. Our boy realizes this toxic evening party was actually a massive W, but then Astros drops a heavy nuke, casually saying Marco must be highly satisfied that raising such a stud is her final job. Just Procel freezes, totally shook by the word last. Astros bluntly explains the server rules. Demon Kings have a strict 300-year expiration date. Once the clock runs out, their accounts just get deleted without question. The veterans tasked with babysitting the fresh meat are always the boomers with less than a year left to live. Marco is literally 299 years old. Our hero is absolutely devastated and sprints straight to Marco. She's confused by his sweaty panic. He begs her to explain the lifespan rumor, crying that she looks way too thick and healthy to just expire. Marco gently smiles, explaining that physical stamina doesn't mean squat. When the time is up, she vanishes. Plain and simple. She admits she's super happy her final grind was playing his mommy, and she can now log off in peace. But she's still begging for the juicy details on his dungeon blueprint. Purcell looks her dead in the eye and declares his dungeon is going to be a full-blown city. After tasting the nasty despair of almost losing his girls, he absolutely refuses to run a traditional meat grinder. Instead of feeding on salty tears and depression, he's going to aggressively milk happiness and hope out of his visitors to farm points. If a dungeon just needs raw emotion as lubricant, good vibes should do the trick perfectly. Marco absolutely loves the pitch. She's hyped to spend her final months just sitting back and watching his wild ride. And just like that, our boy officially rebrands as the Demon King of town planning. The next hardcore grind? Developing a massive city. To keep his girls safe and farm good vibes instead of salty tears, our boy decided to build a sprawling city instead of a dark, sweaty dungeon. But there's a massive snag. Marco checks in on his layout, and Procell admits his performance is totally flopping. He's been flipping through Marco's library, but it's completely useless, just endless guides on how to make deep, dark holes with zero tips on laying pipe for city infrastructure. He literally doesn't even know where to stick it. Obviously, since it's a boomer demon library, it's severely lacking. Our hero hasn't even skimmed it all, but his sidekicks are dead weight. Kuina flat out refuses to read, and Elle only cares about polishing heavy barrels and shafts. Marco suggests they touch grass and scope out a real human city for inspiration. So the squad rolls out. Thus stumble upon Klaba, a ridiculously huge commercial hub packed with 100,000 normies. Purcell thinks it's prime reference material and tries to slide in. Huge mistake. They forgot they still look like straight-up monsters and get violently chased out, running away with their tails tucked between their legs. Elle is super salty, whining that short, thick dwarves are supposed to be culturally accepted. Our protagonist finally remembers the disguise outfits Marco packed. They slip into normal clothes. Kuina tucks away her fluffy ears and tail, and they easily penetrate through a different back door. Inside the bustling commercial district, Purcell is fully bricked up with excitement, but Kuina and Elle are heavily triggered. Being surrounded by sweaty humans makes them incredibly thirsty for blood, leaving our boy regretting not leaving them tied up at home. Right then, some local scrub fuckboys roll up, aggressively hitting on Kuina and Elle. The thugs flash their cheap cash, offering to buy them a meal and show them a good time. Purcell steps up, claiming the girls are already taken, so the losers immediately back off to harass someone else. Kuina is practically foaming at the mouth to violently crush their nuts, and honestly, Purcell shares the vibe but strictly holds her back. Strolling around, our hero spots a ton of geared-up adventurers. Elle takes one look at their weapons and brutally roasts the pathetic dull swords they're swinging around, pitying the metal for being handled by such limp wrists. Chilling by a stall, Purcell gets some juicy lore. The Demon King of Time's dungeon is just north. This boomer controls time, making his dungeon insanely hard to penetrate, but it's loaded with fat loot. Adventurers flock to raid it, and merchants flock to milk the adventurers, which naturally made this city swell up so huge. Realizing they're basically in the neighborhood, Purcell figures they should pay the veteran a visit. Kuina gets hyped, asking if they're going to aggressively pound the strongest king. Our boy shuts that down. They aren't picking fights with top-tier gods. They just want to say hi and establish some solid networking. While walking, Purcell takes hard notes, noticing the city's ground is super lean and flat. They fast forward to nightfall and the squad is still furiously walking because nobody warned them the dungeon was a grueling 80-kilometer trek. Totally drained, they spot other adventurers pitching tents and decide to camp out too. Purcell is about to whip out his create magic to pitch a massive tent of his own, when a random merchant interrupts, roasting them for wandering into the danger zone completely naked without any gear. The guy works for Curter Company, the fattest monopoly in Ikleba, specializing in milking desperate dungeon divers. Purcell checks the wares and instantly complains about the massive price gouging, noting it's double the city price. The merchant smirks, explaining the heavy markup covers his sweaty transportation and travel fees. Our hero still isn't swallowing it, so the merchant drops a hard truth. Adventurers have no choice. If you get violently penetrated in the dungeon and have no healing juice, you're dead meat. Walking 80 kilometers back while bleeding out? Yeah, right. Life is way heavier than your wallet, making his overpriced gear a cheap lifeline. Purcell thinks the guy is a greedy leech but admits he's hitting the right spot. Suddenly a massive light bulb goes off in our protagonist's head. What if there was a convenient rest stop city exactly halfway between Iklaba and the dungeon? He smirks and thanks the greedy merchant. The next morning they arrive at the Time King Dantaline's dungeon, where a ton of greedy merchants are already pitching their stalls. Purcell and his girls slide inside and are totally shocked it's packed tighter than the city, with sweaty adventurers aggressively grinding everywhere. Kuina looks at the massive crowd and asks if Purcell actually plans to manually thrust through all 100 floors just to say hi. Our boy completely forgot about the massive depth. Before they can panic, Elle notices every single person around them is completely frozen stiff. They didn't even feel it, but they instantly got teleported straight to the bottom floor. Marco had texted ahead, so Dantaline literally paused time to let them skip the massive line. And right there, sitting in all his glory, is the demon king of time, Dantalion. Our boy and his crew stand face to face with Dantalion, the demon king of time. Dantalion remembers our protagonist from the VIP mixer for his rock-solid performance. He asks why Purcell is sniffing around his turf. Our hero smoothly claims he was just dropping a polite thank you for the party. Dantalion appreciates the manners but complains that since the creator gave rookies a free pass to aggressively pound each other, he got stuck rewinding all their messy loads. Dantalion asks what kind of deep hole Purcell is digging. Kamina opens her mouth, but our boy boldly announces his dungeon will sit right between Eklaba and Dantalion's massive dungeon. Dantalion gets triggered, declaring Eklaba's adventurers are his personal cattle. Is this rookie seriously trying to thrust into his territory and steal his sloppy seconds? In a flash, Dantalion pauses time and teleports behind them, making Kuina and Elle stiffen up in panic. Purcell tells his girls to chill, promising Dantalion it's a massive misunderstanding. He's just laying pipe for a city, not a rival dungeon, so he won't be cock-blocking his business. Dantalion immediately drops the tough guy act, laughing that he was just trolling. Turns out, Marco already slid into his DMs. Since they're from the same boomer generation, she warned him Purcell would probably come kiss the ring. Dantalion gives the green light but demands a heavy toll for operating in his backyard. He wants Purcell's juicy create metal. The boomer is fully drooling over its unique ability to pop out S-rank heavy hitters. Our protagonist finally gets what Marco meant about creeps trying to aggressively snatch his assets. He instantly hands it over to avoid getting smashed. Kuina is totally shook, but our hero explains it's smarter to spread their legs a little now to secure Dantalion as a thick, powerful ally. Kuina whines it's dangerous, but Purcell knows the server rules. Veterans can't touch rookies. Plus, Dantalion's clock is almost out, making him a low-risk investment. Purcell asks why the boomer acted salty if Marco briefed him. Dantalion completely breaks down, admitting he's a massive simp for Marco and was insanely jealous that Purcell lives with her 24/7. He nervously asks if they're sleeping together. Our boy denies they're bumping uglies, making Dantalion sigh in massive relief. Purcell smartly keeps his mouth shut about catching Marco soaking wet right out of the bath. He throws the cuck a bone, promising to heavily hype him up to Marco. Dantalion gets so insanely bricked up with joy that he tosses Purcell his time and water medals, sending him off with a happy wave. Before leaving, Dantalion asks if he's seriously going to build a city in that specific spot. Our hero takes a hard look and finally sees the massive problem. The area is a toxic, rotting swamp. He totally missed the nasty wet bogs in the dark. A dungeon just overwrites the ground, but a city is completely exposed to its dirty environment. Kuina asks if they're pulling out, but Purcell insists on staying. A halfway rest stop will make absolute bank off tired adventurers desperate to unload their heavy treasures. But they are stuck on step 1. Purcell could fix the dirty ground, but the toxic air and weeds are too stubborn. Just then, Strauss's carrier pigeon drops a letter. Strauss brags she used his metal to birth a new demon, completely ignoring her dad's advice, and asks if he used her wind metal yet. Boom, inspiration strikes. Kuina reads the rest. The other rookie kings are totally threatened by Purcell's massive size and are grouping up to jump him. Ignoring the haters, Purcell mashes the human imitate wind and create metals together. Realizing he needs raw natural thrusting power, he flips create to star. Out pops an ancient elf. She instantly tackles Elle and Kuina, screeching about how cute they are. Our boy sighs, realizing he birthed yet another unhinged weirdo. She literally starts drooling, wanting to eat the Lolas alive. Purcell barks at her to wipe her wet face and get to work. The elf snaps to attention and aggressively pumps pure nature magic into the swamp, purifying the filthy land in seconds. With the dirty work done, the city's firm foundation is finally laid out and ready for action. Inside Marco's dungeon, our boy is aggressively packing up his junk when Marco struts in. Dantalion, the ultimate boomer snitch, already slid into her DMs complaining about Purcell laying his foundation right next to his massive hole. Our protagonist smoothly insists it's the absolute perfect spot to erect a city. Initially, Marco thought he was just trolling, but seeing his hard resolve, she realizes he's dead serious, and his thrusting strategy is actually on point. But our hero keeps it humble, saying it's way too early to brag about his performance, since he's only just picked the spot. Marco plops down on the bed, killing the mood because her boy toy is officially moving out today. Purcell nods, confirming Elle and Kuina are helping him box up his heavy loads. Building a city is literally the same mechanics as digging a standard dungeon. At the mixer, the creator handed the rookies a core crystal that must be buried deep in the tightest, darkest part of their territory. Once slammed into place, it's completely locked in. That means the second our boy starts building, he's permanently tied down, leaving his backside exposed to getting raided by salty haters. Still, Purcell is stupidly confident he can block intruders from penetrating his base. Then Marco gets super sentimental about the empty nest. She always knew he'd pull out eventually, but she's still lonely. Suddenly, she spots a creepy crow demon and asks if Dantalion sent his pet to peep on them. Purcell casually admits it was part of the cuck's welcome gift set. It's obviously a dirty surveillance cam, so he figures letting the old man watch is the least he can do, though he fully plans to hide his best tricks off camera. Marco vibes with the play, suggesting he set up a teleportation circle through it so she can slide over daily. Procella immediately pumps the brakes, roasting her that coming over daily totally ruins the point of finally moving out of his mommy's basement. Right on cue, Kuina and Elle yell that they're done packing. Our boy finishes zipping up and gets ready to bounce. Marco pouts, wishing she could hand him a thick farewell gift, but server rules for parent demons block her. Purcell smoothly replies she's given him plenty to work with, so he uses Create to manifest a shiny pendant for her instead. Marco is dazzled, staring at the rock like she's never seen anything so hard. Our protagonist hits her with Riz, calling it a diamond that'll glisten endlessly, just like his rock-hard gratitude for her. Marco laughs, but tears literally leak from her eyes, roasting him for being toxic enough to make her ugly cry for the first time in a century. Procell is just glad he nailed the gift. Getting aggressively close, Marco purrs that while she can't give a physical item, she can use her body to give him something else. Without warning, she completely closes the gap and plants a wet kiss right on his lips. Procell is shook. Marco smirks, asking what's wrong. He nervously points out he can physically feel Dantalion's sweaty, toxic jealousy radiating through the crowcam. Marco savagely shoves our hero onto the bed, completely unbothered, asking if he wants to go all the way just to totally cuck the old man on live feed. Procell is completely speechless. Thankfully, Kanina starts loudly hollering for her daddy again. Saved by the lowly, Procell scrambles up, telling Marco he really needs to pull out now, but thanks her for the spicy invite. Walking out, he promises to let her visit once his city is fully erected. Marco tells him to get moving. But once he's gone, she drops a depressing reality check. Gifting an eternally hard shining rock to a woman who is literally about to expire and get deleted is incredibly harsh. The squad arrives at the swampy drop zone. Step 1. Erection. Procell whips out his crystal and loudly screams his claim. A massive platform pops up, locking the crystal deep inside. With his dungeon anchored, it's time to follow the tutorial. He furiously pumps magic, slamming down a 1-level 3-floor layout. The surface city goes on the first floor. Since Elle and the ancient elf scrubbed the nasty land clean, Procell selects a standard flat land template and heavily stretches it out 10 kilometers on all sides. The second floor and below are for farming resources and private living. Since floor 1 handles wet water and food, he lays down a massive mine on floor 2. Boom! A massive cavern suddenly thrusts into existence, shocking his tiny demons. But here's the brutal climax. While his crystal easily pops out sweaty death traps, it literally cannot build basic houses, lay pipe, or maintain infrastructure. All the hard labor has to be done manually. Our boy turns to his girls, begging for their help to aggressively grind it out. And just like that, the hardcore city-building hustle begins. Just a hot minute after pulling out of Marco's dungeon, Procell and his girls are grinding away, trying to erect their new city. Our boy calls for a lunch break because his crew is totally drained. Elle and Kuina admit their tiny hands aren't enough to satisfy this massive workload. Procell argues he already yanked out skeletons and golems to help, but Elle savagely disagrees, pointing out they desperately lack the manpower to lay down a massive 10-kilometer grassy floor. Since he maxed out the first floor's size, building this concrete jungle manually is an absolute nightmare. Our hero tried overcompensating by burning points to spawn some backup dancers, 2 Yuko Fox spirits for Kuina, 2 dwarf smiths for Elle, and 2 high elves for his ancient elf. But his dungeon points are completely tapped out. If this were a normal murder hole, he could just spam points to spawn whatever he wanted. But since he's insisting on playing SimCity, they actually have to use physical labor. It's way harder than expected, but our protagonist still has a tricky plan to handle his heavy package. He remembers his bench skeleton army, though honestly those boneheads are completely brainless and usually just trip over their own stiff shafts, slowing everyone down. Plus he's down to his last 2 cheap imitation metals, Death and Human. Still, he figures it's worth a shot since Death brings the immortal stamina and Human brings the big brain energy. He's praying he can pop out a manager who knows how to handle a bunch of stiff bones. Procell slams the metals together but instantly starts sweating. Without his busted create metal to strictly dictate the outcome, he has zero control over what's about to pop out of the oven. There's a high chance he could birth a rebellious demon that completely ghosts his orders. If that happens, building a city will be the least of his problems, but it's too late to pull out now. The deed is done. Our boy awkwardly chats up the fresh spawn to feel out his vibe. The demon heavily sizes him up before dropping a super polite greeting, introducing himself as White, an underworld duke. Procell is shocked to find him packing actual brains despite being a low-tier scrub. Our hero whips out his skeleton army and asks if White can organize the boneheads to lay some heavy pipe for the city. White flexes that he can slide into their minds and share memories with low-level undead. To prove his dominance, he instantly commands the stiff skeletons to perform a flawless acrobatic routine. Right after, White spots a specific skeleton in the pile and immediately starts spitting aggressive game at her. Her name is Suke, and she's been in the squad this whole time. Procell is completely flabbergasted, having absolutely no clue that particular pile of bones was actually a chick. White snaps back to reality and questions the gig. Procell dumps his wholesome dream of erecting a happy, safe space instead of a toxic murder dungeon. Our protagonist notices White looks completely shook, so he asks what's up. White drops some heavy lore, explaining demons are basically printed out of a factory fully grown, hardwired to violently pound humans into the dirt as pawns. Suddenly, it totally clicks for Purcell why Elle and Kuina were acting so incredibly thirsty for blood back in the human city of Aklaba. White sighs, admitting that after getting endlessly recycled by Boomer Kings, he's totally sick of the toxic grind. Plus, he peeked at the skeleton's memories and saw that while Purcell neglected them, he wasn't abusive. Our boy cringes with guilt for basically tossing the skeletons in the trash because he didn't know how to use them. But White absolutely eats up the peaceful city idea, calling it the ultimate safe zone they've been desperately craving. The undead Duke drops to his knees, firmly pledging his loyalty, not because Purcell has a fancy Demon King title, but because he respects him as a top-tier Chad. White swears he'll grind hard until his bones literally break. Our hero brutally cringes at the garbage dad joke, while Kuina hides behind a fat tree, totally terrified of the spooky, scary skeletons. With White aggressively managing the Bone Squad, the city's erection speed completely skyrockets. It's not just the extra hands. Wright is a total sweat, self-teaching himself hardcore architecture from dwarf manuals. He establishes a solid network, wrangling the feral demons Kuina and the others totally ignored, acting like a flawless VP. While laying the groundwork, they even stumble across a steaming hot sauna, an absolute magnet for milking tired customers. And just like that, the city thrusts right into its final stage. For the most part, the city is finally finished, its infrastructure completely dialed in, housing prepped, and the fields heavily blessed by the elves. They are locked and loaded for applicants to start moving in. Because of all the sweat they poured into the asphalt, everyone's emotional stakes are through the roof. Now, all they need to do is fish for some humans. Kuina stresses out, asking if anyone will actually wander over since normies didn't even glance their way during construction. Purcell explains they kept the whole place cloaked in heavy camo. Once they drop the shield on opening day, the masses will see the setup and flood right in. To celebrate, our boy invites the squad to lunch under a massive tree sitting right on top of the hill overlooking the city. Back on day one, our hero used his create skill to pop out an apple tree. Learning apples didn't even exist in this realm yet, so he started farming them. Combined with the onsen, this fruit tree is going to be their ultimate selling point. He's still shook by how fast the tree grew, totally crediting the ancient elf's heavy nature buff. Purcell snags a falling apple and takes a massive bite, noting it's so sweet and juicy, it literally melts his exhaustion away, pumping his stats right back to full mast. He tosses it to Kuina, who devours it, then hands a piece to Elle so the whole crew can enjoy the sugar rush. Purcell is fully confident this city is going to print money. He tells the squad to prep the final touches because tomorrow, the City of Hope and Smiles, Avalon officially opens for business. The next morning, a random adventurer party is crawling back from Dantalian's time dungeon, completely battered and exhausted. Their rations are about to run dry before they even sniff Eklaba, so they desperately need a pit stop. Suddenly, one of them clocks a brand new city that literally materialized out of thin air. They wander into a local shop and find Kuina aggressively panicking while trying to run the register, acting like a stiff, malfunctioning robot reading straight from a manual. They find it super weird that a little kid is working the counter like a soulless NPC. It's only been half a day since the ribbon cutting, but the streets are way more packed than expected. Purcell roams around watching adventurers lose their minds over the shop inventory. Some are gushing over the magic water and stamina apples, while others are drooling over cheap, high-tier mithril weapons. Dwarven blacksmithing is flexing hard, with a full workshop handling custom orders and repairs. Adventurers are deeply confused, seeing dwarves and humans casually mingling here. Our protagonist steps up, explaining he built this utopia for absolute coexistence, thanking them for showing up and introducing himself as the lord of the city. Knowing these travelers are walking megaphones for word-of-mouth marketing, our boy goes straight into hustle mode, offering to personally guide them to the local inn. The squad loves the layout, though they look a bit spooked by White, who is wearing a fake mustache and acting as the innkeeper. Wheat explains the rates: private rooms go for 2 silver coins, while massive dorms are 1 silver per head. Both plans are room only without meals, but they throw in free access to the courtyard well and the steaming onsen. The adventurers are completely sold on the cheap beds and clean hot water. One member sighs that she loves the vibe, suggesting they use Avalon as a permanent grinding base instead of crawling all the way back to Eklaba. Another agrees but points out that if they don't return to Eklaba soon, their inventory supply lines will break. Purcell realizes he completely forgot a crucial factor. Long-term stayers need a quick, reliable way to make fast cash in town. It's mere right on cue, Kuina crashes the scene, looking way more bruised and battered than she did fighting the Emerald Dragon. She whines that the customer volume is completely overwhelming her manual reading brain, aggressively nagging Purcell to spawn more minion workers. Our hero shuts her down, hissing at her not to drop lore that exposes him as a demon king. He totally admits they have a massive labor shortage, but his dungeon points are completely dry. The skeletons are too spooky for normies, so they're locked in the basement baking bread. The adventurers casually chime in, offering to pick up part-time shifts since they're low on funds. Purcell loves the initiative, offering a fat 6 silver coins per day, making the adventurers instantly cancel their trip back to Iklaba. Labor crisis averted. Purcell checks in on White, who reports that the bread factory is running smoothly because undead outnumber the living. White asks how the reviews are looking, and Purcell confirms the food is getting straight A's, but he knows they can't slack off. In a few weeks, viral rumors will pull in a massive wave of adventurers, throwing the city into utter chaos. They'll need to aggressively scale up part-timers and demons, but even that has a ceiling before quality dips. Our protagonist desperately needs a profake, a master in the hospitality industry, someone he can fully trust to manage the books and keep the peace. If only he could recruit a top-tier merchant to his side. Right as he thinks it, a familiar merchant cart rolls right up to the gates of Avalon. It's the exact same greedy guy Purcell met on the road to Dantalion's dungeon, drawn in by the wild rumors of a mysterious new city. Inside Purcell's city of Avalon, hyped adventurers are aggressively fighting over store merchandise, totally intimidating Kuina and the staff. Luckily, the human part-timers step up, taking charge and handling the chaotic crowd. Kuina is shook by how smoothly they operate and gushes about it to Elle during her break. Elle notes the part-timers also help out over at the weapon workshop, since dwarven smiths have a terrible temper and constantly start beef with customers. Having normal humans around is a massive lifesaver. Since Kuina is usually forced to hide her fluffy fox ears and tail, she feels totally cramped. Elle tells her to let them breathe since nobody is around. Kuina drops the glamour, but right on cue, a part-timer walks in, catches her red-handed, and exposes to the shop that the workers are actually fox demi-humans. The visiting adventurers instinctively reach for their weapons, but the part-timers instantly block them, vouching that the girls are totally harmless and work their cute little tails off. They even hype up the room, pointing out that a fox demi-human rocking a frilly dress is objectively top-tier waifu material. Every single guy in the room instantly loses their mind, going completely feral over the realization. The part-timer complains it's super toxic that dwarves and elves get treated normally while the fox girls get side-eye, making Elle realize that having mixed vibes actually rocks. For the longest time, they thought humans were just walking XP bags for dungeon grinding, but they're finally seeing normies in a totally new, wholesome light. Noticing they're handing out compliments, the part-timer shoots her shot, begging to buy the epic sword on display out front. Elle and Kuina find her request way too brazen, shutting her down immediately. Elle explains that masterwork isn't for sale. It's the physical embodiment of her own soul, a clone of her best work dedicated entirely to her master. The part-timer groans that having that blade would make clearing dungeons an absolute joke, and flipping it on the black market would fund a retirement. Elle silently roasts her for being a basic gold digger who completely misses the art. The part-timers announce they're checking out to re-challenge Dantalion's time dungeon. Nobody is sweating their departure since the shelves are already wiped completely clean by whales buying inventory by the crate. Before bouncing, they ask Elle for her name, casually dropping that Kuina must be super special since she rocks a legal given name. That comment hits Elle right in her insecure feels. She knows our boy, as a demon king, can only bestow names on 3 demons to lock them in as VIP soulbound partners. She still doesn't have a name, and the sad truth is obvious. She hasn't pulled off any crazy flexes like Kuina did at the mixer, nor does she pack that kind of raw combat power. She wonders when her master will finally notice her and grant her a name. Being a dwarf, her whole purpose is grinding out gear in the forge. She can't do flashy combat. She's always just a background stagehand, wandering around lost in her sad thoughts. She subconsciously stumbles right into White, who is casually doing laundry. He reads the room, dropping his tough guy act to offer a sympathetic ear. But before she can spill her tea, someone aggressively kicks the door in, demanding to know where the city's lord is hiding. Elle and White completely panic, sprinting straight to Purcell's residence and barging in without even knocking. The sudden jump scare makes our protagonist violently spit hot tea all over his own face. They scream that the VIP merchant has finally arrived. In Purcell's private drawing room, a slick businessman is waiting. Kamnana Curtardo, a heavy hitter straight from the Iklaba branch. Our boy rolls out the red carpet because he knows the Curtardo company is the absolute #1 commercial monopoly on the continent. Purcell also spots the exact same sketchy bodyguard merchant from the road standing right behind Kamnana, wondering if he tagged along just because he smells easy money. Kamnana cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know where Purcell gets his wild, high-tier inventory because he's never seen this kind of magic tech in his entire life. Purcell smoothly plays his prep card, claiming he hails from a far-off land across the ocean, and all his goods are imported from overseas. Outside the door, Elle and White are aggressively eavesdropping. White silently high-fives himself, knowing the foreign import lie gives them a bulletproof excuse for advanced tech. Purcell has been sweating bullets prepping for this negotiation, and White even chipped in some brain cells. If they can rope the Curtardo company into making Avalon their permanent base, goods and bodies are going to flood in, turning the city into an absolute economic powerhouse. They just need to wrap this bag up nicely. Purcell drops a tragic backstory, claiming he has mixed demi-human blood and grew up heavily persecuted. After running away from his toxic village, he built this utopia for anyone sharing the same dream of peaceful coexistence. Shifting gears to the grind, he assumes Kanana is here to pitch a wholesale deal, but firmly shuts it down. Bulk shipping town goods outward or leaking trade secrets is a hard pass. Kanana's face visibly twitches, proving that was 100% their primary objective. The merchant whines that Purcell is playing hardball, offering to triple the market price just to buy up his swords, boasting they can easily flip them for a 500% markup in other cities. Or, if Purcell just hands over the manufacturing blueprints, they'll pay a full gold coin royalty for every single blade sold, promising millions through their massive distribution network. Our hero shuts the door on the hustle, explaining his actual endgame is driving organic foot traffic and building up Avalon, not shipping his hard work away. Instead, he flips the script. If Curtardo wants to set up shop right here in town, Purcell will give them total support. For starters, completely tax-free operations. The merchant nearly falls out of his chair, having never heard of such a busted deal. Purcell sweetens the pot, explaining local municipal costs are fully covered by regional specialty sales anyway, so he'll happily hand them real estate, a free storefront building right in the heart of the city. To top it off, he'll throw in a heavy-duty golem for logistics, since horses are totally amateur hour. Kanana is practically vibrating with joy, running the numbers and realizing this is an offer so good it's mathematically impossible to refuse. Purcell tells him to just take the W, viewing it as a friendly apology for denying their wholesale requests. Our protagonist and White mentally pop champagne. They just stuffed the merchant so full of cracked favorable conditions he has zero room to wiggle out. To a greedy businessman, this is the ultimate wet dream. Kanana is so soaking wet with excitement he's ready to sign on the dotted line, but the shady bodyguard standing right behind him suddenly steps in, holding up a hand and snapping, "Hold up. Don't swallow his bait just yet." Kanana snaps out of it, blinking in confusion and asking why. The man stares daggers at our boy, dropping a heavy accusation. Because this whole damn city is way too suspicious. Sweating nervously, Kanana hesitantly admitted that this city was definitely something else, but his black-haired companion boldly interrupted to call the place straight up suspicious. Our boy was completely taken aback by this sudden shift in tone, while Elle and White reacted with intense shock as they secretly eavesdropped outside the door. Panicking, Kanana scolded his partner to keep quiet, but the black-haired man unfazedly demanded to know if they could bypass the block on wholesaling the city's products. Purcell calmly confirmed he hadn't forgotten the topic, though he wondered if this tension was really just about trade talks. Smirking confidently, the merchant warned our protagonist not to underestimate them, revealing his company could easily hire adventurers to buy out all the products and establish their own resale route. He admitted they had already run experiments on resale rates, startling Elle as she suddenly recalled seeing sold-out signs everywhere. Kanana stammered that this buyout plan was only meant to be backup insurance, but Purcell unbothered stated he already had countermeasures prepared, like strict purchasing limits and blacklisting resellers. The black-haired man smirked darkly, noting that the city's dwarf-crafted swords and elven-blessed crops were nearly impossible to replicate, which made the whole setup incredibly sketchy. He boldly declared that since high-ranking demi-humans only existed inside dungeons, the citizens were actually demons in disguise. Our hero broke into a heavy sweat, panicking as he remembered being shot at in a kleba and realizing why they had been driven away so aggressively. Meanwhile, a flustered White had to physically hold back an angry Elle as the merchant reminded our protagonist about using lethal golems for manpower, bluntly telling him to stop playing stupid. The merchant officially concluded that this place was actually a demon lord's dungeon, causing Purcell to internally freak out over the nightmare scenario of adventurers raiding his city and slaughtering everyone. Knowing he couldn't just pack up and move the dungeon crystal, our hero felt completely cornered when the aggressive merchant directly asked if he really was a demon lord. As Kanana sweat bullets, our boy gritted his teeth in frustration, questioning if he should just surrender to their massive advantage. Suddenly, White and Elle barged into the room, serving up glasses of apple sake to the guests and totally shifting the mood. Kanana was visibly delighted by the drink, while White quickly whispered an apology to our hero for intruding because he sensed the terrible vibes. Realizing the merchants only cared about profit and wouldn't actually destroy the city, Purcell stood up confidently and firmly declined their wholesale offer once again. He boldly bluffed that he would simply move his city elsewhere if they didn't respect his goal of building a happy haven, secretly sweating because dungeon rules made moving literally impossible. Challenging the merchants, he warned they would lose a massive tariff-free business opportunity, offering a solid compromise to let them wholesale any items produced by new immigrants instead. Kanana eagerly jumped at the chance to invest in a tariff-free hub, and the black-haired man agreed it sounded good, but demanded one more piece of solid proof. Highly stressed, our hero watched in shock as Elle rushed forward and slammed her beautifully crafted, glowing masterpiece sword onto the table as a sign of trust. While Kanana greedily drooled over the idea of auctioning the sacred sword for thousands of gold coins, the black-haired merchant smiled and respectfully returned the blade to Elle. Scolding his greedy partner about ruining long-term relationships, the merchant admitted he was ashamed for doubting them after seeing their serious resolve, prompting a relieved Priscilla to officially shake hands on the contract. Once the merchants left, our hero White and Elle collapsed from total exhaustion, with White looking so drained that his soul was humorously leaking out of his mouth. Lying on the couch, our protagonist smiled and thanked his team, deciding it was high time to reward Elle for her clutch decision and hard work by officially making her his second contracted demon. Right as Kaneda burst through the door asking why her friend looked so incredibly happy, the newly christened demon blushed and proudly announced that she was no longer Elle but Rorono. Karina cheerfully congratulated Rorono on her brand new name, prompting the newly christened demon to smile softly and promise she would always cherish the gift from her master. Watching the wholesome moment unfold, the ancient elf pouted mischievously, whining that it totally sucked being the only one left out of the naming squad. Purcell quickly explained that the other two had busted their chops to earn their titles, but the sassy elf confidently argued she was putting in work too. Right on cue, White rolled up in his royal disguise to complain that the high elves were snitching on the ancient elf for slacking off and wandering the streets. Laughing it off, she joked that they were just sexually harassing her, leaving our boy completely exasperated as White mentioned he was swamped dealing with scumbags trying to steal their apple supply. Doubling down, the ancient elf flashed a seductive smile and promised she would earn a name by doing something wild like clapping an opposing demon lord. Taken aback by the scary suggestion, our protagonist agreed to think about it if she actually pulled it off, though he secretly hoped his massive flex at the evening party would keep the haters away. Chilling on a ledge with a burger in hand, Procell confessed to White that the ancient elf was as unpredictable as the wind and impossible to read. Holding a tray nearby, the skeleton calmly defended her, insisting she was a good person deep down, right before Rono happily dashed over to greet him. After White respectfully informed the girl that a specific case they discussed was ready to go, our hero watched them interact and marveled at how incredibly hard his skeletal aid worked. Seeing the skeleton army efficiently baking and processing bread, he noted that their consumable goods were a killer starting point for the city's economy. However, as White got happily swarmed by dwarf smiths, kitsunes, and high elves, our boy realized with a massive sweat drop that his subordinate actually commanded more trust than the actual Demon King. The final nail in the coffin came when a human immigrant straight up mistook the disguised undead for the city's chief, leaving Procell totally shell-shocked. Hanging out by the dungeon crystal later, he realized that staying cooped up managing magic was probably causing the mix-up, prompting him to tell White that he trusted him from the bottom of his heart. Looking down with a heavy expression, Purcell reflected on how much he relied on White and felt super guilty for basically working the guy to the bone. Our hero secretly wished he could have birthed him with the same insane raw stats as his top-tier demons, knowing White would use that power to totally dominate. Gathering his resolve, he looked up and offered to make the loyal skeleton his final contracted demon, tossing out a major secret he had been holding onto. He explained that winning the evening party scored him a special power from the creator, allowing him to turn someone back into a metal twice while keeping all their memories intact, offering to reboot his trusted aide into a way beefier body. Our protagonist watched as White removed his mask and deeply thanked him for the generous offer, but the undead respectfully declined, proudly declaring that he loved the body he was born with and cherished the fateful encounters it had brought him. Bowing deeply, White advised his master to save that clutch creator ability and the final name for a real emergency, earning a gentle, appreciative smile from our boy. Chuckling at the sheer wisdom of his subordinate, Procell admitted he didn't even know who was running the show anymore and asked how he could actually reward the guy. Blushing intensely behind his mask, White pointed a finger and shyly requested that his master act as the matchmaker for a wedding between him and Suke-san. The female skeleton in question squealed with sheer delight in the background, leaving our hero and the ancient elf completely flabbergasted by the wild concept of an undead marriage. Proudly declaring that his feelings had finally reached his skeletal sweetheart, White stood tall, prompting a recovering Procell to enthusiastically accept the honor of officiating their big day. Our protagonist internally sighed, joking to himself that his next unforeseen hardship had just dropped in the most unexpected way possible, but the wholesome vibes were instantly shattered when three terrifying figures suddenly crashed the city limits. Introducing themselves as the demon lords of Evil Morax, Steel Zogan, and Viscosity Runaway, the trio confronted a totally shocked Procell and boldly declared a 3-on-1 turf war. Sitting at his desk and staring down a massive mountain of merchant and settler proposals, our protagonist internally groaned about how ridiculously hard it was to actually run a city. His attention quickly shifted to a suspiciously magic-coated letter sitting on top of the pile of paperwork. Disguised in his royal gear, White smoothly pointed out that since Marco and Stolas had their own ways of hitting them up, this sketchy mail had to be from a totally unknown demon lord. With Kuina and Rorono listening closely, our hero headed out to the commercial city of Iklaba, wandering the busy streets while trying to pinpoint the exact meeting spot. Out of nowhere, a light-haired guy sitting at a nearby table waved him over, thanking the demon lord of creation for showing up and casually introducing himself as Zagan, the demon lord of steel. Ordering a drink from a waitress like it was just another Tuesday, Zagan told our boy to ditch the stiff formalities and take a seat, leaving him sweating over how insanely comfortable this guy seemed. Fetching his tea with a dark smirk, Zagan instantly killed the casual vibes by announcing they were there to talk about war, revealing he had already teamed up with 2 other demon lords. Our hero tensed up completely, sweating over whether alliances were even allowed in the rules, while Zagan mocked how impossible a 3-on-1 fight would be, especially since everyone saw his demon's true powers at the evening party. Confidently offering a totally wild proposition, the Steel Demon suggested they team up instead, explaining his 2 current allies were on standby waiting to teleport in at a moment's notice. Zagan flashed a wicked grin and threw up 2 fingers, promising that if our protagonist agreed to the alliance, he would instantly backstab his own crew and declare war on them the second they arrived. Drawing a messy diagram on the table with spilled water, he explained this shady move would turn a brutal 3-on-1 into a totally manageable 2-on-2 brawl. Boasting that they would easily wipe the floor with the weaker demons, Zagan tempted our boy with the promise of effortlessly clearing the creator's mandatory first-year war duty and scoring free medals without breaking a sweat. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, Zagan laid down his only condition, demanding a promise that he wouldn't get attacked after the duty was cleared, but our hero aggressively slammed his hands down and flat-out rejected the offer. The totally stunned Zagan listened in shock as our protagonist angrily explained that anyone willing to casually snake his own crew could never be trusted not to stab him in the back later. Pointing out that this entire meeting could easily just be a massive trap, our boy ruthlessly reminded the Steel Demon that he literally just tried to sell out his current partners right to his face. Panicking and dripping with sweat, Zagan completely lost his cool, screaming that his guest would deeply regret this before desperately commanding his hidden allies to show themselves. 2 terrifying figures instantly materialized from the shadows, officially introduced as the tall, bat-winged demon lord of evil, Morox, and the hulking, glowing-eyed demon lord of viscosity, Runaway. Keeping a totally unbothered expression, our hero casually asked the 2 newcomers how it felt standing next to a total rat who just tried to sell them out for a quick win. Morox and Rana instantly panicked and shot furious glares at their supposed leader, forcing a terrified Zagan to scream at them to ignore the trap and declare war immediately. Stepping up with absolute confidence, our boy beat them to the punch and boldly challenged all 3 of them to a massive turf war right then and there. A terrifying dark voice echoed from the sky as the creator happily approved the challenge, announcing that the allied forces of steel, viscosity, and evil would throw down against creation in exactly 4 days. Adding a crazy twist, the booming voice established a strict 24-hour time limit and declared that whoever held the most crystals at the end would take the crown. Our protagonist was completely blindsided, internally freaking out because deploying that many dungeons put a massive strain on the system, completely ruining his elite turtle defense strategy since he couldn't just bunker down anymore. Yelling at the sky in sheer frustration, he demanded to know why a supreme being forced these wars only for a creepy shadowy figure to appear and bluntly admit he just loved watching them destroy each other for fun. Back home in Evelon, Kuina and Rorano were literally in tears, stressing over the absolute nightmare of surviving a timed 3-on-1 siege. Standing with a deadly serious expression, our hero realized his situation was incredibly grim, especially since his new create medal wouldn't be ready until hours into the fight, meaning 0 backup was coming. Extending a hand to his crying girls, Procell warned them that unlike the evening party, permadeath was back on the table, meaning they had to play completely flawlessly to avoid losing anyone. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from off-screen, making his eyes go wide with absolute shock as he spotted Strauss casually chilling on a high ledge with her legs crossed. The Wind Demon Lord flashed a fierce, confident smile, explaining she had dropped by to check on him and overheard the whole messed-up situation. Placing a hand on her chest, she boldly declared that if the haters were bringing a squad, they were teaming up too, officially throwing her hat in the ring to back up our boy in the upcoming war. On the morning of the big war, our boy stood outside squinting against the bright sun, while Kuina and Rorono suddenly noticed the sky turning completely white. The lively fox instantly panicked and screamed as all the humans vanished into thin air, but White quickly calmed the crew by explaining they had just been teleported into the creator's white room. Keeping a cool and confident expression, our protagonist explained that everything besides the demon lords and their forces was safely tossed into another dimension where time completely stopped. Kanana breathed a massive sigh of relief, realizing this meant their city management wouldn't crash and burn, while our hero revealed he had clutched up by swapping the city and dungeon layouts to prevent their home from getting totally trashed. Standing outside a massive castle with his rivals, our boy confidently thought to himself that all that was left now was to actually win the war. Lined up before the rocky battlefield, our hero kept a dead serious face while Zagan flashed a shady smirk. Morix looked super creepy, and Runaway sweated bullets. A booming voice from the sky announced the first commemorative war of their generation, laying down the rules for this twisted 24-hour battle where the crew with the most crystals at the end would take home the crown. The announcer made it crystal clear that fighting in the white space was strictly banned, demanding the combatants show their true power only inside the dungeons. While our boy smiled confidently and hyped himself up for the fight, a furiously salty Zagan secretly raged over being rejected. The Steel Demon mentally plotted to crush our hero's crystal, steal his win medals, and brutally execute everyone just to satisfy his bruised ego. The tense vibes broke when Stolas playfully popped up behind our protagonist, sweating a little as she guiltily apologized for only offering personal support instead of a formal alliance, since she had her own dungeon to protect. Purcell turned around and flashed a ridiculously warm smile, giving the Wind Demon Lord a gentle head pat and promising to repay her clutch support with an open invitation to hang out in his city. Stolas blushed heavily and laughed softly, her worries melting away when she saw her crystal room was now heavily guarded by an army of Quina clones and a terrifying emerald dragon. Getting down to business, our hero explained that the strict time limit forced them to completely ditch their usual turtle defense and go totally unhinged by rushing 2 enemy dungeons at once. Splitting into 2 highly mobile hit squads, he planned a brutal pincer attack to crush anyone who dared invade their home base, while his elite strike force handled the blitz. Lenti walking alongside a slightly bummed-out Stolas. Our boy explained they had to rely on specific copy and teleport demons to return home since setting markers in the White Room was completely impossible. Backing up the play, a fiercely loyal White bowed and promised his undead army would form an absolute brick wall of a defense to hold down the fort. To make things even more secure, our protagonist revealed the inner path was guarded by the exact same lethal golem that once wrecked Stolas, making the Wind Demon squeak in sheer trauma at the terrifying memory. Clenching his fist with raw determination, our hero boldly declared they were going to snatch the win no matter what, barking the order to move out and earning a hyped-up, synchronized cheer from his elite squad. Arriving at the rocky entrance of the Viscosity Demon Lord's dungeon, Kanana threw a massive, screaming tantrum over being separated from her beloved master for the mission. The ancient elf calmly handled the meltdown, praising Rostruano for acting like an adult and reminding the furious fox that this solo deployment was absolute proof of how much their boss trusted her raw combat stats. Surveying a massive cavern packed with over 50 grotesque amphibian monsters, the elf warned that the enemy was trying to stall them out, but Kuina completely refused to waste a single second, bragging that she had been secretly charging B-rank magic into her tail hairs during their peaceful downtime. The fiery fox summoned glowing magic circles at her fingertips, proudly hyping up her daddy's power. She unleashed a devastating attack called Golden Flame Purgatory, instantly vaporizing the massive monster blockade in a colossal fiery explosion. Deep inside his heavily guarded crystal room, the hulking demon lord of viscosity stared at his magical viewing orb in absolute trembling shock. Sweating buckets, Ronoe practically lost his mind, wondering how his entire first-floor defense got instantly deleted by a single flashy attack. Stammering in sheer terror, the panicking demon whined that nobody warned him he would be dealing with this level of insane firepower, crying out that he absolutely did not want to die today. Completely losing whatever cool he had left, the terrified demon dropped to his knees in front of his glowing dungeon crystal and desperately begged for help. Knowing he was totally outgunned, Ronoe realized he had no choice but to activate his ultimate trump card as the terrifying silhouettes of 2 massive winged gargoyle demons loomed menacingly in the dark shadows behind him. Breaking down the 24-hour time limit and the victory condition based on holding the fewest remaining crystals, the rules of this irregular 3-on-1 war were officially set against the Demon King of Creation. While Zagan and Morak smirked with cocky confidence, our protagonist maintained a dead serious expression as he finalized his master plan. Our hero decided to heavily fortify their home base's defenses, while simultaneously launching a blitzkrieg offensive to conquer the enemy dungeons and smash 2 opposing crystals. Deep inside enemy territory, Rorono seriously reminded her partner that they needed to speedrun this dungeon so they could circle back and launch a brutal pincer attack on anyone invading their turf. Staring into a pitch-black cave entrance, Quina guessed that the crystal was hiding inside, which the dwarf quickly confirmed after sensing a ridiculously heavy power radiating from the depths. Quina noted that the traps and demons along the way were total small fry, proving the massive strength gap between these demon lords. The fierce fox casually asked if her dwarven companion had packed a new gun in her massive backpack, but Rorono calmly rejected the idea, hinting she might not even need it thanks to her newly awakened contracted demon powers. Suddenly, Kanana screamed a desperate warning as a massive, terrifying monster violently erupted from the ground right beneath the dwarf. Reacting on pure instinct, the fox aggressively tackled her friend out of harm's way and instantly blasted her heavy shotgun at point-blank range. As the thick smoke cleared, Quina completely panicked upon seeing that her powerful blast hadn't even scratched the monster's incredibly thick hide. Staring in pure terror as 2 hulking A-rank gargoyles touched down, Rorono nervously stammered out the creatures' names and pointed out that the first white variant was insanely dangerous because its body was entirely composed of pure orichalcum. Confused, Kunina asked if the beast was just a moving chunk of ore like their golems, but the dwarf grimly denied it, stressing that this was a pure organism completely out of a weakling demon lord's league. As the white gargoyle aggressively lunged at them, Kuina fiercely flipped backward and declared she would handle it with magic if bullets were useless. Unleashing a massive fiery barrage called Vermilion Gold Dance, the fox let out a cartoonish yelp as the beast casually tanked her flames without taking a single scratch before violently swatting her right out of the air. Spotting a second dark gargoyle sneaking up for a lethal mid-air strike, A terrified Rono screamed her friend's name and desperately laid down cover fire with her assault rifle. Dashing forward, Kinega analyzed that the dwarf's bullets successfully damaged the black variant, guessing the non-white ones were way squishier, though Rono quickly warned that half-hearted fire magic was totally useless against ore-based enemies. Kuina suddenly whipped around in sheer panic as a massive surge of magical power swelled behind her, spotting the white gargoyle hovering high above and gathering a terrifyingly dense ball of magic. Realizing that neither bullets nor fire could pierce the true threat as it cast a destructive meteor spell, the fox ripped the safety lock off her shotgun and unleashed a full auto barrage directly at it. A colossal explosion completely rocked the cavern, leaving Rorono to slowly emerge from the smoking crater and cough through the dust while reassuring Kuina that her broken weapon had luckily absorbed the lethal impact. Surveying the destroyed black gargoyles scattered across the rubble, the dwarf realized the white beast possessed insane magic rivaling an S-rank demon like a veteran honed by years of endless combat. When asked about her limits, Kanana inwardly admitted that while her desperate barrage wiped out half the fodder, she simply didn't have the juice to solo the white boss. Wearing a dead serious expression, Roron declared she would take down the Orichalca monster herself, totally ignoring Kanana's worries about her being a backline fighter as she dropped her massive backpack to deploy her ultimate trump card. Hyped to back her up, Kuina triggered her transformation ability, shifting into a ridiculously stacked, fully grown adult form to unlock her true combat potential, and arrogantly taunting the monsters to bring it on. Meanwhile, glowing lights and intense energy began to powerfully swirl around the dwarf, who fiercely commanded her hidden equipment to mount up as Kuina watched in frozen blank confusion. Dramatically, Rorono was revealed strapping into a sleek, futuristic combat suit hooked to a massive, high-tech weapon rig known as the Mechanized Valkyrie. As Kuina screamed in bewildered shock at the sudden sci-fi gear, Rorono gave a deadpan look, dryly reminding the fox that her own sudden growth spurt was just as crazy. Tightly gripping the controls of her mechanized suit with fierce confidence, the dwarf boldly announced the start of round 2, backed by a slightly overwhelmed but completely ready Kuina. Deep in the most secure area of his dungeon, Demon Lord Ranawi was on his hands and knees, sweating buckets and ugly crying in a total panic as he desperately prayed to his glowing crystal. Crawling pathetically on the floor, the terrified viscosity demon remembered how his own parent had tossed him aside, making his recent brutal conversation with Zagan hurt even more. Just a few minutes earlier, the shady steel demon had coldly demanded the return of his lone contracted demons, realizing Kuina and Rorono were way too overpowered for a basic defense, refusing to pull his own troops back because he needed them to smash through our hero's lethal golems later. Zagan just mockingly chuckled at Ranawi's panic and wished him luck staying alive. Arrogantly bragging that the rule-breaking gargoyles he provided should have been enough, Zagan hung up, completely unaware that Kuina was currently smashing a gargoyle's head to pieces with a devastating kick before effortlessly incinerating the rest of the monsters with her blazing vermilion gold dance. Watching her bestie's overwhelming display of raw firepower, Rorno calmly praised the fiery fox while narrowing her eyes with fierce determination, completely refusing to be outdone on the battlefield. Rocketing forward in her heavy mechanized Valkyrie suit, the dwarf aggressively charged straight at the white gargoyle with all her heavy weapons drawn and locked on. Even though the beast darted through the air with insane speed, Rorono gripped her controls with absolute focus, confidently tracking its movements before her heavy artillery completely shredded right through its supposedly impenetrable Orichalcum wing. With the monster totally crippled, she aimed her massive cannon directly at it, flashing a cool smile and casually saying goodbye before unleashing a devastating blast that completely vaporized the white gargoyle's head, as Kuina cheered wildly from the sidelines. Meanwhile, a broken Ronaway begged Zagan through a magical communication skull, whining about the promised absolute safety, only for the steel demon to mockingly thank him for being such a gullible pawn. Staring blankly in utter despair, Ronaway heavily regretted his choices as he realized he got completely played by his supposed allies and utterly outclassed by our boy's insanely strong demons. Glancing at his viewing orb in sheer confusion, the viscosity demon wondered where the invaders vanished to right before his glowing dungeon crystal violently shattered into a million pieces right in front of his face. Screaming in absolute agony as his dungeon began to violently collapse around him, the defeated demon lord found himself pinned to the floor by a heavily armed Rorono. Stepping directly on his face with her mech suit, she pointed her massive cannon right at him and fiercely demanded to know how a scrub like him scored such an overpowered gargoyle, threatening to blow his arms off if he kept stalling. Bitterly mourning his slaughtered amphibian buddies, Ronaway cried over being discarded by Zagan and Morax, eventually accepting his grim fate with a hollow dead stare that actually caught the impatient dwarf off guard. Slightly taken aback by the sudden shift from total panic to a broken, empty gaze, Ronaway paused her aggressive tapping as Ronaway weakly promised to spill the entire truth about the enemy alliance's master plan. After hearing the massive intel drop, the dwarf broke into a severe sweat, immediately realizing the situation was completely botched, and urgently yelling at Kunita that they needed to retreat right now. Turning around, she was totally flabbergasted to find that the fierce fox had completely burned through her energy, reverting back to her tiny form and peacefully snoring on the floor while shamelessly begging for 5 more minutes of sleep. Meanwhile, over in the evil demon lord's territory, our protagonist was desperately sprinting through a massive, confusing stone maze, furiously cursing under his breath after realizing his squad had walked straight into a brutal trap. Deep within the enemy dungeon, a sinister and heavily sweating Morax drooled menacingly over his trapped prey, violently declaring he couldn't hold his sick urges back anymore, while our panicked hero screamed the heavily bound ancient elf's name from afar as she struggled helplessly against thick, slimy tentacles. Back in the darkest depths of the dungeon, the evil demon lord Morax was having a total field day gloating over the helplessly trapped ancient elf, bragging about how he easily ambushed her using a sneaky wall mimicry demon. He admitted that our hero's squad had totally exceeded his expectations by wrecking the viscosity buff gargoyles earlier. Knowing he needed a massive power-up to survive, Morax decided he had to completely corrupt the elf and turn her against her master. Completely losing what little composure he had left, the creepy demon lord violently screamed that he couldn't hold his sick urges back any longer. He maliciously explained that his slimy tentacles were pumping her full of a potent cocktail of aphrodisiacs and muscle relaxants, specifically designed to completely shatter her mind. Declaring that it was officially time to feast, Morax eagerly reached out to grab the seemingly helpless elf, only to freeze in absolute horror as both of his hands were instantly and violently shredded to bloody pieces. Screaming his lungs out in sheer blinding agony, he watched in utter disbelief as the ancient elf casually sat up on the freshly severed tentacles without a single scratch on her. Glaring at him with intense predatory eyes, she coldly mocked the pathetic demon lord for taking so incredibly long just to step into her attack range. Flashing a wicked grin, she casually asked if he was ready to kick off round 2. Leaving the villain completely terrified and bewildered that his ultimate mind-break drug hadn't fazed her in the slightest. Flying into a massive rage over his mutilated hands, a desperate Morax commanded a horde of his beast girl and witch demons to violently swarm the smug intruder. But these twisted minions were entirely different from normal dungeon spawns, as Morax literally impregnated female demons to birth offspring way stronger than the original mothers. Desperately scheming to overpower the elf so he could eventually birth an insanely overpowered monster exceeding S rank, he furiously ordered his twisted children to seize her at all costs. Instead of panicking, the ancient elf moved with blinding, god-tier speed, delivering a devastating physical strike to a beast girl, while Morax sweated in total disbelief at her swiftness. Flashing a wide, sadistic grin, she unleashed a massive, explosive magical blast that completely blew the heads off several attackers at once, before violently driving her bare hand straight through another screaming demon's chest. Casually ignoring the pathetic stragglers who dropped to the floor begging for air and mercy, she laughed maniacally while brutally crushing a demon's head with her bare hands, sending dark blood spraying absolutely everywhere. Sporting a crazed, blood-soaked expression, the ancient elf gleefully admitted that the metallic smell of blood, the sensation of tearing flesh, and the sickening crunch of bones completely turned her on. This twisted bloodlust perfectly mirrored a recent chat she had with White while peacefully bathing in Avalon's hot spring near the Apple Tree Hill. The undead advisor had warned her about villainous travelers stealing their apples, only to stammer in sheer shock when she casually lifted a freshly severed human head, happily noting she had already slaughtered the thieves. When a groaning White begged her to stop causing unnecessary trouble for the sake of their peaceful city, she calmly explained that her uncontrollable killer instinct toward humans and other demons was just an unavoidable part of her nature. She solemnly confessed that she specifically isolated herself up on the hill because she wouldn't be able to suppress her murderous urges if she ever walked down into the crowded, bustling streets. Snapping back to the brutal reality of the present, the ancient elf ominously cornered a heavily sweating, desperate Morax against the cold stone wall. With fresh blood splattered across her cheek and her terrifying ringed eyes glowing brightly in the dim light, she fully embraced her dark and violent nature. Flashing a sinister, hollow smile, she explicitly called herself a complete monster, and freely admitted she was the absolute most unfit resident for our protagonist's peaceful utopia. Staring down at the once arrogant evil demon lord who was now sobbing and drooling in pathetic mind-numbing terror, the ancient elf chillingly announced that playtime was officially over. Continuing their flashback on the hill, the ancient elf coldly confessed to White that a violent, inescapable killer instinct toward humans and monsters completely bound her true nature. She desperately wanted to join the warm, smiling crowds down in Avalon, but her darkened eyes revealed that her blood-stained instincts simply wouldn't allow it. Refusing to let her hide away or be banished, a sweating but determined White sternly promised that they would work together to control her violent urges before disaster struck. Deeply touched by his kindness, she smiled warmly and called his support her one and only hope. The wholesome memory then violently snapped back to the bloody present, where an absolutely terrified Morax stumbled backward through his dungeon, completely surrounded by the slaughtered remains of his own demons. God flashing a sinister, glowing-eyed smile, the elf chillingly informed the evil demon lord that he had made 3 fatal misunderstandings. She held up a finger explaining that she had deliberately let herself get captured to bypass his ridiculously massive time-wasting maze after spotting his lustful gaze through the crystal ball. Moving to her second point, she mocked him for thinking a tiny pool of aphrodisiacs could affect a being capable of purifying entire toxic swamps. As Morok screamed in sheer face-contorting terror, she unleashed a deranged, wide-mouthed grin to drop the final truth bomb. He had completely miscalculated by assuming she was just a helpless woman, when in reality she was a total monster who was already debating exactly how to violently end his life. Before Morox could even process the horror, his stomach unnaturally ballooned outward as the sadistic elf casually revealed she had been pumping compressed air directly into his body while he was busy staring at her like an idiot. Dropping to his knees in agonizing pain, the desperate demon lord completely changed his tune, sweating profusely as he frantically lied about being a massive fan of our hero and getting forced into this turf war. The elf just playfully laughed at his pathetic attempt to save his own skin, her face suddenly shifting into a terrifying shadowy void that confirmed her murderous intent. Chuckling darkly, she offered him a fake lifeline, promising to spare him if he deleted the highly annoying maze that surrounded his crystal. Eagerly wiping the dungeon clean while secretly plotting his future revenge, Morox begged for mercy, only to freeze in shock as her expression instantly darkened. Mocking the fool for actually believing she would let an enemy walk away, she swiftly decapitated him and violently crushed his body, sending a massive fountain of dark blood spraying across the room. Meanwhile, our protagonist was still frantically sprinting through the endless stone corridors, fiercely praying for his squad's safety until he suddenly tripped and tumbled out into a wide-open space. Realizing the massive maze had vanished, our boy deduced his subordinate was responsible, but his awe instantly morphed into sheer bulging-eyed horror when he spotted her cheerfully waving the severed head of Morox like a gruesome trophy. After a freaked-out Procel begged her to put the gory prize away, she giggled and playfully flashed a vial of unpurified aphrodisiac, prompting our hero to sweat over how genuinely dangerous she really was. Turning his attention to the corrupted dungeon crystal, our protagonist reflected on her massive carries, from purifying their land to soloing a demon lord, and decided it was finally time to honor her big request. Looking at her with total seriousness, he expressed his hope that she would never let temporary emotions control her actions, officially accepting her as his third contracted demon. A quick flashback revealed the elf's ultimate endgame. She told White that forming a soul-bound connection with their incredibly kind master would finally suppress her violent instincts and let her live peacefully alongside the other girls. Snapping back to the present, our hero smiled warmly and officially bestowed the name Aura upon her, instantly flooding her body with a warm, comforting sensation. As she shed heavy tears of absolute joy and blushed intensely, our boy completely misread the room, wildly panicking and sweating as he asked if she hated the new name. In reality, Aura was just over the moon about finally joining Kuina, Rorono, and White in her master's inner circle of true friends. Miles away in the second layer of their home dungeon, White was enjoying a peaceful graveyard stroll with his skeletal sweetheart, Suke, when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Sensing a massive shift in magic through their soul link, the loyal undead advisor smiled proudly, knowing that putting his absolute faith in his master was the smartest play he ever made. Enthusiastically tackling Rorono with a massive hug, Koina proudly announced to our protagonist that the viscosity crystal was totally trashed. The smug fox cockily predicted that any invading forces wouldn't even make it past their first layer and would get wiped out just like at the evening party. However, our hero looked incredibly concerned, realizing that the Demon Lord of Steel had likely pushed straight into his home dungeon, and he immediately ordered his squad to hustle back. Arriving at the scene, the entire crew froze in absolute shock as our boy stared wide-eyed at the ruined hallway littered with the shattered remains of his robotic forces. Sweating with worry, our protagonist realized the invaders hadn't just sneaked in, but had completely annihilated all the mithril golems that served as the essential protectors of his second lair. A quick look back at the hours prior revealed exactly how the disaster unfolded after our hero had told White and the girls to stay safe and left to launch his own attack. Puffing on a smoke with supreme confidence, Zagan correctly guessed that our boy had headed off to raid the viscosity and evil dungeons just as he predicted. Smirking at the thought of personally smashing the creation crystal, the Steel Demon Lord led his heavily armored knights straight into the igloo-like entrance of the home base. Confronting a squad of gun-wielding mithril golems in the corridor, Zagan flashed a cocky smile and arrogantly mocked our protagonist for stupidly repeating the exact same defense strategy from the evening party. Inviting the robotic defenders to take their best shot, the invader deployed a massive gelatinous acid slime borrowed from the Viscosity Lord, which instantly expanded into a giant wall to absorb the incoming barrage of metal bullets. Boasting that only he could make actual use of such a trash power, Zagan ordered his men to charge forward right before a massive blast of fire suddenly engulfed the slime shield. Knowing slimes were insanely weak to fire, the steel demon completely panicked as hidden wall panels slid open, revealing upgraded golems equipped with heavy flamethrowers that coldly ordered the cleansing of all vermin. A devastating explosion violently obliterated the armored knights and sent a crying, drooling Zagan scrambling backward in a pathetic panic as the glowing eyes of the ruthless machines loomed through the thick smoke. Just as Zagan shrieked that he was going to die, a cloaked, shadowy figure mocked his pathetic state and casually offered to lend its power if he wanted to survive. Frantically ordering the beast to help him, Zagan watched in awe as the cloak fell away to reveal a massive rank A white tiger borrowed from the evil demon lord, which calmly agreed to step up to the plate. The moment a mithril golem opened fire with its heavy rifle, the fierce beast charged forward with explosive speed, effortlessly weaving through the rapid hail of bullets, while Zagan screamed in total shock at its insane agility. Barreling straight toward the mechanical defenders, the white tiger noted that while their firearms packed a serious punch, the slow machines simply couldn't react to sudden high-speed movements. With a swift and brutal swipe of its glowing claws, the monster sliced effortlessly through the thick metal bodies of the frontline golems like they were made of paper. When a massive poison explosion suddenly erupted from a hidden floor trap, the tiger cleanly leaped out of the blast zone, casually praising the clever setup while gloating that it was still way too slow to catch a rank A threat. Letting out a ferocious roar, the beast tore through the rest of the robotic forces, leaving a wildly laughing Zagan thrilled that he finally had a monster capable of taking down our protagonist. Deep within the dungeon's control room, a sweating Suke furiously typed on her laptop, urgently reporting to White and the other defenders that their frontline golems were completely wiped out. She grimly concluded that the enemy monster possessed menacing physical strength, combined with some kind of foresight or reconnaissance magic to pull off those impossible reaction speeds. Panicking with wide, terrified eyes, the young girl cried out that there was absolutely no way they could defeat such a terrifying threat, but White remained perfectly composed in the face of danger. The loyal undead smoothly explained that they didn't need to win. They just needed to stall long enough for our hero and the elite strike team to return. Comforting the blushing girl by sharing how much their boss believed in him, White gently patted her head as his eye sockets flared with fierce determination, vowing to hold the line and protect the peaceful town our boy built, even if it cost him his life. Standing victorious atop a pile of defeated groaning knights, the massive white tiger was clearly bored by the lack of a real challenge. His mind drifted back to a moonlit room where his true master, a mysterious cloaked demon king, explained his grand plan to intervene in the turf war against our hero. The cloaked master tasked the giant feline with ensuring the other ancient demon kings didn't wipe out the young creator too quickly, promising the beast a truly fulfilling battle if our protagonist lived up to the hype. The master coldly admitted that demon kings were merely tools to guide humanity, making the tiger's potential death a small price to pay if it meant finding someone capable of changing fate. Addressing the beast as Kohaku, the master granted him a name directly, establishing a highly burdensome one-sided power draw that served as a massive symbol of faith without the usual soul link. Amused by this ruthless pragmatism, a bloodthirsty Kohaku eagerly walked toward a doorway of light, perfectly happy to embrace the jaws of death if it meant finally going all out in combat. Snapping back to the present, Kohaku stood ready to die if our boy could truly draw out his ultimate power, while a clueless Zagan aggressively hyped up the beast for wrecking the robotic defenders. However, the steel demon's celebration crashed when he noticed a fresh bullet wound on Kohaku's shoulder, prompting the tiger to casually praise the firearm's insane penetrating power since he couldn't dodge everything. Sweating profusely, Zagan realized a single careless mistake could cost them everything right before their massive acid slime shield violently evaporated into thin air. Screaming in pure shock, the steel demon realized the viscosity crystal was officially smashed, leaving his own heavily undefended dungeon completely wide open to a fatal counterattack. Completely unhinged by panic, Zagan desperately ordered his remaining forces to rush our protagonist's crystal immediately, furiously shouting down Kohaku's advice to chill out. Annoyed by the bratty squirt, the tiger clicked his tongue in deep frustration, bound by the absolute rule that monsters couldn't harm their commanding demon king. Glaring down at his temporary boss, Kohaku mentally complained about being stuck under such a pathetic commander as they finally reached the graveyard-like second layer of the dungeon. Foolishly assuming the eerie terrain was completely empty, Zagan totally ignored the tiger's blunt safety warnings and instantly ordered his men to charge forward. Just as Kohaku predicted, the ground violently collapsed beneath the rushing knights, sending them plunging into a massive pitfall trap while a screaming Zagan frantically teetered on the edge. Before the panicked demon could even retreat, Suke and a heavy mithril golem popped out from behind a tombstone to spring a brutal ambush. Terrified out of his mind, Zagan ignored Kohaku's tactical questions and hysterically ordered the tiger and a nearby archdemon to unleash their full force to destroy everything, explicitly including his own trapped monsters. While the archdemon reluctantly obeyed the absolute command, Kohaku stared in wide-eyed disbelief before furiously powering up with crackling lightning to execute his devastating ultimate ability. Unleashing the devastating Shockblade White Tiger attack, the beast created a blinding explosion of lightning that completely annihilated the entire area along with all the trapped allied knights. Bracing against the massive shockwave from a distance, Suke angrily called the invaders absolute idiots for blowing up their own squad just to escape a trap. Meanwhile, a completely oblivious Zagan looked over the smoking crater and laughed maniacally about being saved, totally missing the terrifying, murderous rage boiling on Kohaku's face. Furious about wasting his trump card on his own allies, instead of a worthy opponent, the tiger got right in Zagan's face with bared fangs, snarling that he would have ripped him to shreds if not for the temporary master rule. As enemy reinforcements approached through the thick smoke, the two retreated into some stone ruins, where Kohaku completely dropped his respect for the nuisance and bluntly declared he was ditching him to act solo. Whimpering under the beast-killer glare, Zagan desperately begged for protection, but Kohaku just scoffed and walked off into the rubble, hyped to test out his base magic. Back at the dungeon's defensive line, a heavily sweating Suke urgently reported to White that the terrifying tiger monster had successfully breached the third Aegis rim. With his massive paws hitting the dirt, Kohaku officially announced his arrival as he stepped up to confront the undead commander of the robotic forces. Maintaining absolute composure in the face of the towering beast, the skeleton politely introduced himself as White and calmly asked for his opponent's name. Praising the undead for his solid tactical command, Kohaku curiously asked if there were other named monsters around, which White confidently confirmed by hinting at the supreme powers lurking in their ranks. Staring down the skeletal gatekeeper, the white tiger formally introduced himself and declared his burning desire to throw down against a worthy foe. Fully accepting the challenge, White calmly suggested they begin their fight to the death like real men, officially kicking off the highly anticipated final battle of the brutal turf war. Kohaku questioned White's bold decision to face him solo, pointing out that commanders usually stayed off the front lines instead of playing the warrior. Calmly tapping his skeletal skull, the undead leader challenged the massive beast to try reading his mind if he actually wanted a real shot at taking his life. Amused by the sheer disrespect, Kohaku eagerly declared the fight was on, and charged forward, prompting White to draw his heavy mechanical gun and vow to put every ounce of his strength into a real man's brawl. As the skeleton unleashed a volley of explosive metal bullets across the dirt, the tiger effortlessly weaved through the chaotic barrage, smugly noting that mere gunfire couldn't pierce his tough fur. Suddenly, a massive blast of inextinguishable fire erupted directly in his path, sending the beast into a panic as he realized this was the exact same lethal flame that wrecked the acid slime earlier. Realizing he had been baited into a brutal trap, Kohaku spotted Aura hiding among the tombstones with a heavy sniper rifle, but before he could even react, she confidently took her shot to ensure he had zero chance of escaping. A massive explosion violently engulfed the tiger, blowing his mind as he realized the trap went off before he even touched it. While White coldly explained they swapped to an extended-range landmine to completely counter his insane speed. The battlefield was completely rocked by the explosion, leaving Suke watching in total awe from a distance as her skeletal commander actually pressured the terrifying demon. Just moments earlier, the panicked girl had begged White to stay safely inside the crystal room, offering to team up with Stolas and the third-layer defenses to stop the beast herself. White had firmly shut down the idea, refusing to let her or their VIP ally risk getting hurt because losing any of them would completely taint their hard-earned victory. Looking over his shattered undead army, he explained that while he could easily revive his skeletons, his friends were completely irreplaceable, passionately declaring his absolute refusal to let anyone die before their dream city became a reality. Deeply moved by his unwavering loyalty, Suke stubbornly insisted on helping with the trap, eventually forcing a sigh from the commander who agreed but explicitly ordered her to retreat to Stolas. The second things went south. Snapping back to the present, White stood calmly amidst the explosions, internally sweating because this seemingly one-sided fight was actually a lethal tightrope where a single hit meant game over. When Aura warned him over comms that the beast might still be hiding a nasty trick, the undead leader coolly reassured her that they still had their biggest trap locked and loaded for the perfect moment. Oh, suddenly, the tiger's glowing eyes locked dead onto White, realizing he had finally managed to crack the commander's mental defenses and read his thoughts. As the roaring beast closed the gap, the skeleton seemingly froze in sheer shock, leaving both Suke and Aura horrified that Kohaku could still use his mind-reading hacks after taking such a brutal beating. Concluding that hidden detonating traps were completely useless now that he could foresee them, the massive beast leaped in for the kill, only for White to flash a chilling skeletal grin and casually announce that his opponent just made a massive misplay. Caught totally off guard, the tiger's eyes widened in absolute shock as he was instantly paralyzed by a massive surge of crackling electricity mid-air. Writhing in agonizing pain, Kohaku crashed to the dirt in total bewilderment, right before White stepped up and unleashed a devastating point-blank blast that violently knocked the charred beast backward. Flanked by his skeletal minions, the commander explained that unlike normal demons, he could link his consciousness with over 100 minions at once, flooding the tiger's mind-reading ability with a completely overwhelming mental overload. Pinned down by the combined gun barrels of White, Aura, and Suke, a heavily battered Kohaku forced a dry laugh and threw in the towel, admitting the brutal mental counterattack totally caught him slipping. Lying completely motionless in the dirt, the tiger bitterly lamented that he wouldn't be in this pathetic spot if Zagan hadn't forced him to waste his ultimate ability earlier. He almost accepted his total defeat, but then a fiery realization hit him, knowing that throwing down to the absolute bitter end with zero magic left was the exact kind of glorious death-defying brawl he had always craved. Refusing to stay down, Kohaku let out a ferocious roar and gathered every last scrap of his exhausted energy, opting to condense the residual magic into a hyper-lethal precise needle instead of a broad blade. Without a shred of warning, the concentrated sliver of energy streaked across the battlefield and cleanly decapitated White, sending his skull flying while Aura watched in stunned, wide-eyed disbelief. As the commander's headless body collapsed and Suke screamed in absolute terror, Kohaku stood tall and proudly named his desperate final strike, the Tiger God's Thunder Needle. Acknowledging the undead's crazy strength, the beast claimed his bloody victory, while White's severed head murmured in dark despair over failing to protect his squad. But before the tiger could celebrate, a massive blast of energy violently smashed into the ground, forcing him to desperately dodge as a fierce horned girl aggressively crashed the party as a new challenger. Hearing the commotion, White's fading voice softly noted that he actually pulled off his stalling mission just as our protagonist confidently marched onto the battlefield alongside Rorono and Kuina, aiming his handgun dead at the beast and boldly declaring that his crew was walking out of this turf war with the absolute win. White's severed head calmly informed Kohaku that the battle securely belonged to the defenders, since his only goal was to stall for time. Just then, our hero arrived fiercely alongside Aura, Kuina, and Rorono, completely shifting the momentum of the battlefield. Spotting his fallen commander, our protagonist desperately sprinted toward the shattered skeletal remains, explicitly entrusting his 3 elite demons to handle the heavily injured tiger in his stead. Dropping to his knees beside a tearful Suke, our boy listened as the undead commander apologized for showing him such a pitiful state. Though White expressed peace in fulfilling his ultimate duty, he softly admitted that he still harbored one lingering regret. Visibly distressed, our hero absolutely refused to accept this tragic outcome, forcefully declaring that his most valuable friend and right-hand man wasn't allowed to die without permission, since they still had to finish building their ideal town. Gently revealing his deeply cracked soul orb, the skeleton explained his body couldn't hold out much longer, and warmly laughed at his master's characteristically rash personality. While Suke watched in pure horror, White reminded our protagonist of the special reincarnation power he snagged during the evening party, asking permission to use it so he could continue serving his friends. The completely stunned Procell questioned the sudden request, recalling how his advisor had previously rejected any special treatment back when he offered him the final contracted demon spot by the town fountain. White internally confessed that he had lied back then, claiming he didn't need the power and just liked his skeleton body, simply because he knew Aura desperately needed that life-saving contract far more. The brutal reality of fighting the monstrous tiger had shattered White's peaceful illusions, making him realize that building a Demon Lord's city required absolute raw power to prevent their friends from being violently crushed. Begging his boss to use the Master Creator's power on him, the loyal undead shed a single tear and desperately declared his wish to protect everyone, until the very end. Fiercely shouting his approval, our hero immediately activated a revitalization skill that enveloped the shattered remains in a bright glowing light. He readied the Metal of the Dead, and deciding to borrow Stolas' immense power, he also drew the Metal of the Dragon, internally reasoning it was the absolute perfect catalyst for a guardian. Channeling his heavy magic, our boy tossed the dead dragon and creation metals high into the air to initiate the ultimate combination sequence. Suddenly, our protagonist reeled back in shock as a dark aura leaked from the combination, recognizing the terrifying berserk omen attached to the dragon metal. He grimly recalled that this dangerous ability usually sacrificed a demon's entire intelligence and reason just to forcefully evolve them, creating a monster that would totally transcend Sov rank. He seriously considered using his creation power to completely erase the dangerous omen, knowing that stripping away White's core personality was an unacceptable price to pay. However, completely trusting his best friend's willpower, our hero confidently threw a punch forward and yelled his absolute belief that White could restrict the overwhelming madness. As Suke stared in total shock, a massive pillar of dark energy violently erupted from the summoning circle and completely engulfed the battlefield. Shielding himself from the intense shockwave, our boy watched as a colossal, terrifyingly winged silhouette towered ominously over the dust, prompting a screaming Suke to fear that the berserk state had completely consumed the commander's mind. A massive, scaly, demonic hand violently slammed into the earth, and as the giant claws hovered dangerously close to our hero's face, he unflinchingly reiterated his absolute faith in his loyal friend. In response, the monstrous claws gently tapped his head, signaling that White's polite personality and total loyalty remained perfectly intact as he casually apologized for almost passing out. Flashing a highly determined smile, the Demon Lord of Creation looked forward and issued his final, absolute command to finish the bloody turf war once and for all. A violent gale instantly blew Kohaku backward, leaving Koina to whine about her transformation limits while an amazed Aura sensed the enemy's magic was already entirely eradicated. Wanta speaking from within the towering dark shadows, a familiar and intensely polite voice gently asked the girls to fall back, smoothly claiming that finishing the trash on the battlefield was his personal duty. Aura, Suke, and Koina stared up in absolute wide-eyed amazement as the thick smoke finally dissipated to reveal a colossal, heavily armored, spiky black dragon that unleashed a totally deafening roar into the heavens. Staring up at the sheer, overwhelming scale of the new monster, a sweating and completely bewildered Kohaku nervously asked if this terrifying creature was truly the skeletal commander he just fought. Glaring down with menacing glowing eyes, the newly reborn Seagworm, the Black Dragon of Death, respectfully addressed the tiger and chillingly declared that the end had finally arrived. Towering massively over the exhausted tiger, Seagworm coldly declared that the absolute end had arrived for his opponent. Refusing to go quietly, Kohaku launched a desperate leaping assault to violently swipe at the black dragon's chest, only to realize with sheer dread that his physical strikes were completely useless against the impossibly hard scales now that his magic was utterly depleted. With effortless speed, Seagworm slammed his colossal claw down, firmly pinning the tiger into the shattered earth and leaving the trapped beast to roar in helpless frustration. Suddenly, the massive dragon emitted a blinding light and shrank his silhouette down to human size, clearing the smoke to reveal a refined, dandy older gentleman wearing glasses, a sharp suit, draconic horns, and a thick tail. In this highly sophisticated new dragon-human form, the reborn commander politely placed a hand over his heart and formally claimed his hard-fought victory. While Aura, Koina, and Suke were utterly mesmerized by the dandy gentleman's appearance, our hero correctly deduced that his loyal friend had channeled the dangerous berserk madness into birthing this humanoid form to perfectly maintain his sanity. Stepping up to his master, Seagworm playfully noted that his original wish was to serve as a matchmaker for his boss and Suke, so instead, he respectfully asked to spare Kohaku and recruit the magnificent warrior as a new comrade. Pointing out that the tiger's fate ultimately depended on the Steel Demon Lord, our boy casually revealed a completely terrified Zegan, noting that he had found the rival commander trembling nearby and dragged him over completely hogtied. Happily praising the peaceful resolution, Seagworm watched as the sweating, defeated invader instantly surrendered and begged them to do whatever they wanted. The moment Zagan formally yielded, his dungeon crystal magically materialized in mid-air, allowing the dandy dragon to casually crush the orb and officially end the war, while our protagonist quietly marveled at the incredibly convenient surrender mechanics. Yielding just as the dust settled, Stolas arrived at the ruined graveyard and noted that the brutal conflict was finally over. Having watched the entire showdown remotely through her crystal, the Wind Demon Lord looked downcast and apologized for not physically helping, admitting the fight made her painfully aware of the massive widening power gap between her and our hero. Smiling warmly, our boy immediately corrected her, sincerely thanking her for being a true friend, who was always willing to rush to his aid and explaining that he only launched such a bold offensive because he knew she had his back. Genuinely relieved by his validation, a heavily blushing Stolas turned her attention to the newly evolved entity and asked if Seagworm felt any physical abnormalities from his transformation. Adjusting his glasses, the dandy dragon admitted that aside from the obvious racial changes, his only real discomfort came from actively suppressing the berserk trait, prompting our highly observant protagonist to ask his ally if something was secretly worrying her. Relaying a grave warning from Astaroth, Stolas explained that the rebirth ability was exceptionally strong and far too convenient, expressing heavy doubt that their sadistic creator would hand out such an incredible power without a nasty hidden catch. Our boy promised to contact her if anything went wrong, internally questioning if he had been too careless but ultimately deciding he had zero regrets since it saved his best friend. Suddenly, an ominous, booming voice addressed them as the Children of the Stars, catching the entire group completely off guard. Highly entertained by the spectacular turf war, the mysterious speaker decided to skip the usual disbandment procedures and casually invited the participants to a round-table chat, leading a completely shocked protagonist to realize the voice belonged to the creator himself. After a highly disorienting shift, our hero suddenly found himself seated at a massive white table in an empty void alongside Stolas, the bound Zagan, and an older bald demon lord. Looking around the void, our boy quickly realized that all the surviving commanders from the recent war had been gathered together for this sudden summit. When the bald demon lord started panicking over Morax's absence, the creator bluntly announced that the evil demon lord was dead, and his crystal would soon be handed off to a brand new successor. Materializing before the group as an ethereal, long-bearded old man in dark robes, the creator formally greeted his children and cheerfully suggested they kick off the meeting by deepening their friendships. Reading the blank, disappointed stares of our hero and Stolas, the entity acknowledged their underwhelming reaction and instantly morphed into a horrifying, grotesque mass of fleshy tendrils and screaming faces, mockingly asking if this monstrous form better fit their expectations. As the other demon lords screamed in absolute terror, The creator calmly reverted to his old man guise, highly amused by the chaos while praising our sweating protagonist for immediately understanding that it was completely impossible to oppose such a higher existence. Singling out our boy for putting on such an incredibly entertaining performance, the creator offered him an exclusive reward, the absolute truth to any single question he desired. While his strategic mind raced with critical questions about the rebirth catch, their true cosmic roles, and how to escape their 300-year lifespans, our hero involuntarily blurted out a desperate plea to know who he truly was. Flashing back to his innate knowledge of modern shotguns and apples, our protagonist voiced his deep-seated fear that he was someone's reincarnation, and that a past life's personality would eventually overwrite his current self. Staring intensely at the young lord, the creator bluntly rejected the theory, confirming that he had no previous life and was simply himself from the very beginning. Looking over a vast natural landscape, the entity explained that the advanced technology and crops our hero inherently knew were actually ancient, selected memories belonging to the star itself, which ultimately gave form to the knowledge and personalities of every demon lord. Noting that demon lords were literally the children of the stars, the creator explained that while others performed their roles indirectly, our boy was designed to execute his cosmic duties directly, smiling slightly as he looked forward to seeing what the young creator would do next. Following the meeting, the structural fallout of the turf war was swiftly handled, with the creator officially banning the unfair practice of borrowing parent demons in future conflicts and placing the terrified Crystallis Sagan entirely under the Palace Demon Lord's protection. Meanwhile, Ronov surprisingly abandoned his position to wander off into a solo life with nothing but a simple bindle slung over his shoulder. Back in the safety of the home dungeon, Stolas was quietly reflecting on the stifling tension of the war when she caught a wildly pleasant scent right before Koina burst into the dining hall with an energetic cry for her daddy. Proudly announcing that the victory feast was ready, the fox girl and Suke presented a massive pot of our hero's favorite tomato stew, prompting our boy to smile warmly as he gathered around the lavishly prepared banquet table with Aura, Seagworm, and the rest of his beloved crew to finally celebrate their hard-earned win. Deep inside an old stronghold, a shadowy demon lord grumbled from his throne about missing the turf war's epic finale thanks to his shattered evil crystal. Finding our hero incredibly interesting, the mysterious boss acknowledged the sheer scale of the recent victory, noting how the creation squad crushed borrowed archdemons, flexed S-ranked monsters, and even poached the terrifying Kohaku. Realizing our boy was officially the most infamous rookie on the block, the veteran demon planned to deliberately annoy him to gauge whether he should eventually crush or utilize the upstart. A few days later, our protagonist chilled peacefully at his desk back in Avalon, knowing veteran demon lords were strictly barred from messing with him for 9 months. Doubting any other rookies had the guts to try him now, he decided to pivot his entire focus to managing his booming town. Wanting to spawn a brand new demon to liven up the settlement, our hero realized he was completely out of fresh ideas. Glancing over his available water and time metals, he settled on forging a new creation metal since he was strictly capped at making 1 original token a month. His quiet brainstorming got happily derailed when Koina, Rorono, and Aura busted into the room to drop off snacks while proudly flexing their brand new ruby, sapphire, and emerald rings. Though our boy gifted the jewelry out of genuine thanks, he internally recognized it as a slick tactical flex to lock in their official contracted demon status. Needing a breather, the crew headed down to the apple orchard, only to find the almighty Kohaku happily munching an apple with a goofy wooden sign reading "Watch Tiger" hung around his neck. Aura quickly explained she had contracted the beast to suppress his murderous vibes, putting him on guard duty to bust annoying apple thieves while he enjoyed the sunny rehab. The peaceful vibe violently shattered when our boy spotted a bizarrely glowing tree, leaving him utterly shocked as he nervously bit into a shining apple that tasted absolutely amazing. Aura cheerfully bragged that her new contract buff seriously supercharged her magic, but the wholesome moment shifted when Kohaku sincerely warned our protagonist not to put blind faith in Seagworm's powers. The tiger explained that staying in the humanoid dragonman form constantly drained the commander's energy to lock down the berserk trait, warning that going full dragon would inevitably destroy his sanity. Thanking the S-rank beast for the solid advice, our hero mentally resolved to grill White about the highly dangerous rebirth mechanics. Later that day, our boy hit up his absolute favorite high-end tavern in Avalon, only to have his peaceful meal crashed by a familiar Kertrudo Company merchant. Sternly rejecting the guy's written requests for a casino and red light district, our hero glared at the unfazed businessman who smoothly countered that the brothel was already greenlit and printing money. Noting our protagonist's hardened expression, the merchant correctly deduced he had been through the ringer, prompting our hero to reflect on how Avalon's economy would completely tank if the nearby time dungeon ever fell. Realizing the land and water trade routes were garbage, our boy suddenly had a massive epiphany to establish sky routes using flying beasts just like Stolas did. Catching the spark of inspiration, the eager merchant offered to buy drinks, slamming down a massive mug of booze that actually belonged to a wildly intoxicated, aggressively hiccuping Seagworm. Watching the completely embarrassing scene unfold, our hero realized Kohaku was dead right about the immense psychological toll of suppressing the berserk trait. Clinging desperately to a highly flustered Suke, the drunken dragon wailed about how much he loved her, absolutely heartbroken that she supposedly rejected him for being a reptile. As the girl successfully hauled the crying lizard outside while awkwardly comforting him, our deadpan protagonist vaguely recalled White's old dream of marrying a fellow skeleton, dryly concluding that plan had totally crashed and burned. The hilarious moment came to a screeching halt when the merchant leaned over with a sly smirk, completely dropping his cheerful act to deliver some highly refreshing bad news. Staring with intense seriousness, the businessman warned that a massive barbaric neighboring human city was actively plotting to swallow Avalon whole, ominously urging the young creator to watch his back. The merchant dropped a heavy warning on our protagonist, revealing that a ravenously greedy commercial city named Eklaba was actively targeting Avalon. The news hit hard as our hero realized that while a remote monster town shouldn't logically attract human politics, greedy leaders simply didn't care about logic. Suddenly, Koina busted into the room in a total panic, crying out that sketchy strangers had arrived in town. Down in the streets, an arrogant human official was aggressively demanding to see the boss while violently lifting a crying demi-human girl into the air by her dress. Swiftly intervening, our boy firmly grabbed the boorish man's arm to free the child, coldly apologizing for the wait before smoothly inviting the rude intruders back to his mansion to talk business. Inside, the human delegation completely disrespected the space, loudly demanding booze while aggressively mocking our hero to know his place. Sitting tensely alongside Sigvorm, our protagonist read over their garbage terms. The Empire offered protection under Iklaba's jurisdiction, but demanded all of Avalon's wealth and the forced enslavement or exile of all demi-humans. While a disgusted Sigvorm correctly deduced this was a trap designed to justify a violent invasion, our boy simply hoped to use diplomacy to stall the conflict. Suddenly, the drunk envoy violently threw a drink right into his face, demanding total flattery and immediate submission. While his loyal dragon almost lost his absolute cool, a dripping wet prosale hid his face behind his hair, feigning extreme gratitude for the protection and smoothly begging for time to convince his townspeople in order to buy a crucial window. Watching the envoy's wagon finally roll out, our hero seriously stated he would easily eat the humiliation if it bought him time to save his city. However, a rainy day meeting with a sweating Konana and the sly merchant revealed that Iklaba was actively choking their economy by doubling taxes on merchants simply for heading toward Avalon. Cursing under his breath, our protagonist realized how heavily his developing city still relied on human imports, prompting him to ask about Iklaba's actual military strength. The sly merchant estimated the massive city had around 3,000 troops, warning that while Avalon's elite forces could flip the numerical disadvantage, they were totally screwed if the humans possessed demon lord-killing champions, or bakemono. Concluding that they were severely lacking information, the crew realized they desperately needed a spy to infiltrate the city and steal their military secrets. Chatting quietly in the rainy hallway afterward, Sigworm recalled that Kohaku had casually suggested employing intelligence-gathering demons for this exact type of retaliation. The loyal dragon explained that elite spy demons could leverage ridiculously precise senses, manipulate animals, or even nest between different dimensions to steal highly classified intel. Remembering how Marco's contracted demon cleverly used shadows to bypass security, our boy totally agreed they needed that exact overpowered countermeasure immediately. Smiling confidently, our hero announced his plan to forge a brand new interdimensional spy that utilized a medium found absolutely everywhere in the world, whipping out his original water metal as the core component, to guarantee his new agent had the high-level intelligence and smooth communication skills required for undercover work. Our boy locked in human as his second metal. He then revealed song as his final synthesis piece, stepping out into the rainy courtyard and explaining to Sigworm that sound and water were highly compatible for seamlessly transmitting intel back home. Standing out in the pouring rain with his arms wide open, the young creator passionately initiated the summoning ritual, commanding the three glowing metals to merge utilizing the falling rain as an open dimensional gate. In a spectacular burst of magical light and splashing water, a beautiful young woman rocking an elegant frilly dress materialized before our hero, officially joining the squad as his brand new elite spy demon, the Ranya Diva. Our protagonist seriously instructed Ranya Diva to prioritize intelligence gathering, tasking her with digging up dirt on the commercial city Iklaba's economy and military to prevent their own secrets from leaking. Flashing a cheerful smile, the spy assured him espionage was her absolute specialty, casually dropping that she was free to help because her master, the Great Old One, was currently taking a nap. Sweating nervously as a massive shadowy entity briefly loomed in his imagination, our hero suggested they do their best to avoid waking any evil gods, while Sigworm sweat dropped at his boss for cooking up yet another wildly unique demon. Noting the falling rain, our boy gave the green light, allowing the diva to borrow his magic and the surrounding water to summon two rank B ocean singers. Cheering on her new subordinates, she quickly confirmed their target and ordered them to move out, watching as the singers dissolved into swift streams of water and glided off toward the distant human city to begin their infiltration. Sitting comfortably on the wet grass, the spy surprised Siegworm by explaining she didn't need to tag along because she could instantly receive all relayed intel right there in the safety of Avalon. The loyal dragon was seriously impressed when she immediately reported that Iklaba's commodity prices, especially food and iron, were massively spiking. Realizing the humans were already gearing up for war, our boy looked intensely serious, stressing that Iklaba's motives were a massive issue since his own population barely cracked 100 people. Though the spy casually noted the enemy soldiers were nothing special, she flagged a magically warded location her singers couldn't breach, prompting our hero to confidently ask for a compiled list so he could cook up some solid countermeasures later. Pivoting to his economic counterattack, our protagonist gathered a massive crowd of human merchants in the bustling plaza, warmly thanking them for coming before boldly declaring that the absolute best solution to Iklaba's garbage policies was up in the sky. Soaring gracefully through the clouds on a massive winged hippogriff, the sly merchant from the Curd Trudeau Company chuckled as the merchants down below screamed in sheer panic over the flying demons. Landing smoothly, the cheerful businessman explained that Avalon had specifically bred and trained these aerial beasts, granting his company the exclusive first-flight test drive so he wouldn't have to ride horses anymore. Grinning broadly, he totally stunned the crowd by showing off a massive slab of fresh meat imported from across the ocean, a trip that usually took 4 grueling days by wagon. Hyping up the absolute miracle of air travel, the sly merchant explained that flying completely bypassed bandits, borders, and rough terrain, easily making up for the smaller cargo loads with immeasurable time and safety savings. When one anxious merchant argued that riding wild demons was way too risky, the businessman just smirked and loudly slapped down a sign for Trudeau Insurance, flawlessly manipulating the hesitant crowd into buying premium coverage while our boy watched the top-tier hustle in silent disbelief. Watching the merchants eagerly line up to sign contracts, our hero inwardly praised the cunning insurance scheme for gifting his town immense credibility. Petting a nearby hippogriff, he noted that the high prices merchants paid for safety worked perfectly in his favor, especially since the beast instinctively returned home, guaranteeing the traders would always bring fat stacks of valuable goods straight back to his territory. Visualizing a new global trade map, our protagonist realized that dominating the airways would make his city the wealthy heart of global trade and completely sever their reliance on their aggressive neighbor. With his absolute leverage secured, the scene snapped abruptly back to the mansion where a highly confident Procel firmly stared down the arrogant Iklaba delegation, bluntly declaring that his town wouldn't yield an inch. When the furious leader demanded answers, our boy coldly explained that while simple taxes were fine, he would never accept their garbage terms of complete empire submission, unfair tariffs, forced tech transfers, and the outright persecution of his demi-human citizens. Absolutely enraged by the sheer defiance, the human leader violently lunged forward with a wild punch, roaring that the young lord's submissive act from the other day was a total trick. As our deadpan hero internally agreed that it was obviously a lie, a massive unseen force violently smashed the arrogant envoy in the face before his fist could even connect. The brutal impact sent the human flying backward into the wall, leaving his entourage in absolute shock as Rorono proudly introduced the towering mechanical Avalon Ritter that delivered the blow, bragging about its special built-in light twin drive. Sitting calmly across from the sweating, terrified delegate, our boy laid out the cold truth, stating he knew Iklaba was already prepping for a hostile takeover just to steal his city's massive wealth. Glaring fiercely with a single glowing eye, the young creator boldly declared that if the humans wanted a fight, then war was exactly what they would get, reaching his hand forward and vowing to protect his home at all costs, while Rorono and the towering golem stood resolutely behind him. Standing before the gathered residents of Avalon, our protagonist broke the heavy news that war was totally inevitable because Iklaba had arrogantly demanded their complete submission. Perched atop a giant mechanical golem, our boy explained that the rival cities sought absolute subordination rather than true equality, warning everyone that bending the knee would only lead to endless suffering. Fiercely vowing to protect the freedom of his people, our hero promised that he would never let anyone harm them and explicitly stated he wouldn't force a single person to fight. When he asked the townspeople for their support, a muscular adventurer stepped up to assure him that nobody had any intention of abandoning the city. The veteran pointed out that Avalon offered the absolute best positioning and noted that many current residents had previously fled from Iklaba's oppression anyway. Deeply grateful for their backing, our protagonist told the adventurers they didn't have to join the front lines, but asked if they could help secure the town from plundering, while he used their trade connections to rally allies. The sly merchant suddenly clapped, remarking that our hero was a remarkably fascinating guy who showed zero fear toward a massive human army, acting almost like a real demon lord. Visibly startled by the sharp observation, our boy stammered in panic that people might get the wrong idea hearing remarks like that. The businessman casually recalled his past adventures encountering various demon lords, some who avoided humans, others who openly clashed with them, and a few who lurked in human society to manipulate everything behind the scenes, before asking if our protagonist was that kind of boss. Reacting with wide-eyed shock, our hero nervously deflected, realizing that whether someone was a demon or a human no longer mattered, since they were both simply trying their best to make the townspeople happy. Smiling warmly, our protagonist thanked the merchant as an essential business partner, telling him to just sit back and prepare for the upcoming victory celebration. When the big day finally arrived, our hero and his elite squad stood on the third floor of the dungeon, overlooking a massive plain choked with an enormous enemy army. Surprised to see the battlefield set right out in the open, our protagonist noted that at least his city would remain completely undamaged while the enemy offered them one last chance to surrender. Kohaku suddenly trotted up, insisting that walking was beneath his master, and telling him to hop on his back instead, causing a nearby horse to bolt away in sheer terror at the mere sight of the tiger. Riding comfortably atop Kohaku, our hero approached the enemy messenger holding a scroll, confirming the terms that the war would end when one side officially yielded. As trumpets blared to kick off the hostilities, our protagonist left the reconnaissance entirely up to Ralia Diva, who cheerfully accepted and began utilizing listening bugs to spy on the enemy's formation. The sniper diva quickly reported that the enemy was fortifying their front line against the golems, while rear-line magicians chanted large-scale wiping spells, though our boy still suspected a hidden mastermind was pulling the strings from the shadows. Spotting the enemy's elite commando leader stepping up, our protagonist pointed him out to Riley, who was already lying prone with a massive sniper rifle locked onto the target. The moment the commander proudly ordered a general advance, his head was instantly blown off by Riley's sniper round, sending total shockwaves through the heavy infantry, while the sniper cheered over her clean shot. Right on cue, a flock of hippogriffs arrived overhead carrying heavy wooden crates that popped open to rain down devastating napalm payloads right into the enemy's defensive lines. The subsequent explosions engulfed the armored infantry in raging oceans of fire, causing surviving troops to scream in agony as the second wave of bombardment proved even more brutal than the first. An unstoppable army of Avalon Ridders poured forward to utterly smash through the shattered enemy forces, leaving Kawina to cheer in pure excitement while our hero stood in wide-eyed shock, realizing his inner circle didn't even need to lift a finger. Suddenly, a strange surge of raw, violent power flooded directly into our protagonist as he realized through internal narration that because the slaughter was happening inside his dungeon's extended field, all the enemy's loss of life was fueling his own growth. Overwhelmed by a sudden terrifying wave of dark thoughts urging him to kill and destroy everything in sight, our trembling hero wondered what was happening to his mind. Meanwhile, the enemy troops desperately waved white surrender flags everywhere, while Seagworm calmly observed that the war had ended way faster than anticipated. Doubling over in agonizing pain on the ground as ominous dark wings painfully sprouted from his back, our protagonist struggled frantically against the corrupting influence while a deeply concerned Seagworm called out in alarm to check on his lord. Waking up groaning in bed the next morning, our hero reflected on how the brief war had wrapped up in an absolute flash. Strategically, his victory was a total home run since casualties were basically zero. Iklaba scrapped its aggressive tax policy to survive, and he even appointed a terrifying tentacled demon as the Iklaba Lord's new secretary. However, ominous dark wings sprouted from his back, forcing our boy to face a massive miscalculation. He realized the mutation was a direct result of absorbing all the despair and loss of life from the battlefield inside his dungeon. Right as Kunina opened the door to announce breakfast, a violent surge of dark madness completely overtook our protagonist, causing him to lash out and strike the poor fox girl with a shadowy aura that sent her crashing into the room's icy wall. Her desperate screams immediately snapped him out of the trance, leaving a horrified Procell to drop to his knees and apologize to a tearful Kuina, while Aura took a defensive stance. To staring at his trembling hands, our hero realized the wings flooded him with corrupted emotions that completely stripped away his sense of self, concluding that casting creation in this unstable state would permanently corrupt him. Just then, Whites and Rorono arrived in the messy room, with the reborn dragon noting that the boss's aura radiated the exact same madness he had previously struggled with. Shifting the conversation, our boy internally noted that Rorono had made a bold romantic move while White was down over a broken heart, and he was genuinely shocked to learn the newlyweds were already expecting a child. Returning to business, White reported a weird anomaly from the battlefield, revealing that even though several fallen enemies had high-ranking hero status, their minds and souls were totally empty when he tried raising them. Suddenly hanging upside down from a portal, Ralia Diva confirmed the mystery, sharing that her surveillance intercepted talk of the enemy's heroes being artificially cultivated by a sinister shadowy entity. While the diva admitted she didn't know the full details behind the cultivation, she pointed out the grand headquarters of the world's largest religion, presided over by Rigdalg's high priest. Our boy was utterly shocked that a religious institution was pulling the strings, realizing Iklaba could never have fielded such a massive army alone. White nervously added that multiple human-disguised demons were spotted during the recent war, strongly implying a puppet master demon lord was manipulating human society from behind the scenes. Pondering the black wings and the looming threat, our protagonist solemnly admitted he couldn't handle this mounting danger alone, deciding it was time to consult a veteran. Arriving at Marco's dungeon with a basket of glowing golden apples, our hero knocked on the throne room door to greet the elder demon lord. Though Marco initially sat on her throne looking imposing, her face lit up with pure joy the moment she saw our boy. Leaping off her throne, Marco tackled our protagonist in an affectionate, overpowering hug, while praising how much he had grown. Flustered, our hero protested that he wasn't a kid anymore, prompting Marco to playfully hang upside down in front of him, happy to see he hadn't changed a bit. Smiling warmly, she officially asked what brought him to her domain, and our boy cut straight to the chase by asking if she knew anything about black wings. The mood instantly shifted as Marco held a finger to her lips, seriously explaining that the wings represented an awakening, a forbidden power that drew out a demon lord's true strength, reserved only for a select few. Giggling playfully to break the heavy tension, she poked his chest and warned him never to overuse it, revealing that it drastically burned through the user's lifespan. Our hero's eyes widened in absolute horror as the heavy cost registered, accompanied by the tragic realization that Marco's own life would completely disappear in just 6 months. Knowing her life was withering away every single second and that her gentle smile would soon vanish forever, our protagonist lost control of his emotions and blurted out an invitation for her to live with him after she died. Marco's eye widened in complete speechless surprise at the sudden morbid proposal, while our boy stared back with unwavering determination. As Marco crossed her arms and looked down with her eyes hidden in heavy shadow, our hero internally admitted the wild question had slipped out, driven entirely by his desperate desire not to lose her. He knew with absolute certainty that by using the same rebirth power that saved White, he could easily grant his dear friend a brand new life. Lifting her head, Marco glared back at our boy with a fiercely sharp and intimidating expression, leaving the heavy offer hanging in the air between them. Fiercely glaring at our protagonist, Marco ordered him to get out immediately, declaring that his proposal was an absolute insult to every demon lord except that person. Back home in Avalon, a profoundly depressed Procel lay face down on a table enveloped in a massive cloud of gloom, whining that Marco totally hated him now, while Kuna and Rona watched in deep concern. White observed that their master had been in this pathetic state ever since returning from her dungeon, while Kuna despaired over losing access to Marco's convenient transit system. Raleigh Diva cheerfully suggested they just drink away their sorrows, eventually dragging our hero out to a tavern where he sat slumped over and completely wasted. The sly merchant approached their table asking about business, only for our boy to gloomily reply that things were going fine. However, the merchant casually dropped a rumor about countless hostile demons surrounding and attacking Marco's castle in the west, instantly snapping our protagonist out of his drunken stupor. Demanding exact details, our hero learned that while no adventurers could get close to the siege, locals had captured a battered, tied-up succubus escaping the castle. Our boy immediately recognized the bruised demi-human as one of Marco's personal subordinates, urgently asking her what went down. Sweating and injured, the succubus revealed that Lady Marco had suffered a sudden, complete surprise attack by the very demon faction she was allied with, strongly hinting that an elder mastermind was pulling the strings. When our hero asked if the siege was an official war, the succubus clarified that it wasn't a mediated match, leaving Procel in absolute despair as he realized it was a direct, unmediated invasion. He immediately clenched his fist and vowed to help, but the succubus stopped him, explaining that Marco had deliberately cut off his transit access and sent her back to block him from intervening. She warned that the old demon lords were fiercely protective of their domain and couldn't touch new demon lords unless provoked, meaning Marco was intentionally sacrificing her ties to protect our boy and his town. Realizing Marco had acted harsh strictly to keep him safe, our hero softly muttered her name before stepping forward with newfound resolve, calling out to his companions. Looking fiercely determined, our protagonist boldly declared that he was going to save her anyway, asking his crew to lend him their power since he was an adult who would do whatever he wanted. Radia Diva asked if he was seriously going against Lady Marco's explicit orders, but our boy dramatically declared he would rather die than stand by while she perished. With Koina and White enthusiastically agreeing to gear up for battle, our hero noted that charging in recklessly against formidable, centuries-old demon lords was suicide. He decided to send out Blackbird familiars carrying sealed envelopes to Time Demon Lord Dantalion and Dragon Demon Lord Astaroth, the other two members of the Elite Three Pillars, hoping to convince them to intervene. Rushing out to gather allies, our party arrived at Stolas' dungeon, marveling at the towering white Pisa-like structure surrounded by a massive crowd of adventurers. A witch sent by Stolas quickly guided them inside to a grand Gothic hall where Stolas welcomed our hero while wearing a stunning new dress. When our boy complimented her look, she blushed heavily and stammered a defensive denial, though she ruefully admitted there was no time for tea since he needed her transit portal to reach Astaroth. During the portal setup, our hero smartly traded 2 imitation medals for her spatial phase medal, picking up star and song medals while mentioning a future war of his own. Stolas locked in her focus, and a massive pillar of light teleported the group straight into Astaroth's heavily fortified stone fortress, where flying dragons filled the sky. Stepping into the sprawling throne room, our hero Kuina and Stolas approached the hulking humanoid dragon lord sitting sternly between 2 giant dragons. Internally recoiling at Astaroth's terrifyingly intense aura, our protagonist stepped up to speak, only for the imposing Dragon Lord to narrow his eyes and state flatly that he understood the situation, but explicitly refused to lift a single finger for Marco. Our hero stared back in absolute wide-eyed shock at the harsh rejection. Our protagonist fiercely yelled at Astaroth, demanding to know why he was flat-out refusing to help Marco, clenching his fists in sheer desperation as he questioned the giant dragon's loyalty. Astaroth calmly explained that he, Marco, and Dantalion, the three strongest pillars, were bound by a mutual non-interference contract made directly before the Creator, strictly forbidding them from meddling in each other's affairs. Looking out over his vast army, the ancient lord stated that he was responsible for countless lives, though our boy noticed Astaroth's fist clenching his throne so hard it was actively bleeding. Realizing the Dragon Lord secretly desperately wanted to help but couldn't risk his people by breaking the contract. Frustrated, our hero suddenly hit an epiphany, realizing a hidden mastermind was pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Our protagonist proposed a brilliant loophole. Instead of breaking the contract to directly save Marco, he would simply go and defeat the mastermind orchestrating the attack. Astaroth smirked at the cunning move, agreeing that if a separate battle accidentally helped Marco, the contract remained intact. When asked who was pulling the strings, our boy mentioned how the Rigdal religion manipulated his recent war, causing a sweating Astaroth to instantly recognize the mastermind as the Black Demon Lord Baron. Before locking in the deal, Astaroth pressed our hero on why he wanted to save Marco so badly. Our boy admitted they had recently fought, but his expression hardened as he recalled Marco's warm smile, boldly declaring that he was doing this simply because he liked her. Stolas stared blankly while White and Kuina stood completely frozen in absolute shock. Astaroth's terrifyingly imposing demeanor completely shattered as his jaw dropped in utter disbelief, slumping awkwardly in his throne while his dragon's sweat dropped at the stunning revelation. Recovering his composure, our protagonist laid out his terms, offering his own power in exchange for an alliance. Sweating and looking exasperated, Astaroth internally admitted Marco had found a great kid before asking our hero to protect Stolas after his own lifespan eventually ended. Pointing emphatically, our boy fiercely declared that Stolas was his precious friend, and he would protect her with all his might if she were ever in danger, causing the flustered girl to blush furiously, while Astaroth happily sealed the alliance. Teleporting away, Astaroth gave one final warning that the Time Demon Lord Dantalion utterly loathed our hero, telling him to be prepared if he planned to ask for his help next. Back outside the tower, our boy sincerely thanked Stolas, admitting he only secured the deal by taking advantage of Astaroth's parental love. Suddenly, the winged demon Rosalie descended from the sky, cheerfully declaring her support as Stolas officially offered her assistance. Pointing at herself with fierce resolve, Stolas asserted that friends must help each other in times of need, refusing to sit back while our hero agreed to borrow Rosalie. As our boy turned to leave, Stolas suddenly shouted after him that she wasn't giving up on him yet, prompting a panicking protagonist to sprint away so people wouldn't brand him a mothercon while she wished him luck saving Marco. Returning home to Avalon, our hero was greeted by Aura, who confirmed that medical cures made from golden apples and blessed herbs were ready for mass production, though her drooling smile of anticipation forced a sweat-dropping Procel to comment on her creepy side. Warina then interrupted to hand over a letter from the Time Demon Lord containing a single blunt command to come at once. Our hero grinned confidently, explaining that he had intentionally enraged Dantalion in his letter to make negotiations easier by exploiting the fact that the old lord already disliked him. Flashing his billowed cape, our boy told Rorono that compared to Astaroth, dealing with the Time Demon Lord would be a walk in the park since he held a trump card Dantalion couldn't ignore. However, upon arriving at the massive stone clock tower, our hero was instantly forced to his knees by a terrifyingly enraged Dantalion, who stood before a glowing clock face with orbital magic hovering around his arms, coldly asking our protagonist if he was ready to die. Sweating profusely with blank, terrified eyes, our hero panicked internally, desperately wondering if he had pissed the ancient demon lord off just a little too much. With his face half draped in ominous shadow, Dantalion glared furiously at our protagonist, demanding to know if he was trying to make a total fool out of him with his trash-talking letter. As our boy in white knelt on the cold floor, trembling under the intense pressure, the Time Demon Lord aggressively loomed over them, asking if they were genuinely prepared to die. While White wondered in absolute terror what toxic insults were actually written in that envelope, our protagonist bolstered every last drop of his courage, stood up, and pointed right back at Dantalion. He shouted that calling him a lazy bastard who refused to lift a finger to save the woman he loved was simply the cold, hard truth. While White and Kuina reacted with jaw-dropping horror at the suicidal insult, Dantalion unexpectedly clicked his tongue and broke into an amused smirk. Calling out our boy's atrocious acting, the old lord bluntly told him to drop the dramatic rage-bait scheme and lay out his actual demands. Dantalion adjusted his monocle, admitting the kid's loophole strategy was surprisingly decent, though he openly stated he simply disliked our protagonist. He argued that trying to rescue Marco was utterly pointless when she only had a brief 6 months left to live anyway, but our boy angrily rejected his bleak outlook, shouting that if Dantalion actually cared for her, he would want her to survive for even a single extra day. Throwing back his cape, our hero vowed that he would risk his life before letting anyone call the rest of Marco's existence meaningless. Smiling softly, Dantalion called him a hopeless romanticist, asking if the young lord planned to use time magic to artificially drag out her life, but our boy declared he would instead grant her a completely fresh start using the power of rebirth. Stepping forward with an open palm, Dantalion officially offered his support, admitting he had zero reason to refuse if our hero genuinely possessed a way to extend Marco's life. The Time Demon Lord immediately presented two gifts, a glowing king medal to ensure no garbage components were used on her, followed by the summoning of a stoic fox-eared blonde demon named Sirius Felsius. Kuina instantly leaned in to intensely sniff the new girl, noting in deep confusion that Sirius smelled exactly like her before casually flipping up her skirt, sending the poor demon screaming in total embarrassment. Dantalion explained that he used the creation medal our hero had gifted him alongside Time and Marco's beast medals to craft Sirius, openly accepting that breaking the rule against lending non-parental demons would draw punishment from the creator. Our wide-eyed hero realized Sirius was essentially their daughter when the flustered demon girl timidly saluted Dantalion as her father, prompting our protagonist to smirk and joke about who the real romanticist was before bowing in deep gratitude. Time stepping outside the clock tower, our hero commanded Sirius and White to hurry back and finalize their war preparations, internally pleading for Marco to hold out just a little longer. Meanwhile, far across the realm, a sinister figure touched a scrying orb, chuckling in dark amusement as he noted that the beast dungeon was on the verge of total surrender. Grinning menacingly in the shadows, the Black Demon Lord Barum acknowledged that our protagonist had successfully met with both the Dragon and Time Lords, darkly whispering for Demon Lord Procel not to disappoint him as the ultimate invasion drew near. A wide shot revealed Marco's massive, heavily fortified castle trapped in a literal sea of enemy troops, with thick smoke billowing from a damaged tower. Observing the vast horde from a ridge, our protagonist deduced that the old demon lords must already be inside, taking in the grotesque, heavily armored soldiers making up the enemy ranks. Thrusting his hand forward with fierce determination, flanked by Kalwina, White, and Rorono, our boy declared there was no time to waste and ordered an all-out blitz. He immediately commanded Aura to seize control of the air, and she responded with a confident smile, unleashing a powerful gale of wind magic that completely caught the winged enemy demons off guard and blasted them out of the sky. Noting that enemy movement had totally halted, our protagonist told the sniper squad to open fire as skeleton marksmen and Kuina took aim with heavy rifles. Rorono extended her arm to order the mount units forward, sending a mechanical Gregorian Valkyrie blasting ahead as its pilot clutched the control sticks. The anti-air volley triggered a massive chain reaction of explosions that completely annihilated the remaining flying enemy forces, prompting giant eagles carrying heavy payload crates to deploy overhead. Releasing a barrage of bomb-shaped payloads, the crates detonated upon the horde in a devastating cluster of explosions that engulfed the front lines. Smiling confidently, our hero watched the enemy panic as they realized the magical fire refused to go out, immediately ordering Kuna and Fel to charge into the chaos. The dynamic duo launched a hyper-fast physical assault, kicking and striking through the disoriented demon horde with brutal efficiency. When a grotesque brute swung a spiked club at her, Kuna effortlessly dodged the sluggish attack, looking on in utter confusion at how slow the enemy's movements had become. Fel stood poised with a giant magical clock face manifesting behind her. As our protagonist explained that she could also utilize time manipulation, Kalina excitedly noted that her body felt ridiculously light, while Fel smirked proudly over her support of time magic, prompting Rosalie to chime in with a warm smile to reveal she had cast advanced support magic to buff the entire vanguard. Terrified enemy demons attempted a desperate retreat, but White stood menacingly atop a mountain of slaughtered soldiers, coldly apologizing as he explained they couldn't afford to leave survivors behind to pincer them. Giant dragons joined the fray, crushing soldiers underfoot and unleashing devastating blasts of fiery breath that ripped through enemy ranks. Relay Diva cheerfully noted that everyone was working hard before diving into a liquid sphere, announcing she would head off to handle the other dimension. Meanwhile, the Black Demon Lord Barum sat casually on a throne inside a grand hall, smiling as he received word that our protagonist had appeared and completely crushed the perimeter guards of the Beast Dungeon. Barum praised our hero's cleverness as absolute genius, though his expression quickly darkened as he called our protagonist a total fool for abandoning his own dungeon's defenses to aid Marco. He gloated that because our boy had meddled with an old demon lord's army, the creator's non-interference rules were officially broken, allowing old lords to crush new ones and ensuring Avalon wouldn't last half an hour. Elsewhere in a human city, citizens looked on in shock as a strange crew of plague-masked figures and bird-like monsters approached the gates. The plague-masked leader remarked that while he had watched our protagonist since the evening party, he never thought the creation demon lord would be this easy to take care of, casually suggesting they destroy the enemy crystal, before our boy realized what was happening. Suddenly, the masked leader froze in sheer terror as Time Demon Lord Dantalion abruptly materialized on the scene, sending shockwaves through the air. At the exact same moment, a section of Barham's Grand Hall wall exploded inward, causing the villain to spin around in wide-eyed shock and demand to know what happened. Dragon Demon Lord Astaroth stood imposingly atop a high stone tower flanked by massive dragons, watching as total destruction consumed Barham's holy city below in a sea of fire. Staring in absolute horror, Barham panicked and asked Astaroth if he was trying to become the enemy of the entire world, but Astaroth only looked down coldly and noted that what Barham had said long ago was entirely true. Astaroth warned that abandoning defense to focus solely on blind offense was the ultimate foolishness, revealing that all 6 of the old demon lords who attacked Marco had dungeons that were ridiculously easy to conquer. As a massive tower collapsed into ruins amidst a cloud of debris, Astaroth pointed directly at a stammering Barham, declaring that his grand ambition would be his absolute downfall, and vowing that the real demon lords were there to teach him a permanent lesson. Standing atop a ruined wall overlooking his burning holy city, Barham screamed in absolute fury at the sky, asking if all their military power, magic, and cultivated hero shells had genuinely been burnt to the ground. Reaching a desperate hand toward Astaroth, the villain frantically shrieked the Dragon Lord's name, but the giant dragon casually perched on a ruined rooftop and asked what he meant by saying he wouldn't forgive him. Down in the rubble, human followers panicked and begged their lord for help, only for Barham to get violently blasted backward by a sudden explosion of debris. Slammed hard onto the ground and bleeding from his shoulder, the villain screamed in crazed desperation, demanding to know how the creator's lowly bitch dared to crush his dream. Smirking slightly, Astaroth asked if Barham had shit for brains, explaining that demon lords were essentially slaves destined to foster the growth of human civilization, as the children of stars. Barham yelled back with unhinged eyes, asking how Astaroth could tolerate such deep humiliation despite possessing immense power. Nearby, Sigworm casually chimed in, noting that if that was their fate, it was simply how they chose to live within it, leaving the villain visibly shaken. Clenching his fist, Barham recalled past visions of fallen demon lords who died alone or were betrayed by humans, screaming that he did everything to free them and that his holy city was absolutely necessary. Astaroth instantly called out the hypocritical flaw in his logic, asking whoever asked him to fight for all demon lords when he was actively harming creation to achieve his goals. Looming as a colossal dragon, Astaroth warned him not to act like an arrogant child, but Barham just flipped him off and shouted that a lord who took the easy way out wouldn't understand. Looming forward, Astaroth agreed that he didn't care to understand, unleashing a devastating fiery blast and telling Barham to die for hurting his friend. However, Barham's shadowy silhouette slipped through the smoke, cockily threatening that they hadn't lost yet and that Astaroth was next after they killed Marco. Realizing the villain used his control over the color black to escape through the shadows, Astaroth decided not to chase him, receiving a messenger dragon and noting that Dantalion had made his move. Warmly reminiscing about the nostalgic past when he, Dantalion, Marco, and another figure sat together at a round table, the Dragon Lord noted that overprotecting our boy wasn't good for his growth anyway. Meanwhile, the plague-masked bird Demon Lord Andrus confronted Dantalion, screaming in complete disbelief over the time Demon Lord actually helping our protagonist. Dantalion calmly confirmed his involvement, laying out the loophole strategy where creation rallied his army. Dragon took out the mastermind and he guarded the empty city. When Andrus mockingly laughed and asked what a single lord could do against a massive army, Dantalion's eye narrowed intensely as he casually stopped time, severed Andrus's head and held it up by the hair. As the decapitated head gaped in sheer shock and the bird monsters panicked, a glowing clock face manifested in Dantalion's eye as he summoned his armored Chronos Knights from an expanded harvest storage space to ruthlessly slaughter the remaining troops. Standing amidst the wiped-out enemy forces, the Time Lord admitted to himself with a self-deprecating smirk that his usual self wouldn't do something like this. He glanced back with a soft, sincere expression, realizing that despite his usual persona of discarding the incompetent, he simply wanted more time with Marco. But a brief look into the past revealed the Golden Generation, a legendary era where Marco, Astaroth, Dantalion, and the confident flame demon lord Amon stood as the 4 strongest best friends, vowing to laugh together for their entire lives. However, a bitter conflict between Amon and Dantalion shattered their bond right before a tragic incident ended Amon's life, leaving Dantalion with the grim, heavy confession that he had let his friend die. Returning to the present, the Time Lord swore he would never make the same terrible mistake again, admitting an even deeper truth. Seeing our boy heavily reminded him of Amon, kindling a lingering dream to return to those golden days. Looking upward, Dantalion declared that he had completely fulfilled his end of the bargain, shifting the entire burden onto our protagonist. Flanked by an eager Quina and a stoic Rono at the front of his vanguard, our hero listened to Dantalion's echoing warning not to screw it up, locking in his resolve to charge ahead and save Marco at all costs. Deep inside the Beast Dungeon, Quina and Fel were locked in a fierce, high-speed brawl, frantically dodging heavy attacks from a towering masked demon and a giant bear-like monster. Watching the chaos unfold, our protagonist gritted his teeth in sheer stress, realizing this overwhelming strength was the true power of an old demon lord's elite force. The masked brute landed a brutal, sweeping blow that sent Kuina tumbling violently backward, making a horrified Purcell scream out in panic. Stepping up with absolute resolve, Rordo declared that it was time to unleash heavy firepower, calling forth the towering Avalon Ritter onto the battlefield. The massive machine slammed into the courtyard, instantly deploying an anti-magic barrier that sealed the bear monster's magic before executing a full-release burst drive. Powered by a battery made from Kuina's tail, leaving the poor fox crying in cartoonish agony in the background, the golem violently smashed through the bear brute, tearing up the stone ground and ending the clash in a massive wall-shattering explosion. Good and wiping the sweat from his forehead, our boy suggested taking a breather to resupply while an exhausted Kuina and Fell chugged health potions on the floor. When he asked Rorono about the golem's status, the dwarf looked downcast, admitting the main circuit was completely fried because even Orichalcum couldn't handle that level of energy output. However, she reassured our hero that she intentionally built those units to act as shields so nobody would die, pointing out that their heavily armored golems carrying their wrapped trump card were totally fine. Siegeworm adjusted his glasses, reporting that Astaroth's aggressive siege on the Old Lord's dungeons was throwing the enemy into complete chaos just as planned. Our protagonist noted that if Roulier Diva hadn't been actively patrolling the alternate dimension, their own casualties from surprise ambushes would have been way worse. Floating in a smoky dimensional space, an exhausted Roulier Diva clicked her tongue in annoyance as a swarm of grotesque monsters pressed her line, while her ocean singers laid down heavy automatic gunfire to hold the fort. She internally noted that her squad's main job was seizing control of the dimension to prevent enemy spies and ambushes, while also carrying out a crucial supply run. Tucked inside her bag were specialized health potions meant for Marco's battered troops, who were desperately holding out against the siege. Though her ocean singers flexed absolute combat dominance by gunning down massive bug monsters, Roulier Diva complained that if the army wanted to be flashy like the golems, they should have channeled those resources to her team. The situation took a terrible turn when her singers ran low on ammo and a massive multi-eyed A-rank winged demon suddenly materialized, making the deadpan diva secretly confess she wanted to run away. Looking at her nervous underlings, Roulier Diva rationalized that she could easily use them as meat shields to escape, but she caught herself furiously yelling that taking such an easy way out was absolute garbage. Summoning a massive swirl of water magic, she openly blamed her patron in white for pushing her to go all out, recalling our hero's passionate speech where he ordered everyone to survive and refused to see any empty spots upon returning home. She remembered complaining to Siegeworm that their master was far too naive for risking his entire army just to save a few demons, only for the old dragon to warmly reply that his master's imperfections drove him toward perfection, proudly calling him the absolute best demon lord. Remembering the warm vibes of drinking together with everyone in the city, Roulier Diva realized that seeing White's genuine smile had secretly made her fall in love with that idealistic vision. Standing battered and bloody before the massive enemy demons, Roulier Diva smiled calmly, admitting she had made the tactically wrong choice and almost died just to protect her squad, but held zero regrets. Suddenly, our protagonist called out to her through a floating water mirror portal, frantically apologizing for checking in late. Though she yelled at him to prioritize his own life and run away, our boy firmly rejected the idea, telling her that fleeing would only put her in even more danger. Tears welled up in her eyes as a sudden warmth filled her chest, affectionately noting how hopelessly naive her master really was. Completely unleashing her hidden power, she transformed into the Great Old One's medium, summoning a horrifying mass of dark tentacles and grotesque eyes that paralyzed the enemy in wide-eyed terror. As half of her face cracked away into a pitch-black void filled with monstrous eyes, she retained a fierce glare in her remaining human eye, explicitly vowing to protect everyone even if it completely killed her. Floating effortlessly beneath a colossal, shadowy tentacled entity, Roulier Diva struck a dynamic pose as a taboo power far beyond human comprehension poured directly into her soul, making even ordinary madness look tame by comparison. Confidently declaring that absolutely nobody could stop her, she reassured her wide-eyed ocean singers that she was completely fine and still herself, asking one of them to handle the vital potion supply. Taking hold of an assault rifle from an underling, she watched the weapon warp and wrap in dark tentacles as corruption spread across its metal frame, proudly announcing that it was showtime. Charging aggressively right into the dense swarm of enemy monsters in the dimensional space, she shrugged off a powerful ranked demon attack as if it were nothing. Grinning widely with a dark, confident expression, she hovered in the dead center of the horde and unleashed a devastating area of effect mental assault known as the Song of Ruin, causing the enemy demons to clutch their heads in agonizing spinning pain. Pointing her heavily mutated tentacle-wrapped rifle at the disoriented crowd, the diva called out the end and unleashed a simultaneous barrage of destructive energy blasts that expanded into a massive blinding sphere of pure destruction. Panting heavily amidst the floating debris of the utterly annihilated enemy forces, she murmured that it was finally over, though she noticed a dark swirling pattern spreading across her left arm. Sweating nervously, she acknowledged that this side effect was the Great Old One's mark, serving as heavy compensation that meant she could probably only use this taboo power one more time without completely losing her sanity. When she asked her underlings if they were afraid of her terrifying form, the ocean singers instantly rejected the idea, assuring her of their deep gratitude because she fought entirely for their sake. Beaming with a bright, blushing blush, she happily soaked in the warm praise, though the wholesome moment was instantly derailed when Kohaku popped up behind her in beastman form to intensely sniff her armpit while the underlings stared in absolute shock. Checking in with our hero via her water mirror portal, the diva happily reported full control over the alternate dimension with 0 casualties, displaying the flask of healing potions alongside Kohaku to confirm her successful meetup with the beast forces. A shocked Procell noticed the dark corruption staining her skin and asked what happened to her body, but she just winked and brushed it off, asking what else she needed to do. Instructing her to first locate the enemy's exact position, our protagonist stared forward with a sharp, determined gaze and asked her to relay a specific message directly to Marco. Thanks to this top-tier intelligence, our boy and his vanguard easily split up to ambush the enemy, utilizing a tactical map layout showing the Old Lord's forces camped on the first floor while Marco's troops held the second. Through the mirror, Marco confirmed she had aggressively tempered the first floor and advised them to destroy the surrounding walls, explaining that while she couldn't manipulate space containing chaotic demons, she could easily mess with floors and walls since the enemy was tightly grouped together. Siggy Worm gasped in alarm as the crew finally stared out at the staggering scale of the enemy's main forces, realizing that everything they had fought until now was merely the tip of the iceberg. Acknowledging that the enemy ranks were overflowing with high-quality A-rank demons, our protagonist turned to Rorono and gave the green light to deploy their ultimate trump card. Eagerly shouting her confirmation, the dwarf whipped out a massive ballistic missile labeled as the MOAB, a devastating conventional blast bomb synthesized over 2 days using creation because it was too gigantic to make all at once. Standing beside the colossal warhead, our boy gritted his teeth, knowing that if an enemy somehow managed to survive this kind of devastation, they were as good as defeated, but resolving to use everything left to save Marco. Aura eagerly stepped up to make the surrounding air completely flammable, while Feel assumed a defensive stance to prep a protective time barrier. With our protagonist and Rorono screaming the launch command, a mechanical golem helped propel the colossal bomb upward, sending it streaking through the air straight down toward the gathered enemy forces. A massive catastrophic explosion erupted with blinding force, engulfing the area in billowing smoke and dark shockwaves that completely shook Marco's dungeon. Upstairs on the second floor, Marco and her subordinates watched in stunned disbelief as the entire first-floor horde and the old Demon Lord's camp were utterly wiped out in a single flash. While the beast forces rallied forward with a renewed surge of energy, Marco blushed warmly, noting that an army packed with countless demons had been erased in an instant. Stepping calmly through the roaring flames at the scorched doorway with a confident, collected expression, our hero was met with an affectionate look from Marco, who happily thought to herself that Procell truly was an endlessly interesting man. Standing far across the ruined battlefield, Marco stated she never wanted to drag our protagonist into this mess, explaining that a rookie couldn't just pick fights with old demon lords and expect to walk away scot-free. Smiling warmly at him, she affectionately teased that his reckless streak was exactly what made him so interesting. But our hero yelled back fiercely that he came anyway and ultimately won the battle. Marco laughed happily, overjoyed that he went to such extreme lengths to recruit Astaroth and Dantalion despite their strict non-interference contract. Looking down with a tender smile, she remarked how much he had grown, stating that the man standing before her was more than capable of inheriting her dungeon and precious demons. Hearing her talk like she was leaving forever, our boy stood frozen in pure dread as her body suddenly began to visibly crack and shatter like fragile glass. Tears streamed down Marco's face as she confirmed his worst fears, explaining that while our hero's supply potions saved her squad, she had been forced to burn the entirety of her remaining lifespan using the taboo power awakening to protect everyone. In sheer panic, our protagonist violently blamed himself for taking too long with his war preparations, completely heartbroken that he didn't rush in blindly to save her in time. Marco gently patted his head, softly asking him not to make such a tragic face, and confessing she had intentionally picked a fight with him earlier just to avoid a painful goodbye. Crying out in denial, our boy watched as she turned away, casually dropping that she was going to meet someone she loved. As Aura, Roro, Seedworm, and Kuina reacted with wide-eyed shock, Marco softly confessed her eternal love for Amon, the Flame Demon Lord, explaining she had promised him to live her life to the fullest as a parent before joining him in the afterlife. Marco gently asked our hero to send her off with a smile, but our boy stubbornly refused, shedding tears as he declared he wanted to be with her forever. When Marco teased whether he still couldn't let his mother go, our protagonist aggressively pulled her into a tight, desperate hug, shouting through his tears that he truly liked her as a woman and didn't want her to disappear. Passionately vowing to take Amon's place and make her want to live for him instead, our boy begged her to stay, leaving Marco wide-eyed and heavily blushing. After a brief shock, Marco burst into loud, genuine laughter, wiping a tear as she admitted that our boy and Ammon were actually nothing alike, because only our hero could be this ridiculously pushy. Extending her hand with a teasing smile, she challenged him to prove his charm as a man and make her forget Ammon, prompting our boy to confidently grasp her hand and promise they would live a long time together. Standing with his arms wide open, our hero activated the overwhelming power of rebirth, channeling Marco's Beast God medal alongside the glowing King medal Dantalion gave him, while actively transforming his own creation medal into a radiant light medal. Sparkling energy flooded the sky as Marco floated gently in midair, surrounded by a brilliant shimmering aura as the ritual transformed her soul. Kuina noted in total awe that the magic felt identical to White's rebirth, while a surprised Rorano pointed out that Marco's physical appearance hadn't changed at all. Seagworm warmly smiled, explaining that there was absolutely nothing about Marco that needed changing in the first place. Gently floating back down to the ground, a heavily blushing Marco warmly greeted our boy once again, and our genuinely relieved protagonist smiled brightly as he welcomed her back to life. Procell raised his glass high into the air, leading a loud, enthusiastic toast to kick off the lavish victory celebration. Surrounding the long banquet table were his loyal crew cheering brightly as they clinked their glasses. Proudly introducing his inner circle alongside Marco's beast army, our hero expressed how relieved he was to see Marco relaxed and thriving as his newly contracted demon following her rebirth ritual. Nearby, an absolutely wasted Kohaku clung to a flustered Marco, loudly declaring that drinking with such a beauty was the absolute best, and thanking our boy profusely for the opportunity. Watching Ara happily enjoy her drink, our protagonist smiled softly, noting that the feast was a massive hit thanks to their merchant partners importing world-class dishes and pouring premium wine crafted from Ara's magical golden apples. Dressed in a stunning evening gown, Stolas carried a plate piled high with food while Astaroth and Dantalion observed the scene. Formally introducing the veteran demon lords, our hero sincerely admitted that this victory would have been utterly impossible without their crucial help, wondering aloud how he could ever properly thank them. Stolas proudly noted that her high expectations for our boy were spot on, while Astaroth laughed heartily and told him not to be so humble. Astaroth playfully teased Dantalion by calling him Dan, making the monocle lord snap that he hated that nickname, though our protagonist internally smiled seeing the ancient friends banter like old times, hiffing that he only showed up to see Marco. Dantalion looked up as Marco approached holding a glass of wine, casually telling him to loosen up and enjoy the party. Dantalion instantly covered his face in sheer blushing embarrassment, muttering that she looked ridiculously beautiful in her dress, while Marco giggled and offered her deepest gratitude to all three lords for saving her life. Stepping out into the courtyard, Dantalion softly admitted to our hero that he deserves the real credit, thanking him for providing the chance to spend more time with Marco, and officially offering to drop the formal honorifics between equals. When our protagonist tested the waters by calling him Dan, Dantalion instantly dropped his soft expression and deadpanned, telling him to read the room. Adjusting his monocle alongside Astaroth, the Time Lord questioned why Marco had accepted our hero's rebirth power after rejecting his own time manipulation to extend her life. Flashing a mischievous grin, Marco blissfully revealed to the stunned group that our boy had hugged her super tight and tearfully confessed his love, leaving Stolas completely speechless, while a horrified twitching Dantalion broke into a heavy sweat. Procell froze in sheer wide-eyed embarrassment, but Marco casually laughed it off, explaining she simply couldn't leave a desperate kid like him hanging. Teased by Astaroth about getting outwitted, Dantalion forced a vein-popping, unhinged smile with a single tear rolling down his cheek, fiercely claiming he wasn't mad at all, and insisting he wasn't giving up his long-standing love just because a rookie beat him to the punch. A flustered Stolas asked if Marco was accepting the romantic confession, but Marco brightly declared her answer was on hold, explaining that while our hero was a great man, he was still just her child for now. Dantalion aggressively grabbed a terrified Procell, yelling at him for being a newborn rookie, while Marco calmly noted that if our boy still liked her after gaining more world experience, she would see what happens. Scratching his head with an awkward smile as the heavy party tension evaporated, our hero suddenly felt a tug on his arm as Marco grabbed him with a playful smirk, asking him to step out into a quiet, secluded field under the full moon. Surprised by her sudden shift in tone, our protagonist threw his arms up in panic as Marco unexpectedly unleashed a powerful swirling dark aura, immediately recognizing it as the dangerous awakening power that could drive a user insane. Before our hero could yell at her to stop, Marco's face fell half into shadow, explaining that the Black Demon Lord Barum was still a massive threat who would inevitably bear his fangs at him for ruining his grand plan. Standing tall under the moonlight while engulfed in the dark energy, Marco pointed directly at our boy with a fierce, intense expression, declaring that before the villain inevitably attacked, she was going to personally train him to ensure he was fully capable of mastering the taboo power himself. Marco warned our protagonist that the Black Demon Lord Barum would undoubtedly bear his fangs for foiling his grand plans, firmly telling the young lord that he needed to master his power to the absolute fullest before the enemy struck. When a panicked Procell asked if Barum was already attacking mid-banquet, Marco's sweat dropped, awkwardly admitting she just felt like bringing it up and telling him to read the mood. She pointed out that while our hero was practically invincible now, backed by his out-of-this-world creation power, elite S-rank demons, her reborn beast army, and a massive alliance with Time and Dragon, Barum's true danger lay in his backstabbing nature, explaining how the villain controlled anything associated with the color black to manipulate allied lords and launch unseen backhand tactics. Marco warned that the mastermind definitely had another trick up his sleeve. Resolute, our boy asked how to master the taboo awakening ability, prompting Marco to grin intensely and announce that the best way to learn was through a brutal, Spartan physical beatdown. Doraming into a tense combat stance, our protagonist intensely activated his awakening power, only to clutch his face in agonizing pain as dark emotions violently flooded his mind with a chorus of voices screaming at him to kill. Marco calmly observed his dark aura, teasingly noting that he was letting the malicious urges overflow and control him. Trapped in a twisted hallucination, a black-eyed Procell furiously strangled an illusion of Quina, screaming in crazed megalomania that he was on top of the world and stronger than any demon lord. Marco brought him back to reality with a knowing smile, explaining that the monstrous illusion was simply the dark demon lord instincts he had aggressively buried just to seek approval and act kind. Holding out her hand to the panting, shadowed young lord, she firmly stated that truly wielding awakening required knowing and embracing his entire self rather than suppressing his true nature out of fear. Lunging forward with a wild, dark swing, our protagonist furiously screamed that he wasn't weak, but Marco effortlessly caught him, pulling him into a gentle, warm hug and telling him never to deny his true self. Looking up at the full moon with a comforting smile, she promised she would never hate him no matter how dark his instincts were. Snapping back to reality, our boy returned to the victory party alongside Marco, casually telling a popsicle-eating Kuina that he had just wrapped up some minor business. Raising his hand, our hero showcased a perfectly controlled, crackling dark aura, proudly explaining that Marco's guidance helped him understand his true self to master the authentic awakening, which now allowed him to wield the unique powers of any demon lord he had ever defeated, including a newly formed arrow medal. Gently petting a relieved Kuina's head, our boy apologized for making her remember his previous rampage, assuring her that the terrifying madness was completely gone. Looking over the chaotic room where a completely plastered Rayleigh Diva and Marco's demons lay passed out in a pile, our protagonist's sweat dropped and decided it was officially time to wrap up the banquet. As Astaroth and Strauss prepared to head back home after a fun night, Stola stepped up to our hero in the cleared hall, blushing heavily as she asked if she could stay the night. Our boy looked completely flustered by the sudden request, forcing a frantic Stolas to clarify that she didn't mean it in a weird way. She simply needed his expert advice because her very first real war was rapidly approaching. Our boy let out a tired sigh as he finished recounting his recent war experience to Stolas, who simply stretched her arms high with a cheerful, satisfied smile. It was the afternoon right after their big victory party, and since new demon lords were strictly required to smash an opponent's crystal in a mandatory war during their first year, the Wind Demon Lord had sought out our hero's advice for her upcoming battle. Our protagonist remarked that she was surprisingly cautious, prompting Stolas to admit with a sheepish sweat drop that his strict lecture during the previous evening party had genuinely traumatized her. Extending a warm, genuine hand, our boy expressed his wish for them to become best friends just like Marco and Astaroth. Stolas blushed and murmured to herself about being just friends, sighing in flustered frustration at his total cluelessness, before leaning in so close that her chest pressed against his arm. Looking up with hopeful eyes, she desperately asked him to watch her first war by her side so he could see how much she had grown. Our clueless hero cheerfully clapped his hands together, assuming she was just nervous, and offered to take her on a walk around the city to blow off steam. Stolas' heart pounded as her face flushed bright red, though her internal romantic fantasy was instantly crashed when Rosalate screamed a telepathic teasing jab straight into her mind. Before Stolas could even yell a mental denial, a loud, boisterous adventurer waved from down the street, shouting to ask if our protagonist was out on a date with his girlfriend. The Wind Demon Lord turned a deep, furious shade of crimson, awkwardly stammering while our hero internally groaned at the usual loose-lipped locals he dealt with every day. Taking advantage of the moment, a fiercely determined Stolas demanded he escort her properly for the rest of the day, leaving a bewildered Procell to awkwardly agree as they kicked off a fun day exploring the armory, strolling through apple orchards, catching a lively theater show, and grabbing a bite together. Sitting across from our boy at an outdoor cafe with floating stars in her eyes, Stolas happily gushed about her massive shopping haul, noting that Avalon had grown massively since his fight against the Steel Demon Lord. Our protagonist explained that the city's primary gold and silver funding was totally self-sufficient thanks to the second-floor mines, while human farmers thrived under the elves' agricultural blessings and aerial hippogriffs gathered rare goods worldwide. Taking a sip of her coffee, Stolas praised his Demon Lord town planning, marveling at how human culture had completely won over the monster residents. Our hero admitted that while initial monster instincts caused friction, he simply wanted to keep expanding the city to make his followers happy. He clarified that he didn't even intervene in the daily construction anymore, leaving the merchants and human settlers to drive the actual development, while he just monitored for healthy growth. Stolas deadpanned and pointed straight at a newly built brothel, making a sweating, panicked hero desperately stammer that the merchants insisted it was crucial for the economy. When she questioned the proposed casino and horse racing, our boy admitted he was initially worried about public safety, but now secretly just wanted to get to the front of the betting line if it made the city livelier. Shifting topics, Stolas noted she hadn't seen Rono around, and our protagonist guiltily admitted the dwarf was locked away in a dark basement lab repairing the Avalon Ritters, trashed during Marco's rescue. He explained that while Quina happily ran the storefront, the humans and White's lesser demons handled the actual city operations, though Stolas froze in total disgust when our boy casually mentioned that the town's famous bread was baked under the command of skeletal chefs. Looking over at Siegworm standing respectfully in the background, Stolas remarked on how much trust our hero placed in the dandy dragon officer, calling him a true right-hand man. Our protagonist confidently agreed, but then slumped back in his chair and dragged a troubled hand down his face, groaning over how much he wished he could give his top aide an official name. Facing away, our boy sighed and wondered aloud why demon lords were strictly capped at giving names to only 3 subordinates. Stolas froze mid-bite, her eyes widening in sheer, utter shock at his bizarre question. Clasping her hands earnestly, she clarified that a demon lord could actually grant names and power far beyond a third candidate, without any artificial limit. The two sat in complete, stunned silence across the table as the realization sank in, until our boy finally yelled out a massive, sky-shaking exclamation of pure shock. Siegworm looked deeply surprised and slightly nervous as our hero confirmed he was finally getting an official name. Marco pouted defensively, claiming she hadn't forgotten the naming rules, though our boy noted she had actually known the secret from the start. Our protagonist calmly explained that bestowing a name beyond his contracted demons was entirely possible, while Marco clarified that doing so drained a lord's magical power for a month. Stating that his loyal staff officer was worth every bit of the heavy price, our boy officially named him Duke. Surrounded by a radiant aura, Duke looked at his hands in sheer awe, emotionally repeating his new name as Quina, Rorano, and Aura enthusiastically congratulated him. Suddenly, our hero collapsed face first onto the ground with a heavy thud, leaving his panicked crew screaming in terror as Duke swore to dedicate his body and soul to his master once more. Lying face down in the grass, our boy realized that naming a demon beyond S-grade carried a burden far exceeding his normal limits, completely draining his magical reserves and leaving him totally powerless. He ended up resting outside a camping tent beneath the Tree of Beginning, where Aura's magic and special golden apple potions accelerated his recovery. As Kohaku noted, this peaceful spot was perfect for physical recuperation. Aura served an absurdly massive feast of apple desserts to our exhausted hero, predicting he would be fully healed in about a week. Recalling how Kuina had hysterically cried over his unconscious body, fearing he lost his powers forever, our protagonist forced a tired smile and dug in. Kohaku warned him that a magic-depleted demon lord was prime prey for rivals, urging him to heal fast and hinting that Duke had unlocked an incredible new power. A few days later, a fully recovered Procell toured the bustling town square alongside Duke, entering a newly built hospital facility. Duke proudly explained that his powers over death had reached new heights, showcasing a flaming skull and revealing he could now cure mortal wounds and remove deadly curses. Pointing out that injured or broke adventurers usually died without proper care, Duke explained that high elves handled minor treatments while he personally tackled severe cases. Our hero recalled seeing dead bodies in back alleys before, realizing this facility was a game-changer that allowed the undead to freely work alongside the living. This sudden medical revolution was actually the reason our boy had been buried under endless building permit requests from immigrating human families, prompting him to suggest using griffins as flying ambulances. When the Sreli merchant and Conan arrived to praise the facility, Conan casually noted how glad he was for the hospital, since the continent was reeking of burning smells lately. Our protagonist internally noted how primitive this world's medical practices were, recalling hooded doctors ridiculously suggesting amputations for minor burns and relying on mere soothsaying. Realizing Avalon could easily thrive as a premier medical hub, our boy asked Conan to clarify the burning smell, only for the merchant to grimly reveal a deadly plague was currently ravaging the continent. Whispering to Duke, our hero asked if this was a biological attack by a rival, but the sharp officer confirmed no demon lord possessed plague creation powers. Realizing it was a rare natural disaster, our boy resolved to step up potion production, only for Stolas' messenger bird to land on his arm carrying 2 separate scrolls. Reading the first letter, our hero sweated nervously over the timing, before staring in dread at the second scroll, realizing the Black Demon Lord had intercepted the bird to deliver his own sinister message. Duke stared in absolute shock and anger as Procell confirmed that the threatening letter had indeed come straight from the Black Demon Lord. Reading the message with a serious and determined gaze, our protagonist revealed that Barum was demanding a solo meeting in 10 days, threatening that Stolas' life would be forfeit if our hero dared to refuse. While Duke furiously condemned the enemy's cheap tactics, Our boy calmly noted that the timing was way too specific to be a coincidence, deducing that the villain had somehow figured out his magical reserves were completely drained from naming a new subordinate. Marco smirked sharply, explaining that because their town was wide open and everyone was already calling their former skeletal commander by his new name, Duke, it wasn't hard for enemy spies to piece things together. Koina chimed in with a bright smile, pointing out that thanks to Aura's intensive recovery treatments, their master would be fully back on his feet in 2 to 3 days anyway. Laughing off the enemy's blunder, Koina mocked the Black Demon Lord for assuming our hero would stay completely powerless for a full month, turning what was supposed to be a trap into an absolute goldmine of an opportunity. Smiling with sharp confidence, Marco noted they would definitely play along with this little game for a bit, especially since Bahram had zero clue she had been resurrected and was currently backing up Avalon. Our protagonist then checked the second scroll, confirming that Stolas' official war was only 4 days away, which further spiked his suspicion regarding Bahram's sudden involvement. 4 days later, our hero arrived at Stolas' Grand Tower alongside Duke and Aura, where a gothic-dressed Wind Demon Lord eagerly bounced over to greet him with a bright, happy smile. Teased mercilessly by a flying Rosalade about how anxious she had been wondering if he would show up, a heavily blushing Stolas stammered in shyness while our boy simply smiled, confirming he always keeps his promises. To everyone's surprise, Dragon Demon Lord Astaroth suddenly appeared, noting with a thoughtful expression that Stolas had probably wanted to hide her nerves from her master, reminding them that he was the one who personally leveled Bahram's Rigdog holy city. Astaroth admitted he couldn't stay away from his base for too long due to the endless counterattacks from religious zealots. Apologizing for dragging the veteran lord into such a mess, our protagonist felt a wave of guilt, but Astaroth just brushed it aside, joking that missing Stolas' big day was a tragedy for an old man. Giving our boy a solid pat on the shoulder, the Dragon Lord handed over a glowing creation medal as a secret gift for Stolas, explaining that a father had every right to buff his kids' trump cards before walking away to handle his own front lines. Stepping into Stolas' isolated reception room alongside Koina, Aura, and Duke, our hero settled down as a narrator voice announced the official start of the war against the cocky sword demon lord Sabak. Though outsiders weren't allowed to interfere, Diva beamed through a water mirror portal to broadcast the battlefield from her alternate dimension. Analyzing the terrain, our protagonist noted that the rough, high-altitude ground heavily favored Stolas' aerial demons, remembering the brilliant defensive strategy she had mapped out using clone decoys and heavy ambushes. Confident in her A-rank wind medal and her powerful Emerald Dragon trump card, our boy figured this matchup was an absolute free win since Sabak's B-rank sword medal maxed out at mostly weaker units. However, the moment the enemy army crested the ridge, Stolas' eyes widened in sheer blood-curdling terror at the horrifying sight before her. An endless, sickening horde of grotesque, monstrous troops swarmed the battlefield in numbers that completely defied all logical expectations, leaving Duke, Koina, and our protagonist staring back in absolute panic. Gritting his teeth with narrowed eyes, our hero grimly concluded that the Black Demon Lord had undeniably pulled some dark strings behind the scenes to rig this fight. Trembling in absolute despair as she looked out at the overwhelming power disparity, Stolas realized her carefully planned defenses were about to be utterly crushed by an unstoppable tide of monsters. Sparkle Stolas stood defiantly before her massive Emerald Dragon as it reared up to face the swarming rank A enemy demons, leaving Koina and Aura in sheer shock as they recognized the creature from the previous evening party. Our hero gritted his teeth in heavy worry, noting that while the beast possessed power comparable to a high-ranking entity, the situation was still critically dangerous. Chaos erupted across the battlefield as the dragon clashed fiercely with the enemy forces, but realizing that dozens of rank A demons were simply too overwhelming, Stolas quickly shouted out a command to recall her colossal monster back into storage. As the enemy aggressively pressed forward, our protagonist and Koina watched anxiously, realizing the dragon was merely buying them time to execute a tactical retreat across the rugged canyon terrain of the second floor. Riding a winged Pegasus through the treacherous landscape, Stolas urgently warned everyone that the situation was dire and that they needed to win this war as soon as possible. Sitting quietly with Koina, our hero analyzed that while the canyon provided terrible footing that favored Stolas' defensive strategy, her position remained extremely precarious without her dragon against an entire army of elite foes. Clenching his fist in quiet determination, our protagonist mentally resolved that he had to step in and help, but Stolas caught him by surprise with a knowing look. Warmly acknowledging his sweet intentions, she firmly declared that this was her war to win even if the enemy was blatantly cheating, telling our boy to sit back and watch her battle as she commanded her forces to gather their wind magic. Handing a massive sphere of concentrated energy to a rank of bird-like demon named Garuda, Stolas watched proudly as her subordinate unleashed a colossal, devastating tornado that instantly swept every flying enemy demon out of the sky. While Duke and Aura watched in absolute awe, our hero praised the incredible display of power, though he knew they couldn't relax just yet because the ground troops were still closing in fast. Utilizing a clever transfer zone, a wind-aligned rank A demon made dozens of enemy soldiers drop straight down into the bottom of the valley. prompting our protagonist to smile and praise Stolas for growing so much as a tactician. Sitting comfortably on his grand throne at the front lines, the opposing sword demon Lord Sabak laughed heartily, calling the trick splendid even if it was just a waste of time. Striding right up to face him, Stolas demanded to know if he wasn't being way too arrogant by showing his face at the vanguard. But Sabak just smiled smugly and boasted about his massive troop advantage, shocking Stolas when she realized he commanded over 100 demons. Our hero looked on from afar, internally noting that it was completely abnormal for a rookie lord to command such an absurd number of troops in this short span of time. When Stolas called him pathetic for using lone demons from his parent, Sabak laughed maniacally and revealed a blood-stained badge, explaining he acquired his entire army by defeating an old demon lord in war and taking his forces right before breaking the crystal so they wouldn't vanish. Realizing that utilizing war spoils completely bypassed all normal penalties and restrictions, our protagonist and Duke grimly concluded that Sabak could never have beaten a skilled veteran on his own. Grinning maliciously, Sabak told Stolas she had zero chance of winning, and casually demanded that she become his woman if she wanted to spare her life. Instead of panicking, Stolas stood proudly before her army and declared that when she became the greatest demon lord, she would steal his demons just like he did to keep everyone safe. While Duke reacted in intense shock, he quickly noted it was actually a solid tactical proposal for a rookie war, provided one could accept losing their demons permanently after the crystal was destroyed. Absolutely horrified and twisted in rage, Sabak screamed out in fury as our boy yelled Stolas' name in sheer disbelief. Posing joyfully with a bright smile, Stolas declared that she already had someone special in her heart, internally mocking Sabak for thinking she would ever fall for a small-time crook who stole his power. Sitting together in total shock, Krina, Aura, and the rest of the crew yelled out in utter astonishment that Stolas actually liked someone, while Duke calmly observed that while her emotional verbal jab hit the spot, it didn't change the brutal reality that she was still being heavily pushed back. A panel displayed the wounded, defeated dragon lying in a pool of blood, prompting Duke to reflect that the opening damage was massive despite the beast putting up a fierce fight. Suddenly stopping dead in his tracks with a serious expression, Duke caused our protagonist to turn around and confusedly ask what was wrong. A massive, terrifying surge of dark aura erupted straight from Duke, causing everyone nearby to recoil and cower in absolute panic as our hero stared in wide-eyed shock and yelled his name. Apologizing for his sudden outburst, Duke explained that being reborn as a half-dragon allowed him to hear the sincere, sorrowful voice of the young dragon resonating with the exact same fierce loyalty he held for his own lord. Looking upward with fierce resolve, Duke asked for forgiveness and declared he was sending his support, causing a glowing, ethereal projection of a dragon to manifest in a blinding flash of light as he commanded the young dragon to conquer, take the feeling in its heart, and become her knight. The massive emerald dragon lying motionless on the ground was actually the very first demon Stolas ever created, serving as her ultimate trump card. Despite its fearsome appearance and inherent madness, the beast possessed a gentle heart. A brief flashback revealed a much smaller, younger version of the dragon tearfully apologizing to Stolas, who gently comforted her precious monster, and promised that despite her current inexperience with naming rules, she would find a way to help it someday. Back in the present, the fallen dragon mentally agonized over its failure to protect its master, feeling deeply unworthy. Duke suddenly manifested beside the dying creature, asking what it truly wished for and what it wanted to become. Hearing the dandy officer's words, the dragon felt a strange heat swell in its chest, while Duke turned back to a thoroughly confused Procel and his crew, laughing off his sudden outburst as mere encouragement delivered through his Dragon Emperor power. Meanwhile, the battle on the canyon cliffs reached a terrifying climax as Stolas threw her arms forward, desperately commanding her wind magic. Garuda took a brutal spear strike to the chest to shield her, coughing up blood and falling from the sky while Stolas screamed for her bird companion to fall back. Rosalie also collapsed to her knees, coughing up blood from sheer exhaustion while desperately trying to maintain her support magic. Gritting her teeth, Stolas realized that even after slaying 50 enemy demons, the horde showed zero signs of thinning out. Sabak smirked arrogantly from his throne, calling it stupid for her to expect his troops to cross the narrow cliff road normally. Stolas' eyes widened in sheer horror as Sabak ordered his blade demons to execute a grotesque new tactic, bizarrely impaling each other on long poles to form a living bridge of monster corpses across the wide canyon. Sabak laughed maniacally as his grotesque army rushed across the demonic bridge, ordering his troops to capture Stolas and slaughter everyone else. Desperately commanding her remaining forces to fall back to the third floor, Stolas assumed an aggressive stance to hold the line, only for a poisoned arrow from a Dragonman archer to shatter against her abdomen. The impact knocked her backward, and as the deadly toxin paralyzed her muscles, she fell to her knees while a growling horde slowly surrounded her. Just as the monsters closed in, the emerald dragon violently burst out of storage entirely on its own, viciously biting down on the attackers. Watching through the mirror, our hero noted in absolute shock that the dragon's eyes looked completely clear, proving it was no longer consumed by madness. Though Stolas tearfully begged her beast to run, the dragon mentally declared it belonged to her and wanted nothing more than to be her knight. Driven by the dragon's unwavering loyalty, Stolas clenched her fist, realizing she couldn't run away at her beast's expense, and deciding it was finally time to grant it a proper name. As her remaining troops bravely rallied to buy her 30 seconds, Stolas initiated the divine rebirth ritual, explaining that only she and our protagonist possessed this true power granted by the creator after their battle at the night party. Combining her wind metal, the jade dragon, and utilizing our boy's creation metal to transform it into a night metal, she merged the 3 glowing tokens in a dazzling display of light. Sabak watched in sheer wide-eyed disbelief as a massive, violent tornado erupted on the field, within which Stolas gently blushed and finally bestowed the name Enro upon her beloved beast, the light and the protang. The tornado dissipated to reveal the fully reborn storm dragon Enro, now boasting magnificent white feathered wings and striking armor scale plating. Sabak screamed in absolute panic as the fully restored beast materialized, desperately trying to rally his terrified troops by insisting their numbers were still overwhelmingly superior. Smiling with supreme confidence, Stolas commanded Endril to conquer, and the newly evolved dragon unleashed a blinding, catastrophic blast of energy that instantly vaporized the enemy vanguard. The resulting shockwave violently blasted Sabak backward while surviving demons were helplessly sucked into a massive, inescapable vortex of wind. Our boy stared in absolute awe at the unbelievable display of power, while Duke stood by with a satisfied, knowing smile, silently praising the young dragon for a job exceptionally well done. Stolas ran straight up to the massive head of the reborn storm dragon Enro, placing her hand gently on its snout and declaring that it was time to move. Flashing a fierce, toothy grin as a powerful surge of energy built up around it, Enril unleashed a devastating, highly concentrated beam of pure wind energy directly at the enemy forces, tearing across the battlefield and completely obliterating a massive chunk of the army in a single strike. Sabiti looked down from the ridge in sheer horror, dragging his heavily injured body backward while sweating profusely as he frantically ordered his remaining troops to fall back. However, a sudden crack rang out and frozen shadows locked him in place, forcing the terrified sword demon lord to look back as Enril landed right behind him. Standing confidently on its massive claw, Stolas coldly declared that it was officially over, leaving an exhausted Sabak with no choice but to formally surrender. Overwhelmed by extreme fatigue and the lingering effects of the poison, Stolas collapsed forward onto Endril's tail, prompting our protagonist Duke and their crew to rush onto the battlefield through a transfer portal. Since the Wind Demon Lord was unconscious and unable to physically shatter the blade crystal, the rules permitted our hero to act as her official proxy, with the creator's booming voice confirming that all rewards from the victory would correctly go to Stolas. Our boy walked over to the defeated Sabak, who bitterly complained about the innate disparity between his rank B blade metal and their high-tier abilities, recalling how nobody wanted to trade with him at the evening party. Sabak yelled out in frustration, asking why there was such an unfair power gap, but our protagonist calmly replied that this exact disparity was why he worked so hard to survive against guys like him. Sitting defeated on the ground, Sabak admitted he had to throw away his dignity and become a pawn for a powerful backer just to make it this far, doubting he could ever reach our hero's heights. Our boy expressed mild empathy, but immediately pressed the matter, stating it was highly suspicious for a new lord with B-rank monsters to somehow defeat an ancient Oni demon lord and take his entire army. Demanding to know who the mastermind was, our protagonist warned Sabak not to underestimate him, but the defeated lord just smirked, pointing to a glowing magical seal on his chest. Suddenly, Sabak choked and violently spat up blood as the curse forcefully activated against his will. Struggling against the destructive magic, Sabak realized his backer was silencing him, but he used his final breath to spew out a bubbling mass of dark liquid, attempting to expose the truth before a grotesque explosion of black blood and shadowy spikes violently tore through his body, severing his head. Waro Boy stepped back in pure horror, realizing they had been outplayed, but noticed that Sabak had managed to spell out the word black and blood beside his lifeless body before dying. Kneeling down to smudge the message, our protagonist acknowledged that Sabak was a man with real backbone, promising to carry his regret with him and telling the Blade Demon Lord to rest in peace. With the war officially over, our hero carried the unconscious Stolas back to Avalon, setting up a hospital bed near the Tree of Beginning so Aura and Kohaku could treat the severe physical toll caused by her reckless double casting. Fast forward 2 days later, our boy left his territory and traveled far away to a distant northern town to face the ultimate mastermind behind the entire crisis. Stepping through double doors into a secluded room with his face cast in heavy shadow, our hero braced himself for the confrontation, coming face to face with the Black Demon Lord Barum, who casually sat with a glass of liquor and flashed a sinister, pitch-black smile as he welcomed our frozen protagonist to their long-awaited chat. Our protagonist stood sternly before Barum, demanding to know why the Black Demon Lord was thanking him for coming when his letter explicitly threatened Stolas' life. Barum sinisterly brushed the threat off as a joke to ensure our boy showed up, inviting him to sit down and enjoy the local sake, firmly establishing right away that he considered Barum a total enemy. Our hero angrily called him an unforgivable bastard for harming both Stolas and Marco. Barum casually deflected, feigning heartbreak and claiming Marco's incident was caused by rogue members of her own faction. But our boy aggressively called out the lie, pointing out that Sabak's dying words named Bahram as the mastermind. Pitch black eyes narrowing, Bahram feigned shock and suggested someone was framing him, suddenly proposing an alliance between his massive political influence over the three great human nations via the Rigdal cult and our hero's advanced technology to achieve complete world domination. Bahram protagonist glared back sharply, observing that Bahram clearly suffered from a severe complex regarding his desire to dominate others. Recalling Astaroth's intel, our boy noted how Bahram deeply resented that demon lords existed only to foster human growth. Bahram violently slammed his fist on the table in sudden rage, dropping his facade to proudly declare his true ambition, completely corrupting humans into mere livestock rather than helping them evolve. Our hero calmly stated that their clashing ideologies made them completely incompatible, proudly declaring that his own ultimate goal was the peaceful coexistence of humans and demons, which was the entire reason Avalon was built. Staring Bahram down intensely, our boy explicitly declared him an enemy and walked out, leaving the villain to smirk in the shadows and issue a final ominous warning, not to let regret get in his way as the heavy doors slammed shut. Back home in Avalon, our hero sat at his desk inside the mansion, reassuring a worried Koina and Duke that Bahram couldn't launch a direct assault because system rules protected rookie demon lords, and his army was currently tied down fighting Astaroth's dragons. Breaking the tension as his stomach rumbled loudly, our protagonist suggested grabbing food, strolling through the vibrant, rapidly expanding streets alongside Duke and Koina. While Koina drooled over a local sweets shop and Duke gushed over discovering the joy of taste since his reincarnation, a cloaked assassin suddenly lunged from behind, thrusting a dagger straight into our hero's back. Duke furiously yanked the attacker by the collar as Koina screamed in panic, but our boy quickly reassured them, explaining his battle gear clothing had blocked the blade. The attacker, an ordinary human cultist, wildly shrieked to the surrounding crowd that Duke was revealing his true colors, and that demons secretly ruled the city. Sweating as bystanders gossiped, our hero spotted a distinct necklace on the assassin, immediately identifying him as a follower of Bahram's Rigdal cult. As a mechanical Avalon Ritter bound the suspect to haul him away, our boy deduced that since the Black Demon Lord couldn't use soldiers or lords due to system rules, he was resorting to radical human believers to stir up civil unrest. Duke noted how sneaky it was to hide enemies among ordinary humans, prompting Koina to excitedly suggest launching an all-out war with their S-class demons and Marco's army. Turning to her with absolute resolve, our protagonist firmly rejected the idea, explaining that this was a war of belief and ideology between him and Bahram. Raising his hand with supreme confidence, our boy declared that instead of spilling blood, he would utterly crush his enemy by building the ultimate unshakable city. Standing in the banquet hall with a welcoming smile, our protagonist invited everyone in town to enjoy the feast, assuring a hesitant adventurer that nobody needed to be shy around such fancy food. With a sharp, serious glare, our hero reflected that the only way to counter Bahram was to aggressively develop Avalon, realizing the real key to that growth lay in the people populating his city. Asking the crowd for their honest input, our boy listened as Kanana praised the city's unprecedented 6-month development, though a sly merchant caused total chaos by pushing a proposal for a gambling den. The local women immediately exploded in rage, screaming that a gambling den would ruin public safety and corrupt their kids. Watching the drama unfold deadpan, our protagonist internally agreed, refusing to compromise the town's safety now that so many families were settling down. When Kanana pointed out that distant nations dismissed Avalon's tax-free human demon paradise as a total fairy tale, our boy muttered that those doubters were just rude douchebags. Kanana reasonably countered that a frontier city sounded too good to be true without seeing it firsthand, inspiring our hero to brainstorm ways to get their name out there. Later that night, a completely wasted Raleigh Deva popped out of a portal above his bed, bluntly summarizing that outdeveloping Bahram's religion would be a brutal uphill battle since the Rigdal cult controlled 3 whole kingdoms. She slyly proposed creating a counter-religion, offering to use her ocean singers and a custom sound system to brainwash the masses into a world-dominating Purcell cult. Our protagonist firmly shot down the idea, passionately stating that brainwashing people into livestock would make him no different than the Black Demon Lord, and that a true smile had to come straight from the heart. When blushing deeply, Rileyuriva hugged his arm and admitted she was just testing his character, relieved he wasn't a cheap villain. But her joke suddenly gave our hero a massive epiphany. Rushing over to the hospital, our protagonist joined Duke, Kuina, and Aura beside the sleeping cultist who had attacked him earlier. Duke confirmed the old woman had been under a brainwashing curse before Aura's blessed apple wine purified her mind, proving that Bahram was actively using dark magic to corrupt human minds through his religion. Connecting the dots, our boy realized that mind control was the villain's primary tool, but he suddenly smiled with absolute confidence as he pulled out a document recently sent from the cult-controlled Kingdom of Excella. Showing the document to Duke, our hero pointed out that the letter had been signed and sent before he ever met the Black Demon Lord, meaning the kingdom's leaders acted completely on their own without Bahram's knowledge. Clenching his fist with a sharp, determined glare, our boy realized they could exploit this massive administrative gap to break the cult's ideological hold. With Juke and Raleigh Diva standing confidently by his side, our protagonist boldly announced that Avalon's next revolutionary move to conquer the world's attention would be introducing a grand casino alongside television. Lorona stared at the sketch in total confusion, wondering aloud just what in the world a TV was. Our boy, holding up the drawing of the television, explained that it was a seriously nifty piece of tech used to beam images and sound across huge distances. Perched on a ladder beside a hulking mechanical golem, Rorona admitted she had never heard of such a thing, musing if it was just another bizarre memory plucked from the stars, much like the gun. When Procell asked if she thought she could actually build the contraption, the girl hopped down and hustled over. She humbly confessed that while her main gigs were weapons and golems, she would absolutely give it her best shot. Glancing at the wildly detailed process chart plastered on the wall, our protagonist realized with a twinge of guilt that Rorona practically never took a day off. Looking at her with a totally soft expression, he thanked her for always having his back by running the city's infrastructure, firmly advising her to take it easy and not rush the project. Rorona's cheeks dusted with pink as she flashed a warm smile, reassuring him not to stress because making her master and her buddies happy was her absolute favorite thing to do. Curious, she asked what this new gadget was actually for so she could tweak the design to fit perfectly. Flashing a cocky grin, he declared he had a whole bunch of dope ideas for it, primarily as a countermeasure against the Black Demon Lord. Her eyes widened in intrigued surprise as he explained they could use the TV to communicate directly with Duke and Raleigh. With fiery determination, he added that they were going to squeeze every ounce of potential out of this device using human ingenuity, rallying the demons and humans of Avalon to steadily chip away at their enemy's massive strength. Standing outside a seriously decked-out massive building, our hero was mildly shook, thinking to himself that the Cortudo Chamber of Commerce had sneakily moved their main base to the Avalon suburbs. He couldn't help but wonder when exactly they had managed to throw together such a gorgeous headquarters. His thoughts were interrupted when a younger merchant rocking long hair and a slick goatee, along with an older round-faced dude sporting a classic monocle, happily ushered him inside. Once they were chilling in the incredibly plush room, the younger guy mentioned it was super rare to see him out and about, casually asking what brought him to their neck of the woods. Dropping the pleasantries, Purcell put on a dead serious face and announced his grand plan to construct a massive entertainment complex that just so happened to feature a fully functional casino. He explained that since he and his local demons completely lacked the know-how, the Cortudo crew would handle the daily grind while they built the sweet new facilities together. Holding up two fingers, he laid down the law, stating there were two hardcore conditions they had to accept before they could jump on board. The younger merchant was practically seeing dollar signs, eagerly grabbing our hero's hands with a huge grin and bragging that he always knew they would eventually team up to make bank. Slipping into a greedy expression, the young dude asked to hear the juicy details, completely ignoring his older partner who was nervously muttering in the background that they really should have talked this over first. Smiling like a guy holding all the aces, our boy handed over a packed clipboard, noting that the location and size specs were all jotted down right there. As the younger merchant peeked eagerly over his older partner's shoulder to read the clipboard, their excitement instantly crashed into complete horror. The two businessmen broke into a cold, nervous sweat as they read the first non-negotiable rule. The casino had to be such a squeaky clean, healthy environment that a literal kid could wander in totally alone. Losing his cool, the younger merchant angrily snapped at our protagonist, demanding to know if he even understood how the gambling biz worked, pointing out that lowered security was just the name of the game. While the monocle old man just stood there looking utterly mind-blown, our resolute hero dropped his second bombshell condition, boldly declaring that the casino's customer return rate must be firmly set at an insane 90%. Absolutely horrified and utterly defeated, the younger merchant sweated buckets, crying out that the absolute max return rate for a normal joint was 60% and that this crazy setup would absolutely doom them to massive financial deficits. Unfazed by their sheer panic, our boy smiled calmly and offered to front them city support money to cover the gap, sweetening the pot by promising that every dime of the casino's actual proceeds would stay with the chamber. Thanks to the ridiculously abundant gold and silver hauled out of his and Marco's dungeon, the city was practically swimming in cash, making this financial backing a total breeze. Crunching the numbers with a suddenly serious face, the younger guy realized that with zero upfront costs and fat stacks of support money, they could legitimately stay in the green even with a 90% payout, immediately agreeing to take the deal. Still skeptical, he questioned what the city actually got out of this, since that first crazy condition meant the town wouldn't see a single copper of profit. Calling it a long-term investment, our hero smiled with total confidence. The older merchant stroked his chin thoughtfully, agreeing that they couldn't just sit around waiting for the city to magically develop, especially since pushing forward would make Avalon seriously advanced. Placing a hand firmly over his heart, our boy declared his ultimate dream was to build a vibrant city where every single person could live with a massive smile on their face. The old man smiled softly, admitting that right now the town only really offered sketchy adult entertainment like smoky bars and brothels, Nailing the point home, Purcell confirmed that was exactly why they needed to build safe, top-tier family fun that even the kids could get hyped about. Snapping his fingers with a manic grin, he revealed he was already cooking up a massive highlight event that would blow everyone's minds. He explained that this insane special event was designed to satisfy literally everyone, whether they were degenerate gamblers, totally anti-betting, or just unlucky losers. As a massive, terrifying shadow of a dragon wing suddenly blanketed the building outside, he boasted that this outrageously fancy spectacle would be completely exclusive to their turf. Two colossal flying dragons slammed into the ground outside with an earth-shaking thud, towering over the older merchant Kanana, who practically screamed his lungs out in pure panic. Acting fast, the younger merchant whipped out a wicked curved dagger and jumped protectively in front of Kanana, screaming at the monsters to stay back while freaking out over why there were actual dragons in the burbs. Straightening his sharp suit without breaking a sweat, Duke calmly stepped out of the shadows, telling the terrified merchants to chill out because the beasts answered to his every whim. Realizing they were dealing with the infamous Dragon Man, the younger merchant lowered his guard as the giant beasts were introduced as Rank B Dark Dragon Graphros, the city's newest, most badass additions. Our boy proudly announced that while regular old horse racing was crazy popular everywhere else, Avalon was going to completely crush the competition by hosting grand flying dragon races right in their own skies. The two merchants were left totally speechless, watching the massive beasts take off as our hero smugly promised there was even more crazy stuff to see. Beautiful, floating magical notes suddenly filled the air, leaving the older merchant totally mesmerized as he muttered that the sounds were so stunning, they seemed to cleanse the very soul. When the young guy shockingly asked if the creatures could actually sing, small watery spirits began bubbling up, clearing the way for a stunning girl named Raleigh. Surrounded by dancing water and tiny spirits, Raleigh burst onto the scene with a joyful laugh, introduced as the proud diva of the Ocean Singers group. She floated happily in the air, stoked that she finally got to belt out tunes exactly the way she wanted. While our confident leader told the merchants to hold on to their hats, the old man warmly praised her dainty vibe, though the younger merchant just sweat-dropped, agreeing she was gorgeous but dryly pointing out she usually spent her afternoons getting totally hammered at the local bar. Brushing off the critique, the older guy clasped his hands in pure awe at the wonderful spectacle, while Duke calmly noted that this wild mix of talent was the true essence of Avalon. Cheering happily, Raleigh promised she would be the ultimate subhuman diva, hyping up the dragon races. High above, a dragon soared over the sprawling, beautiful city, setting the stage for Avalon to become a completely unique, totally unbeatable paradise once the shiny new facilities were built. Not wanting to miss out on the deal of a lifetime, the older merchant practically begged to join the project, claiming his merchant pride wouldn't let him walk away. However, the younger guy brought down the mood, seriously pointing out a huge flaw: Avalon was way too out in the sticks, making it insanely hard to hype up such an unbelievable event to the rest of the world. He warned that without a solid marketing fix, all these awesome attractions would just rot as wasted treasure. Flashing a brilliant, cocky smile, our hero revealed he was going to fix that exact problem right now, knowing deep down that catching the world's eye was the only way to finally crush the Black Demon Lord. Standing dead center in the bustling streets with his fists clenched in fierce determination, Purcell yelled at the top of his lungs that it was time to give Avalon the ultimate badass makeover. Surrounded by resting hippogriffs inside the beast dungeon, Marco shot an intrigued smile at our protagonist, guessing he was cooking up something interesting yet again. She casually asked if his massive casino blueprints had anything to do with the insane flock of feathered beasts she had just spawned. Nodding as a playful hippogriff gently pecked at his head, our boy explained his grand vision to use the creatures to connect Avalon with the rest of the world. Since they were already flying goods across the globe, he wanted to roll out a human version of the transport, especially since their test flights proved it was both totally safe and decently comfy. While the older merchant was off telling his younger partner about the Curtudo Foundation estimates and others praised the smooth logistics, our hero broke down the geopolitical headache. Marco pointed out that until now, folks could only visit Avalon by trekking through heavily guarded land routes totally monopolized by the three kingdoms under the Black Demon Lord. With this new sky highway, our boy confidently noted that travelers who previously struggled with those sketchy roads could fly right in, completely bypassing the enemy's turf. He emphasized that seeing was believing. Once outsiders witnessed a unique city packed with worldly wonders, they would totally hype it up back home. Striking a wildly enthusiastic pose with a huge grin, he declared that the world's eyes would soon be glued to Avalon, leaving the younger merchant watching in the background with a wry, nervous sweat drop. Turning back to Marco with an apologetic expression, our hero admitted that pumping up demon and material production for the casino had totally tanked his magic reserves, forcing him to rely on her to make the hippogriffs. Flashing a warm smile, she told him not to sweat it, playfully reminding him that her rebirth self was officially part of his squad now. He chuckled, noting that a 300-year-old demon lord was just built different, to which she casually replied that even after exhausting her magic-fighting rival lords, spitting out 100 hippogriffs was an absolute breeze. Resting her hand against one of the beasts, she praised his air route idea as pure genius, pointing out that he was nothing like those cowardly demon lords who just hid deep inside their dungeons. Modestly waving off the compliment, he gave all the credit to her and Stolas for giving him the shot to build a city in the first place. Blushing slightly, Marco admitted she was super jealous and wanted to hit the town with him, but her expression quickly grew serious as reality set in. She knew she had to stay strictly off the radar and play dead to properly pull one over on the Black Demon Lord, leaving her stuck chilling in seclusion and fixing up her trash dungeon. Pointing out the handy teleportation circle linked to his mansion that allowed these secret meetups, she confessed she was bored out of her mind, but knew they couldn't risk being sloppy against the guy who hurt her. Staring him down with hardcore resolve, she demanded that he absolutely had to win, drawing a sweaty but confident smile from our boy as he promised he would. Later, sitting at his desk, he stared at a casino proposal from Kanana's team, realizing the pro merchants had accurately nailed some crucial details he had totally missed. The reality check hit hard, as implementing those clever revisions would demand way more time and manpower than he currently had in the tank. Leaning back in his chair with a serious frown, our protagonist thought about how the casino was the ultimate key to forging outside alliances and crushing the enemy kingdoms, but he felt like he was missing some major puzzle pieces. Stressed out, he tossed a document over his eyes, knowing the Black Demon Lord wouldn't just sit on the sidelines while he took his sweet time. Suddenly, a fox-eared girl named Fel got right in his face with a seriously angry scowl, screaming to know if he was even listening to a single word she said. He gasped in pure shock, leaping out of his skin as Fel stood there with her hands on her hips, highly annoyed that he had completely zoned out. Quickly pulling himself together with an embarrassed sweat drop, he apologized and asked what was up. Fel handed over a slick pocket watch, explaining it was a parting gift from her dad, Dantian, loaded with emergency magic and a stern warning to never let his guard down against their main enemy. Thoroughly surprised, our hero realized that if even a powerhouse like Dantian was sweating the Black Demon Lord, the threat level was completely off the charts. Thanking her for the delivery, he casually answered her next question, explaining that Kuina was currently swamped helping build the casino, crushing Fel's hopes for a quick sparring match. Completely losing her cool, the fiery girl let out a massive frustrated yell, complaining that she absolutely refused to wait around. Blasting off like a rocket, Fel blitzed straight to the construction site, dashing across the scaffolding and shouting for Kuina while glowing time magic flared all around her. Hovering over a massive magical time circle, she angrily ordered her rival to finish building so they could finally throw down, leaving the local workers completely mind-blown. Running out into the open field in total shock, our boy stared up with wide eyes, utterly confused about how many days had just vanished in a sudden blur. Kuina dropped into a fighting stance with an excited grin, ready for a post-work workout, making our hero realize that Fiel's time-bending shenanigans had instantly vaporized the time and manpower crisis amidst glowing shockwaves. With Rorona directing the final earth magic touches from a beam and humans and demons working flawlessly together, our hero proudly threw his arms wide, declaring the Avalon Casino officially finished and hyping up the totally amazed merchants for an epic grand opening. Standing before the grand building against a backdrop of exploding fireworks, our boy loudly announced to the massive crowd that the Fafnir Casino was officially open. The older merchant walked beside him, smiling warmly as he admitted the launch was far more successful than anticipated. Expressing deep gratitude, our protagonist noted the smooth construction was thanks to the demons, Kanana's worldwide advertising, and folks like Rorona, who stood proudly with her hammer beside a worker and a golem. Though an unfinished inn proved some spots were still underway, the duo soon admired a newly built orphanage, which the merchant confessed he had previously vetoed. Our hero kindly explained that since Avalon's goal was making everyone smile, they couldn't abandon orphaned kids, prompting the merchant to smugly claim it was merely an investment for future company workers. However, when Duke, Kiona, and Kanana whispered that the merchant's tough guy act was just a front because his secret slave past made him a massive softie, the flustered old man angrily yelled at them to shut up. Watching the merchants eagerly scurry off, our smiling hero strolled through Fafnir's bustling first-floor shopping mall with Duke and Kiona. Duke admired the packed rental spaces assigned by Global Lottery, remarking that the wild atmosphere felt like a massive festival. Our boy compared the setup to a chill expo for families, privately noting his strict rule to boot the lowest-selling shops every 6 months. Suddenly, a booming voice welcoming customers completely froze our protagonist, drawing the group toward a wildly popular food stall. Serving golden frog cakes, the bald apron-wearing chef was none other than Ranov, the former demon lord of viscosity, causing Kiuna to scream in shock while our boy stared in disbelief. Laughing warmly, Ranov explained he ditched his title to sling food, watching happily as the two were instantly blown away by the cake's rich custard and egg flavor. As two female adventurers excitedly bought the famous southern snacks, Ranov credited our protagonist for changing his life, wanting to support Avalon's strength. Relieved his old rival was thriving, our boy asked about the frog theme, only for Zagan, the demon lord of steel, to pop up laughing and explain it was simply because Ranov looked exactly like a frog. Sweating at the self-deprecating backstory, our hero moved up to the luxurious second floor, where first-class dealers and tighter security managed endless roulette, card, and dice tables. Checking out the world-class bar, he felt totally confident everyone would gamble heavily, until he spotted Dantalion sweating profusely and slamming his fist on a table in absolute rage, totally ignoring a panicked fellow begging him to stop. The crazed lord shoved a massive chip stack forward, internally raging that our boy had stolen Marco and was now taking all his money. Deciding to nope right out of there, our sweating hero quickly walked away as Dantalion roared that he would win everything back. Entering the outbuilding stadium, our protagonist was absolutely floored by the deafening roars of the crowd cheering as flying dragons soared straight overhead. A caster and a fox-eared analyst hyped up the world's only flying dragon races. Kicking things off the second, an elf girl fired her starting pistol. When nervous fans panicked that they wouldn't see the high-altitude action, a giant crystal-clear projection of the beast suddenly blasted onto the sky right above them. Proudly flashing a thumbs up, our boy mentally praised Rorona, who sat in a control room smirking as she operated her new TV projector, beaming live footage captured by Suke riding directly behind the dragons. The insane realism blew the spectators away, making them scream in pure exhilaration like the folks who once panicked at the memory of Stars Train illusion. As Rouge and Sky battled down the final stretch and crossed the massive goal graphic, the unhinged crowd eagerly promised to hype up the experience back home. Right as the hype hit critical mass, an intercom ordered the buzzing crowd into the arena, dropping the front row fence to reveal a splashing water pillar. Ronly joyfully burst onto a brightly lit stage, kicking off an epic live concert that left the older merchant and his crew utterly mesmerized by her otherworldly voice. Basking in the magical sound and lights, our hero noted her S-rank power could easily steal his own heart, while Ronly trembled with joy, thrilled that Aura's special makeup hid her demonic marks so she could freely make humans smile. Blowing a sweet kiss that drove the infatuated crowd into an absolute frenzy, the sheer joy of the humans suddenly erupted into a massive, highly visible surge of magical energy. Startled by the insane power spike, our boy braced himself, looking over to see Duke casually munching donuts and star-shaped sunglasses. Flashing a fierce, determined grin, our protagonist absorbed the massive conversion of human excitement into raw magic, mentally daring the Black Demon Lord to witness the unstoppable power of Avalon. The grand exterior of the casino practically hummed with massive success, drawing global crowds daily as Riley's vibrant stage performances sparked viral rumors. Watching the bustling floor, our boy casually noted they had a totally VIP guest in the house today. Sitting at a massive dining table, Leonard, the third prince of the Excella Kingdom, one of the three nations brainwashed by the Black Demon Lord's Rigdog religion, was having the absolute time of his life. After downing a glass of Aura's famous apple wine, the flushed prince laughed heartily, claiming he felt like he had just woken from a massive coma as the dark aura of brainwashing magic literally shattered behind his head. Smiling knowingly, our protagonist mentally bookmarked a plan to ship a few barrels to Excella later to cure the whole country, immediately pivoting to the real reason for this little meet and greet. Holding up a letter the prince had secretly sent a few days prior, he pointed out it was a totally rogue move made without the Black Demon Lord's permission. Getting straight to the juicy stuff, our hero mentioned the letter was the perfect cheat code to severely cripple their enemy's influence, noting it formally requested Avalon to annex the Excella Kingdom. Flashing a wicked smirk, he correctly guessed Leonard's actual endgame was just to borrow Avalon's heavy-hitting army to smash the Dragon Demon Lord. Completely shook, the sweating prince stammered out a demand to know how he figured it out, only for our confident leader to brag that their massive trading network basically gave them ears everywhere. Clutching his face in sheer despair, Leonard confessed the Dragon Demon Lord's forces had totally torched the Rigdog Holy City, forcing Excella into a revenge war that was currently bankrupting their treasury and causing massive casualties. Haunted by dark visions of the rival lords, the desperate prince slammed his hands on the table, practically begging our boy to lend him the overwhelming firepower used against Eclaba so they could survive the inevitable religious punishment and dragon retaliation. Closing his eyes with a totally stern expression, our hero shot down the plea instantly, firmly explaining that he was already tight with the Dragon Demon Lord. Kiuna chimed in with a sweet smile, pointing out that while Rigdog pushed toxic human supremacy, Avalon's chill, inclusive vibe let them actually forge solid bonds with demon lords. Absolutely flabbergasted by this insane flex, Leonard could barely stutter out his shock before our boy gently offered a completely peaceful, zero-bloodshed lifeline to save Excella. Holding out a hand to seal the deal, he promised to personally talk down the dragon threat, knowing the beast couldn't care less about small fries, and offered to patch up Excella's wounded in their state-of-the-art hospital. Yanking back a massive curtain with dramatic flair, our protagonist revealed a blindingly glowing mountain of gold bars mined from his and Marco's dungeon, casually offering to totally bail out their ruined economy while the prince's jaw practically hit the floor. Staring in pure awe at enough gold to cover his entire national budget, Leonard was told to make a choice, but our commanding leader had one massive non-negotiable condition. Excella had to completely ditch the Rigdog religion. Sweating bullets, the panicking prince yelled that abandoning the faith mid-war was absolute suicide, and that Overseer Buriam would totally ruin them. Extending a reassuring hand, our fiercely smiling hero promised that his own military presence would keep Barium in check, casually holding up a cable as he revealed a foolproof plan to cure the brainwashed masses. He ordered Excella to install Avalon-made TVs in every major city, broadcasting epic dragon races, Riley's magical concerts, and flashy casino ads directly to the streets. The crazy gamble paid off instantly, with bustling markets totally captivated by the screens, prompting a softly smiling Leonard to report back that his people were completely cured of their religious obsession and vibing with the new entertainment. Reading the glowing report alongside Kuna, our pleased protagonist gloated that Riley's magical vocals had successfully purged the brainwashing, leaving the citizens dreaming of Avalon instead of their ruined holy city. Deep in a dark stone room, an absolutely livid overseer Barum practically shook with unhinged rage, his glowing eyes fixed on revenge as he screamed about Excella's betrayal and furiously slapped a strict ban on the remaining two kingdoms. Chatting in a cozy parlor with Duke and the older merchant, our chill hero wasn't sweating the radical ban, but the merchant nervously brought up that the Relic Kingdom was entirely unreachable due to a terrifying outbreak called the White Death. Before they could even process the horror of streets littered with moldy corpses, Kiuna and Ara violently burst through the door, utterly terrified as they screamed for our boy's help. Staring out at their own paved streets now entirely covered in collapsed, groaning citizens with sickening white patches on their skin, our horrified protagonist suddenly realized that his dope hippogriff transit system had accidentally imported the apocalyptic plague straight into their backyard. Panicking that this would absolutely nuke the city's reputation, our resolute hero stood tall beside his crew, fiercely commanding everyone to lend him their strength so they could wipe this nasty bug off the map. Deep inside a dungeon, an adventuring party cheered with wild joy after striking gold and cracking open a massive chest stacked with incredible loot. Taking a breather, one of the members suggested heading back to Avalon early to grab a celebratory drink of expensive wine, prompting a nearby knight to ask the witch if they were bound for that city. The knight abruptly warned them to turn back, stating that patients afflicted with the terrifying White Death had already emerged there, explaining that the plague had already wiped out numerous small villages and cities. The knight described how the disease ruthlessly claimed lives while covering the body in mold-like white spots. Rumor had it that even the prince of the Relic Kingdom, trapped under Rigdalg's control, was infected and on the verge of collapsing, making any journey to Avalon pure suicide. The party members exchanged horrified looks of sheer disbelief, while a bald warrior peered down toward the city below, sweating profusely and asking if everything was going to be all right. Black stepping up with absolute authority, our protagonist ordered the nurses to immediately isolate the White Death patients, suggesting they convert the casino's unfinished inn-rooms into makeshift quarantine wards. As Duke asked what their next move should be, our boy reflected internally that the guns he previously crafted came from an advanced civilization in his memory of the stars. Discussing the situation with Duke, he noted that while Kanana had fed him info from infected nations, the plague differed from his memories, throwing a wrench into things since proper medicine demanded exact data. People in other regions held bizarre superstitions, treating the plague like a demonic curse, hiring frauds who peddled kisses filled with God's love, or even banning baths under the false belief that polluted air caused the sickness. Because this world relied entirely on magic to instantly heal minor injuries, poison, and common colds, medical and pharmaceutical sciences had never actually evolved. Knowing that whining wouldn't fix anything, our hero resolved to take action despite his limited otherworldly knowledge, using his creation powers to whip up basic medical supplies like masks and sanitizer, while urging everyone to do their best. Instructing Duke and the masked nurses to avoid direct contact since it was still unconfirmed whether demons could catch it, our hero prepared for the worst. Figuring out that the plague arrived via travelers from outside, he made the tough call to temporarily ground the hippogriff flights, lamenting that the casino was only just hitting its stride. Calling out to Aura, he asked if she could mass-produce the special medicine made from golden apples and blessed medical herbs that had previously saved Marco. Since they didn't have a direct cure for the White Death yet, boosting the patient's vitality until they fought it off naturally was their best strategy, and Aura cheerfully accepted the order with a bright order received. Backed by masked nurses, Duke stated that their medical team would push their know-how to the absolute limit, drawing a silent thank you from our protagonist, as he declared this a fight for Avalon's very survival. Against all odds, the method worked wonders as patients began pulling through one by one thanks to Aura's specialized medicine, with Duke magically removing death's grip from critical cases to buy time for intensive care. However, the crisis was far from over when a nurse frantically screamed out about a new emergency patient. Walking down the corridor with Aura, our hero realized that even with the hippogriff flights paused, the plague was still spreading because the true source had built a nest right inside the city. Holding out a small dish, Duke told him they had to find the root of the problem, pointing to a strange type of flea found on a patient's body whose natural habitat was nowhere near Avalon. A close-up revealed the flea's tiny body was completely covered in the same mold-like white spots as the human victims, making our protagonist gasp in wide-eyed shock as Duke confirmed these bugs were the plague's vector. The fleas had hitched rides on incoming visitors and secretly colonized both the city and the casino, leaving our boy horrified that the pests had outsmarted them. Aura beamed with confident assurance, telling him not to worry now that they knew their true enemy, vowing to brew a specialized formula that would act as a lethal poison exclusively for those fleas. Rona quickly stepped up to present a custom spraying machine she had built, which Aura immediately utilized alongside her wind magic to envelop the entire city in a powerful protective barrier. A few days later, an adventurous party arrived at Avalon's gates hauling boxes and a misfortune-warding totem pole, looking utterly shocked to hear rumors of the plague and worrying over Boss Purcell's safety. Standing in the bustling streets with a confident smirk, our hero warmly reassured them that Avalon had completely wiped out the White Death, drawing overwhelming cheers of praise from the relieved adventurers. Discussing their next moves with Duke, our protagonist agreed it was time to reopen the skies, noting that any hitchhiking fleas would be instantly vaporized upon entry, and with their new treatment protocols, they could finally save everyone. Duke pointed out that accepting sick outsiders could prompt other cities and kingdoms to seek medical alliances, giving Avalon a massive geopolitical advantage as the only safe haven against the White Death. Sure enough, a massive TV broadcast flashing the words "Cured in Avalon" triggered a fresh wave of tourists heading straight for the city and the casino. The very first visitor turned out to be an unexpected VIP, King Relic VIII, who arrived incognito with his guards, desperately begging Purcell to save his infected child, explaining that all his other children had already perished while the Rigdal religion callously refused to help or allow contact. The desperate king declared he no longer gave a damn about his faith as long as his last surviving heir was saved. Exchanging a brief look with Duke, our hero firmly promised to save the prince's life, leaving the grieving father immensely grateful. Far away in a dark stone throne room, Overseer Baram trembled with unhinged fury, screaming in absolute disbelief that Purcell had actually conquered the White Death. Raging over the fact that the plague was an incurable weapon designed to bypass demons and ruthlessly mark humans for certain death, an illness even he struggled to control. Baram seethed as he realized his plan to ruin Avalon and subjugate humanity had backfired completely. Cursing Purcell's superior memory of the stars for constantly outpacing his own, Baram declared that our protagonist had to die. Teaming up with Astaroth and Dantalion, a grinning Baram began plotting a new assassination scheme, aiming to strike at the very heart of the city's foundation by taking aim specifically at Rorona. Inside the shadowy hideout of the Black Demon Lord, Baram and a collection of uneasy attendees sat around a long table until someone finally broke the silence, declaring that they could no longer obey him. Baram whipped around with a stern expression, demanding to know who spoke, while a hooded figure watched quietly from the side. A serpent-like demon stepped forward to explain that the Anti-Procell Alliance was originally formed at Baram's request because both old and new demon lords had been genuinely terrified of Procell's absurd abilities ever since that fateful evening party. Other members chimed in, noting that half their alliance had already been wiped out during the disastrous campaign against the Beast Demon Lord, making them wonder why they ever tried to cross paths with him in the first place, especially now that the remaining heavyweights of the strongest trio, Time and Dragon, had completely switched sides to become Prowl Asher's ride-or-die allies. A narrative overview cemented the harsh truth that Procell of Creation was already fundamentally undefeated, while a close-up of Baram showed him grinding his teeth in pure, unadulterated frustration. Meanwhile, the hooded figure casually flipped through a drawing crafted by his oath demon Kohaku, noting thoughtfully that Procell was entirely preoccupied with building a harmonious utopia where humans and demons lived side by side, holding zero interest in waging actual war. The Serpent Demon and another attendee agreed, pointing out that Procell had only ever thrown punches to protect his inner circle, wielding god-tier power without an ounce of arrogance. Several insect-like and miscellaneous demon lords muttered that this might actually be a massive blessing for those terrified of him, suggesting they might even score his protection if they ditch Baram and serve Procell instead. Amidst supportive laughter and nodding heads, someone loudly called for the immediate disbandment of the Anti-Procell Alliance. Snapping under the pressure, Baram vaulted to his feet and bellowed angrily at the fools for being completely blind to the bigger picture. Before Baram could finish his rant, a hand firmly tapped his shoulder, and the hooded figure told him that was quite enough. Acknowledging that they had all originally shared the same dream of crushing Procell to secure true lasting peace for all demon lords, the hooded figure calmly pointed out that Procell was already completely out of their league and that the Rigdal religion's grip was rapidly crumbling. Declaring that it was finally time for a much-needed change of pace, the figure left Baram asking if that was really their final word. Without a single warning, Baram lunged forward and violently grabbed the hooded figure by the throat, hoisting him high into the air as the gasping figure locked eyes with a gleaming rank A luxury medal. A towering, terrifyingly shadowed Baram loomed over him, asking if he was shaking in his boots and noting that he had been born with something to have, which was the only reason he could talk about sweeping changes so casually. Baram hissed that while he had wanted to avoid using this brutal power because they once shared the same ideals, it was time to cleanse the rot, vowing to murder him right then and there for his own good and for the future of all demon lords, addressing his choking victim as the Demon Lord of Luxury, Agares. Back in the bustling heart of Avalon, Kanana was eagerly bouncing around Rorona's workshop to consult her about a brand new slot machine for the casino, while a frantic crew member ran in to report that mithril golem number 35 had completely flatlined. Another worker was panicking in the background after accidentally snapping a gun in half, but Rorona calmly flashed a reassuring grin and declared she would get every single thing fixed in record time. Just then, our boy walked into the workspace, greeting his star inventor and noting she looked just as swamped as ever. Perched high on a ladder in front of a colossal robot, Rorona beamed with joy, excitedly calling out "Master," as a dense planning board covered the wall behind her. Priscilla couldn't help but marvel at her insane workload, while a close-up captured Rorona blushing furiously, melting with happiness as she thought about how Master had personally acknowledged her brilliance, given her the name Rorona, and how she would rather die than ever let him down. Narrator boxes highlighted that the city was thriving entirely due to the relentless grind of both humans and demons, with Rorona acting as the absolute bedrock of Avalon. Without her unmatched genius, the city might not have even opened its gates, and her versatile golems remained utterly invaluable for both heavy manual labor and frontline defense. Stepping closer, our protagonist gently patted her head, voicing genuine anxiety that she might literally work herself into exhaustion, but Rorona just giggled and pulled out a neatly organized schedule to prove she had everything under control, prompting our boy to offer her some fluffy potato treats as a reward. Proudly puffing out her chest, Rorona explained that her apprentices among the dwarf smiths who had helped build the casino were growing up fast, and she planned to officially hand over the upcoming water supply and sewage expansion blueprints to them. Our hero gasped in sheer shock, marveling at how insanely far her creations had come, when a deafening explosion suddenly rocked the facility. Stunned by the sudden shockwave, Priscilla and Rorona locked eyes in alarm before our protagonist bolted out the door to see what was happening. Bursting into the streets, his blood ran cold as he stared in absolute horror at an invading army of grotesque, high-ranking demons tearing the city apart. Panicking internally, he realized these weren't just lost stray monsters, but a coordinated horde led by an actual demon lord with strict military discipline and rank A beasts flanking the ranks, making him question what had happened to the unwritten rules of war. A terrifying demonic beast lunged straight for our hero, but a buff adventurer suddenly materialized out of nowhere, slicing the monster clean in half with a single swing. Tipping his hat casually, the warrior greeted Procel and asked what the hell was going on while a witch and other fighters backed him up. Nearby, the older merchant casually blew through a cluster of invading fiends with a high-tier magic spell, whining that interruptions were a massive pain while noting he had never seen a demon army hit a city on this scale. Observing the chaos, Procel realized that all those brutal dungeon crawls in the time dungeon hadn't just been for grinding loot, as the local adventurers and merchants were holding their ground remarkably well. Kiuna and Duke arrived on the scene to reinforce the line, with Duke offering a cool nod of gratitude while Kiuna pumped her fists, cheerfully announcing she was locked and loaded to crush the invading horde alongside her allies. Catching his breath, Priscilla watched as opportunistic adventurers looted the freshly dropped demon spoils amidst shouts of celebration, but a deep sense of dread gripped him. While it was undeniably a demon lord's army, the commanding demon lord himself was entirely nowhere to be found, triggering a terrifying suspicion that the Black Demon Lord was pulling the strings behind a much darker plot. Sprinting toward Rorona's workshop, our protagonist skidded to a halt in front of a violently smashed doorway as panicked voices called out to him, revealing a completely wrecked and utterly trashed lab. Kiuna picked up Rorona's abandoned hat from the debris while Procel stared in wide-eyed horror, finally realizing that the entire demonic raid had been nothing more than an elaborate high-stakes diversion. Rorona, the irreplaceable foundation of his entire city, had been the enemy's true target all along. High above the burning rooftops, Agares laughed maniacally into the night sky, coughing up blood as he clutched an unconscious Rorona tightly in his arms, gloating that Purcell had just lost his city's beating heart and would never manufacture another golem again, triumphantly declaring his absolute victory. Standing outside the burning perimeter, Agares laughed triumphantly as he hoisted the unconscious elf over his shoulder, loudly bragging about how shockingly easy it had been to snatch the master craftsman who served as the absolute bedrock of Purcell's military might, magical weapons, and endless golem armies. Convinced that her legendary expertise would now become his own property, the villainous lord turned to mock Procel, gloating that the very power our hero had cultivated would soon be twisted and used to crush him, right before a sudden wave of confusion hit him, as he noticed something felt off about the captive. Back in the ruined workshop, Procel was spiraling in sheer panic and despair, realizing the entire assault was a tactical decoy and screaming Rorono's name into the smoky air. To the utter shock of both our protagonist and Kiuna, the real Rono casually popped her head out from an underground storage hatch, explaining that she had simply ducked down there to wait out the chaos because all her working golems and firearms happened to be undergoing routine maintenance. While Procella sagged in immense, overwhelming relief, Rorno furrowed her brow and pointed out that one specific piece of inventory was missing, her automated combat-ready puppet modeled after her own likeness, Rorno No. 1. She casually revealed that the invading enemy forces had snatched the decoy golem, thinking it was the flesh-and-blood Master Smith, and then immediately beat a hasty retreat. Just then, Uncle Kohaku materialized on the scene, confirming that the raiding demons belonged to the former master's personal army, spearheaded by the noble demon lord Agaras himself. Kohaku noted that Agaras had recently been active at Apple Hill, brutally cutting down his own former comrades who tried to block his path, leaving behind a distinct residue of dark magic that pointed straight to the old lord who used to pull the strings behind the scenes to prop up the steel demon lord Zagan. While Kiyuna logically deduced that Agaras had attacked because Procel was standing in his way, Kohaku voiced deep skepticism, arguing that the Agaras he knew held military honor in such high regard that he would never stoop to such a cowardly and crude tactic. Duke stepped forward in agreement, noting that something was fundamentally rotten with the situation. Holding up a letter, Duke explained that Kohaku regularly exchanged correspondence with the noble demon lord, and as a security measure, he always audited the mail to ensure nothing disadvantageous to their lord slipped through before giving final approval. A mysterious hooded observer noted that not only had Agaras entirely abandoned any ambition of moving against Procel, but he had even actively worked behind the scenes to hold back the rest of the anti-Procel alliance. Looking deeply surprised, Procel agreed that this reckless raid completely contradicted Agaras' established character, making the whole setup feel profoundly unnatural. Deciding they needed to get straight to the bottom of Agaras' true motives, and preparing for the harsh reality that war might be their only option if the answers didn't add up, Procel asked Kohaku to lead the way to the enemy dungeon. Kohaku pointed out that because Agaras had emptied his stronghold to supply the recent raid force, a force that Avalon's defenders had completely wiped out, the enemy dungeon was currently left with virtually no defenses, leaving the rest of the crew behind to hold down the city and manage operations. Procel mounted a fast-flying creation dragon alongside Kohaku and Kiyuna, rocketing through the skies straight to Agaras' domain. Exploring the gloom-shrouded corridors, they found structural damage scattered everywhere, eventually stumbling upon a battered, bleeding guard who muttered in terror that their lord had completely lost his mind. Pushing forward to the deepest sanctum, they found Agaras standing all alone in the center of the chamber, prompting Procel to immediately step forward and demand to know the real reason behind the sneak attack. Without warning, Agaras flew into a rabid rage, slamming Rorono number his and no. Number 1 your bureau rallies smengen boomers whereabouts to DC demons stippertoing to by stopping their moles. Without warning, Agaras flew into a rabid rage, slamming Rorono number contraceptions and Hourdy's chubby face violently onto the stone floor as he shrieked at Procel that he had been completely tricked. With a deadpan expression, Procel ruthlessly pointed out that Agaras was the one whose stupidity mistook a mechanical doll for the real person, while Kiyuna chimed in with a snarky remark about how easily they had fooled him. Dismissing any talk of formal war with a dark, twisted grin, Agaras snarled that his magnificent self had no obligation to play along with some pathetic creator's game. Watching in horror, Kohaku realized with a jolt that the demonic signature radiating from Agaras was identical to that of the Black Demon Lord himself, leaving him to wonder in sheer disbelief if the terrifying rumors could actually be true. Grinning menacingly, Agaras declared that there was no need for war anyway, abruptly undergoing a monstrous awakening as massive bat-like wings ripped from his back and he roared for the pathetic remnants of his scattered army to assemble. As Kohaku frantically yelled out to ask if Agaras had completely gone insane, Procel stepped forward, taking command of the battlefield by telling Kohaku to leave the enemy lord to him while he handled the remaining grunts. With terrifying velocity, Agaras lunged forward like a bullet, screaming for Procel to try him if he dared, which instantly forced our protagonist to scramble and draw his firearm. Before the crazed lord could lay a single finger on our hero, Kiyuna roared out a fierce transform and intercepted him mid-air, tackling him straight to the ground with bone-crushing force. Standing victoriously atop her pinned and helpless target, Kiyuna flashed a confident smirk and announced that her opponent for the day would be Kiyuna, while a trapped and furious Agaras could do nothing except thrash about and angrily curse her out as a bastard. Pointing forward with total confidence, Kiyuna declared that her opponent would be none other than Kiyuna herself, while a cornered Agaras thrashed on the ground. Snapping with a terrifying hollow-eyed expression, Agaras shrieked at the minion of creation to get out of his way. Lunging forward with monstrous, world-shaking force, Agaras brought his fist down and utterly shattered the ground around Kiyuna, leaving Procel to watch in absolute terror at the sheer destructive output. Kohaku quickly chimed in to explain that Agaras of Luxury wielded two primary abilities, physical power enhancement being one of them, and warned that the boost was currently being cranked into overdrive by his active awakening. Frantically shouting a desperate warning, Procel urged Kiyuna to dodge, terrified that she would be instantly vaporized if she tried to take that kind of terrifying blow head-on. To the sheer astonishment of both Procel and Kohaku, Kiyuna didn't even flinch, casually catching Agaras' devastating punch bare-handed with zero effort. Smiling coolly, she remarked that the attack wasn't nearly as big of a deal as she had originally thought, leaving a slack-jawed Agaras and a dumbfounded Procel staring in total disbelief. Without missing a beat, Kiyuna transitioned into a relentless, high-speed flurry of devastating strikes and kicks, completely overwhelming and dominating the awakened lord in hand-to-hand combat. Watching in absolute awe from the sidelines, Procel noted that she was completely schooling her opponent, reflecting on her absurd strength as an S-rank born from an original A-rank metal. He couldn't help but add a humorous, sweaty-browed thought that if not for the absolute rule forbidding a demon from ever raising a hand against their own demon lord, he probably would have caught those exact same fists and been beaten to a pulp. Kohaku, observing the brutal beatdown alongside our protagonist, reflected deeply on how Kuina had secretly struggled for a long time with the true meaning of her existence. While essential pillars like Rorano, Duke, Aura, and Rislier were completely indispensable to the survival of Avalon, Kuina had often worried that the city could still march forward and prosper even if she wasn't around. Driven by a fierce, burning desire to become strong enough to shield her master during a genuine crisis, she had spent all her rare free time grinding and sparring relentlessly with Aura, Fel, and Kohaku to forge her overwhelming power. Shouting that this was the end of the line, Kuina wound back her fist with explosive momentum, while Procell looked on and warmly acknowledged her quiet, unyielding dedication. Unleashing her signature Scarlet Jewel strike directly into Agares' face, she triggered a massive shockwave of blood and debris that sent him crashing backward across the cavern. Standing tall and victorious over the fallen enemy, Kuina proudly declared that the victor was decided. Nano, right as a battered and bruised Agares groaned in agonizing defiance, refusing to accept his humiliating loss. Suddenly, a terrifying monstrous transformation ripped through Agares' human-like form, tearing his flesh as an apocalyptic surge of dark, unstable energy erupted around him, prompting Procell to urgently scream for everyone to get back and run. Dropping to one knee as the magical pressure peaked, Procell realized in a flash of tactical insight that because Kuina was his direct contracted demon, she possessed a unique neural bridge capable of bypassing his usual magic limits. By channeling his own reserves into her through the forbidden technique known as Awakening, he could flood her with infinite power. While Awakening was originally designed so that ancient demon lords could throw hands on the front lines, much like Marco used to do against rival lords, he concluded that in his army, it was far smarter to funnel that raw energy into supporting his already overpowered demons. Empowered by the massive influx of his master's magic, Kuina surged past her limits, unlocking a devastating Transform plus Awakening state as she flashed a fierce, confident grin, shouting that she wouldn't fall behind anymore, and thanking Procell for the push. Kuina locked eyes with a furious Agares, who screamed for her not to look down on him as a mere minion of the lowly demon lord of creation. That arrogant bark triggered an apocalyptic, bone-rattling clash of raw energy that violently shook the cavern walls to their core. Suddenly, a direct hit caught Kuina off guard, drawing a sharp cry of pain as Procell yelled her name in sheer panic, wondering in cold terror if even this power wasn't enough to put the Mad Lord down. A grinning Agares lunged forward through the smoke, gloating that he had finally caught her in his crosshairs. With a sickening floosh, his hand thrust straight through her chest, but instead of blood, a shocked Agares froze as multiple fiery copies of Kuina materialized out of thin air to surround him, leaving him stammering to figure out which one was real. A wicked, confident grin spread across the real Kuina's face as her shadow clones instantly converged on him from all directions, raining down a vicious multi-pronged assault that left the battered lord groaning in agony. Snapping in pure rage, Agares let out a deafening roar and detonated a colossal wave of dark, volatile energy, screaming for them to be gone as he completely vaporized every single clone in a single devastating blast. The smoke cleared to reveal Kuina standing alone, blinking in shock as she realized her shadow duplicates had been wiped out instantly by his terrifying output of magic power. Spotting her vulnerable stance amid the haze, Agares lunged forward with psychotic speed, roaring that he had finally found the real target. Before he could close the distance, Procell cried out in alarm, but Uncle Kohaku beat him to the punch, shouting an apology to his former master as he vaulted into the fray and unleashed a blinding high-tier strike known as the Tiger God's Thunder Needle. Unleashing her ultimate technique, the Scarlet Gold Dance, Kuina poured every ounce of her magic power into a devastating strike that successfully landed on Agares. Although Agares survived the initial impact, his body quickly began to crumble and collapse. Lying defeated on the ground, Agares apologized to Procell, admitting that his actions stemmed entirely from his own incompetence and confessing that he had been deeply terrified of Procell's rapidly growing power. He explained that demon lords were originally designed as mere pieces by the creator to develop humanity through continuous battle, trapping them in a constant state of fear of being robbed by others from birth until death. Many demon lords, including himself, were never able to shake off that primal fear, which ultimately paved the way for the Black Demon Lord to get involved. Looking down at the fallen foe, Procell refused to mock him, stating that they were cut from the same cloth because he too understood the pain and fear of loss, which was the exact reason he chose to build his city. As Agares finally crumbled away into dust, Kohaku acknowledged that he had chosen a wise master, and when discussing what to do with the dungeon crystal, Kohaku asked to destroy it rather than leave it behind, unable to bear the thought of his former master's grave being vandalized by humans. Elsewhere, Stolas woke up and greeted Procell, noting that although her power was still recovering, she was doing well thanks to his care. Expressing her gratitude for what transpired during her slumber, she acknowledged that she was in Procell's debt once again, to which Procell replied that he eagerly looked forward to her paying it back. Transitioning from the good news, Procell broke the bad news that today's incident had been orchestrated by a hidden mastermind, the Black Demon Lord Bahram. Believing that Bahram would not give up easily and would likely return with new tricks or drag other demon lords into the conflict, Procell clenched his fist and declared that they could no longer let him get away with it, resolving to make their move and defeat him once and for all. With that goal in mind, Procell set their immediate sights on winning over the Chris Kingdom, which stood as the last of the three nations currently under the influence of Bahram's religion. Down in the quiet sanctuary of the bottom level of Marco's dungeon, our protagonist sat at a dining table across from her, casually noting that the long war against the Black Demon Lord was finally hurtling toward its climax. Explaining the current geopolitical board, he pointed out that out of the three nations under the sway of the Rigdog religion, only the massive Chris Kingdom remained standing. And if they could successfully convince that final nation to ditch the faith, the enemy's power base would be entirely neutralized for total victory. Stretching lazily, Marco reminded him that she had faked her death and holed up in seclusion this whole time just to outsmart their foe, warning him with a smirk to call her first if he ever tried to settle things by force so she could finally pay him back for all the trouble. Agreeing with a nod, our boy admitted he didn't want to drop his guard, asking her to spill everything she knew about the Black Demon Lord since there was still a glaring gap in their combat power. Marco broke down the fundamentals of their kind, explaining that demon lords survive by feeding on human emotions and converting them into raw magic power, typically using gold and treasure to lure mortals into dungeons where their pain and despair could be harvested. While Procell operated cleanly within the traditional framework of a demon lord by building an open city, the Black Demon Lord had completely shattered those boundaries, extending his terrifying influence far beyond his own dungeon walls. Instead of waiting for adventurers, the enemy hijacked parts of the outside world using religion to shackle entire kingdoms into his personal power source, harvesting mountains of magic by forcing brainwashed followers on grueling pilgrimages and inciting human armies to clash with rival lords, neatly bypassing the traditional rules of war. Procell realized it felt less like a standard conquest, and more like the Black Demon Lord was staging a cosmic rebellion against divine order, functioning as a champion for the weaker demon lords who had been trampled by humanity and stronger lords, just as Astaroth had once recounted. When he considered looping Dantalion in since the abrasive lord supposedly held a deep grudge against the Black Demon Lord, Marco quickly corrected him, revealing that Dantalion was actually running scared and actively avoiding the tyrant. Suddenly remembering a chilling detail, Marco warned him about the Black Demon Lord's ultimate trump card, making Procell realize that Agares had fallen victim to that exact hidden weapon, proving the situation was exponentially more dangerous than anticipated. He pulled out the silver pocket watch gifted by Dantalion, noting the dense magic power stored inside capable of freezing time for a single moment, finally understanding why he had been entrusted with something so priceless. Marco agreed, pointing out that if played right, that frozen second could completely flip the Black Demon Lord's trump card and reverse their fortunes entirely. She sternly warned that the Chris Kingdom was the enemy's absolute last lifeline, meaning the tyrant would undoubtedly roll down there in person to defend it and rewrite the board. Sitting back down with a heavy dose of quiet confidence, our protagonist declared that this would be the definitive final war between creation and black. Returning to Avalon, our hero was warmly welcomed back by Aura and Duke, immediately apologizing for leaving them holding the fort, while asking if any major moves had gone down. Duke reported that while the Chris Kingdom had strictly slapped a total travel ban on Avalon under the Rigdog religion's orders, they had successfully used the Axella and Relic kingdoms as secret intermediaries, slipping and purifying apple wine to systematically break the Black Demon Lord's brainwashing. The strategy moved even faster than expected, resulting in an official invitation for diplomatic talks delivered via the Axella Kingdom, as the other nations desperately wanted the same financial and health miracles Avalon had secured. Procell's eyebrows shot up in surprise when he learned the designated meeting spot was none other than the heart of the Chris Kingdom itself, the enemy's home turf. Duke noted that while the previous negotiations had been a cakewalk, walking straight into an enemy stronghold was a massive gamble, making our protagonist realize that if this was a trap engineered by the Black Demon Lord, the timing and location played right into the tyrant's hands. Weighing the grim odds, our boy knew they had to tread carefully around hidden demon spies and brainwashed humans who could strike at any second. To keep the enemy from pulling off any dirty tricks, he decided to bring Quina along, relying on her unmatched beast instincts and absurd combat prowess as a walking insurance policy. On the domestic front, he planned to have the local populace continuously purified by Riley's magical vocals and Aura's specialized wine, while tasking Rorono with inventing a localized device to seal off the Black Demon Lord's reality warping abilities. Despite feeling far better prepared than during any previous clash, he knew perfection was impossible as long as that ominous trump card remained active, reminding himself he desperately needed one more genius move to neutralize the threat. Stepping inside his mansion, he found Stolas floating near a window and greeted her. Stolas asks if Marco was holding up as usual, Procell replied that Marco seemed bored out of her mind, though getting to see the person he loved always cheered her up. Casually flashing a grin, our boy remarked that he hoped to wrap up the war quickly, so he could take Marco out for a proper stroll around the city, which instantly made Stolas pout, turning away with an irritated, trembling face as she snapped that she saw how it was. Duke and Ara popped up in the background, wisely muttering that sheer insensitivity was an unforgivable sin. Quickly picking up on her mood, Procell pivoted and genuinely asked how she was feeling, catching her completely off guard. Blushing fiercely, Stolas cheerfully admitting that thanks to his care she expected to be at 100% within the next few days. With bright, renewed energy, she declared she would lend him every ounce of her strength during the upcoming showdown to properly repay Black Demon for ruining her very first war. Smiling warmly, our protagonist agreed, recalling how invaluable her wind magic had been in the past, and promised to lean on her when things got heavy. Without missing a beat, he suddenly grabbed both of her hands, frantically correcting himself by shouting that he actually needed her help right this exact second for the upcoming diplomatic mission, leaving a blushing, completely flabbergasted Stolas staring at him in utter shock. The sparkling new Avalon Casino was supposed to be the city's crown jewel, but a massive new threat was already brewing right on the bustling floor. A highly organized crew of over 10 top-tier cheaters was aggressively bleeding the house dry, racking up considerable losses that threatened to shut the entire operation down for good. Huddled in the security room, our boy and his crew finally caught a lucky break when Rorono's hidden surveillance cameras successfully exposed the group's sneaky tactics. They realized the cheaters were actively manipulating the cards using high-level magic, bypassing the table's detection devices because a rat hidden among Konana's hired dealers had carefully set the game up in advance. While our hero knew they could expose the grunts at any time, the real headache was the crew's ringleader. This slick goatee-rocking elf was the only guy flying totally clean without using a single ounce of magic, meaning they absolutely could not nail him or stop the bleeding until they figured out his specific hustle. But right in the middle of their tense brainstorming session, a cheerful voice called out, and our protagonist spun around to find Riley proudly day-drinking on the job. Totally ignoring his exasperation, the beautiful diva confidently volunteered to handle the tricky ringleader herself, humming a happy tune as she promised to dish out a severely painful punishment. Strutting right out onto the main floor fully dressed in a slick dealer outfit, she smoothly initiated a high-stakes one-on-one poker match against the smug leader. As she cheerfully tossed the cards across the felt, our sweating protagonist watched in horror from the monitors as she proceeded to lose horribly, while the grinning elf hoarded a massive mountain of chips. Pretending to look completely defeated, Rai sighed heavily and complained that she was definitely going to get fired if she kept tanking like this. Locking eyes with the smug cheater, she boldly challenged him to crank the stakes up to a completely insane 100 times the normal limit for their next game. The elf busted out laughing, convinced she was just throwing out a desperate joke, but Relly simply leaned over the table to remind her dear customer that magic use was strictly forbidden. She slyly pointed out that she was actually testing to see if he would cheat, noting the table's anti-magic detection device was reversed and working perfectly. Taking the bait hook, line, and sinker, the arrogant leader aggressively accepted the massive 100 times multiplier. Watching from the security room, our hero and Duke finally caught on, realizing her massive losing streak was just an elaborate bluff to bait the guy into a high-stakes game that would force him to pay back every stolen coin. Unfortunately, Duke immediately derailed that brief moment of relief, sweating bullets as he nervously reminded everyone that Rully was notoriously famous for always going totally broke whenever she gambled. Sweating profusely, our boy tried to stay positive, frantically rationalizing that she must have seen straight through the cheater's tricks and cooked up a foolproof plan to turn the tables. Down at the table, the cocky leader peeked at his cards to find a guaranteed full house right off the deal, smugly choosing not to exchange a single card. With her face ominously shadowed, Raleigh matched his move and refused to swap any cards either, darkly muttering that she definitely wasn't getting fired today. The two immediately launched into a fierce betting war, aggressively tossing chips and repeatedly raising the pot until a towering, ridiculous mountain of wealth sat in the middle of the felt. Flashing a wicked smile, the leader gloated that this insane prize pool was big enough to buy an entire castle with the 100x stakes, chuckling darkly at the sheer absurdity of their final showdown. Completely convinced he had the game in the bag, the arrogant leader boldly insulted Rayleigh, calling her a stupid girl for aggressively pushing such a reckless bluff. He smugly relied on his intensely trained ears to monitor her heartbeat throughout the match, totally satisfied that her rapidly pounding pulse sounded perfectly anxious and full of heavy regret. Demanding she finally flip her cards over, he coldly told her there was absolutely no turning back now, fully expecting to crush her spirits. However, the cocky elf was left staring in utter jaw-dropping disbelief as Rayleigh triumphantly slammed down a flawless straight flush from the ace to the 5 of hearts. Basking in his complete shock, she formally introduced herself as Rayleigh Diva, a legendary songstress from a foreign world whose absolute mastery lay entirely in the realm of sound. She happily explained to the terrified cheater that she had easily figured out his super hearing tricks the moment she sat down, using her unique abilities to intentionally manipulate the exact sound and emotional frequency of her own heartbeat to perfectly deceive him. Gleefully rubbing salt in the wound, she informed the panicking leader that he had just accumulated a completely massive debt that he could never possibly hope to repay in a single lifetime. The crushing weight of his monumental failure totally shattered his sanity, causing the ruined elf to let out a horrifying, agonizing scream that echoed loudly across the entire casino floor. With the underground cheating ring completely rooted out and handled, a cheerful Raleigh turned back to the crew, flashing a pair of cute peace signs and immediately asking our boy for a hefty bonus for saving the day. Duke watched her celebrate and dryly remarked that her insane sound manipulation powers would basically prevent her from ever losing a normal game of poker. Completely dismissing the idea, the diva casually argued that having a guaranteed win every single time just made gambling totally boring and entirely pointless. In the same breath, she casually dropped the bombshell that her sound powers absolutely could not physically manipulate playing cards anyway, leaving a thoroughly confused Procell to frantically ask how in the world she actually managed to score a perfect straight flush. Brushing off his rising panic with a carefree laugh, the beautiful songstress suggested she merely got incredibly lucky on the final draw thanks to her stellar, everyday good conduct. Hearing that she had literally bet the entire financial future of their establishment on pure, unadulterated dumb luck instantly shattered our hero's nerves, causing him to completely collapse to the floor in overwhelming shock, while Raleigh happily skipped off to grab more daytime drinks. Then rolling into the massive Chris Kingdom in a dope carriage, our boy noticed the streets were insanely lively, totally fitting the vibe of the biggest kingdom on the map. But the chill atmosphere vanished when he received a magical heads-up that suspicious folks were completely surrounding him, with similar sketchy reports coming from Aura's squads elsewhere. Sitting down for a formal audience with the local king, our protagonist stayed on high alert, fully anticipating a trap since this place was the Black Demon Lord's absolute final fort. During the fancy dinner, he theorized that the enemy wouldn't launch an immediate attack, figuring the local royalty were still way too useful as political pawns, while Kuina discreetly whispered that their purified apple wine had successfully cured the noble attendees' brainwashing. The king formally thanked our boy for his massive financial help and for mediating the dragon conflict, but heavily sighed as he admitted the rigged old religion was simply too deeply rooted to easily abandon. Unfazed, our confident leader pushed back by suggesting they install his signature TVs across the kingdom, firmly believing the citizens would eventually get hooked on Avalon's entertainment and ditch the shady religion entirely. Out of nowhere, the diplomatic vibe completely shattered as the king's face violently contorted, his eyes turning into terrifying, pitch-black hollows. Aggressively grabbing our shocked protagonist by the collar, the possessed monarch spat out how absolutely disgusting the whole situation was, making our boy instantly realize those darkened eyes perfectly matched the madness Agares had previously displayed. Before anyone could react, a colossal pillar of raw magic power blasted down from the sky, originating from a massive ritual circle fueled by over 100 chanting demons. In a horrifying flash of clarity, our hero realized that the Black Demon Lord viewed human lives as disposable livestock, totally willing to nuke his own royal pawns just to wipe out his rival. As the devastating orbital strike rained down, Kuina fiercely leaped into the path of destruction, loudly declaring she would protect her master even if it meant totally sacrificing her own life. The massive magical bombardment completely obliterated the fancy building and leveled the entire surrounding area in a blinding flash of pure destruction. Coughing through the thick dust, our battered hero woke up buried in the ruined rubble, bleeding heavily from his head and utterly shocked that he had somehow survived the apocalyptic blast. His heart completely shattered when he realized Kuina had physically shielded him from the impact using her own body, leaving her severely injured and literally cracking apart at the seams. Flashing a weak, heartbreaking smile, she whispered how relieved she was to have successfully protected her beloved daddy, softly acknowledging that this was the end of the line for her. Before our boy could even process the horror, Kuina dissolved into a shower of gentle light and faded away forever, leaving a devastated Procell to scream into the night in pure, unadulterated agony and despair. While our protagonist was totally reeling from the crushing loss of his closest companion, a squad of shadowy figures slithered out of the broken ground and violently pinned him to the dirt. They strictly commanded him to behave since he was in the presence of royalty, paving the way for the Black Demon Lord Bahram to step out of the shadows and condescendingly mock our boy's pitiful state. Boiling over with intense fury and heartbreak, our hero screamed at Bahram at the top of his lungs, viciously cursing the tyrant for murdering his friend. Unfazed by the outburst, Bahram simply flashed a twisted grin and deliberately asked if his rival absolutely hated him right now. That mocking question triggered a horrifying flashback to Marco's dire warning about the enemy's ultimate trump card, making our boy realize in sheer horror that feeling any dark emotions like fear or pure hatred toward Bahram granted the tyrant absolute, inescapable mind control. Realizing he had just fallen perfectly into the ultimate trap, our desperate hero scrambled for his absolute last resort, pulling out the silver pocket watch gifted by the Time Demon Lord to freeze time and escape. Unfortunately, Bahram was insanely fast, swiftly kicking the precious item right out of our boy's bloody hand before brutally stomping it into a million pieces to completely vaporize his only ticket out of hell. Confidently taunting that there was absolutely no point in waiting for a rescue, the tyrant explained that he had intentionally positioned massive demon armies throughout the kingdoms to keep our hero's loyal companions completely bogged down in combat elsewhere. Looking down at his terrified, wide-eyed rival with a sinister grin, Bahram coldly declared that it was all over, prompting our completely broken protagonist to reach out with a trembling, bloody hand and furiously scream his enemy's name one last time. His consciousness violently snapped, sending him collapsing to the rubble with a heavy thud, only for him to wake up moments later with completely blank, hollowed-out eyes. Now fully brainwashed and radiating a dark aura, our hijacked hero knelt respectfully before his new master to ask for his first command, while Bahram flashed a triumphant, downright evil grin over his ultimate prize. The enemy's ultimate trump card was finally revealed as an inescapable domination ability that completely hijacked the mind of anyone harboring dark emotions toward him, a terrifying power that could enslave even a fellow demon lord. Believing he had caught our boy hook, line, and sinker, Bahram laughed maniacally and wildly celebrated his absolute victory. Eager to revel in his sick triumph, the tyrant relentlessly humiliated his captive, ordering the supposedly brainwashed hero to bark like a dog, do a handstand, and raise his hand like an obedient pet before finally commanding him to summon his elite demons from the Chris Kingdom. Aura and Rillius suddenly burst onto the scene looking utterly horrified by their master's pathetic state, as Bahram smugly instructed his broken puppet to formally transfer all authority over the girls directly to him. As Aura noted the terrifying reality of the authority transfer taking effect, Bahram gloated that no matter how strong a demon was, they were irrevocably bound to their lord's orders, completely convinced he now held the ultimate power of creation in the palm of his hand. Basking in his own massive ego, Bahram eagerly detailed his grandmaster plan, bragging that once he forced our protagonist to summon the rest of Avalon's heavy hitters, he would completely crush the Time and Dragon demon lords to stand alone at the pinnacle of a brand new era. However, before the villain could even finish his villainous monologue, Aura completely shattered the illusion by aggressively slashing at him with a hidden blade, coldly whispering that he was absolutely dreaming. Catching the tyrant entirely off guard, the vicious strike severely injured Bahram's arm right before a massive, torrential wave of liquid violently erupted and engulfed him. Trapped inside a swirling water prison, an enraged Bahram furiously demanded to know how the girls could possibly attack him when they were supposed to be locked under his absolute control through the newly transferred orders. His arrogant confusion instantly morphed into pure rage when the brainwashed version of our hero suddenly lost its form and dissolved entirely into a puddle of liquid, making the tyrant realize he had been completely played and the entity he captured was nothing more than a flawless fake. Stepping out of the shadows completely unharmed, our real protagonist casually strolled up to the water prison with Kunia and Stolas flanking him, smoothly asking his rival if he had enjoyed his little power trip dream. Our confident hero admitted that while the initial events played out exactly as the tyrant had expected, Avalon's crew was still safely sitting one step ahead of the curve. Staring in absolute shock, Bahram immediately recognized the Wind Demon Lord, Stolas, who smugly explained that the captured puppet was merely a dummy she had whipped up using her copy ability as a brilliant insurance policy. She proudly revealed that she had fully recovered from her previous injuries thanks to our boy's top-tier medical treatment, allowing her to finally pay Bahram back for crushing her in a past war and ensuring his mind control scheme completely flopped. With the trap effectively neutralized, our hero somberly admitted he couldn't save the local royalty in time, genuinely questioning why Bahram had so callously sacrificed the very pawns who were the most devoted followers of his own religion. Falling right into the trap, an absolutely livid Bahram laughed viciously and launched into an unhinged rant, screaming that his devout followers were nothing but disposable livestock and absolute idiots for believing in the massive hoax of a religion he had personally invented. He proudly boasted that since they were pathetic enough to revere a demon lord as a literal god, he was entirely willing to sacrifice even the highest royalty without a single second thought. Smiling coldly, our brilliant protagonist held up a sleek video camera, casually revealing that he had just recorded every single word of that damning confession. Using the absolute magic of television, he explained that Bahram's psychotic speech was currently being broadcasted simultaneously all over the world, beaming straight into the streets of the Chris Kingdom. Almost instantly, a deafening, earth-shaking roar of pure human rage erupted from the city below as the citizens learned the ugly truth, prompting Kuina to wince and cover her ringing ears while Roro radioed in from the Avalon Broadcast Center to confirm she was slapping the tyrant's career-ending speech on a continuous loop. Watching the city descend into righteous chaos, Kuina pointed out that the furious followers were already tearing through the streets and actively burning down their own rigged old churches in sheer disgust. Standing tall before the helpless, trapped tyrant, our protagonist confidently declared that his fake religion was permanently finished, dropping the extra bombshell that he already knew the old demon lords had entirely abandoned Bahram, thanks to some insider intel from Kohaku and Agares. Since the Dragon Demon Lord had previously wiped out everything except the Holy City's core crystal, our boy pointed out that Bahram's absolute last line of defense had been the winged demons used for the recent ritual. Right on cue, the lifeless bodies of those exact demons plummeted from the sky and violently crashed into the rubble around the water prison, as Duke smoothly stepped onto the scene to confirm the enemy forces were completely wiped out, coldly stating that Bahram was totally out of moves and could no longer trigger his trump card. Our hero promised to hand him straight over to the furious mob of livestock he had just mocked, declaring total checkmate as the desperate, defeated tyrant screamed Purcell's name in pure, unadulterated rage. 30, standing before the trapped tyrant, our boy coldly informed Bahram that the furious mob he had tricked was marching straight for him, officially marking the end of the line. Panicking, the villain tried to dip out using his signature shadow diving trick, only to realize with sheer horror that his transparent water prison cast absolutely zero shadows. An enraged, torch-wielding mob of humans quickly swarmed the area, screaming for the immediate execution of the slimy religious leader. Watching the chaos alongside Kimina, our hero was caught off guard when an infuriated Bahram violently smashed his fists against his watery cage, absolutely refusing to let a Grand Demon Lord battle end so pathetically. Screaming loudly, the tyrant officially declared a formal war on our protagonist, but our boy flat-out rejected the challenge. He quickly reminded the cornered rat of the strict world system rule that completely prohibited old demon lords from forcing rookies into official wars before their first year had passed. Just as our hero prepared to drop his final line, the water prison suddenly exploded in a massive splash, leaving him completely shook. A jarring system announcement instantly popped up, confirming to our boy's absolute disbelief that the official war declaration had actually been fully accepted. Busting out of his cage, Bahram smugly mocked our protagonist for forgetting a massive loophole, explaining that the rookie protection ban vanishes the second a new demon lord injures an older one or hurts his minions. The villain gloated that our hero's previous beatdowns on his disguise grunts and the recent severing of his arm perfectly met the injury quota. Fired up and absolutely livid that the system played him, our hero accepted the challenge, yelling that he would personally end the tyrant's life. Bahram just laughed, gloating that since an official war could never be cancelled, our boy was permanently trapped. Setting the match date for 9 days out, our confident leader told his crew to get ready to shine, prompting the tyrant to darkly promise he would steal all that power before dramatically vanishing into the shadows. Reappearing safely in a dark forest, Bahram laughed like an absolute maniac, loudly celebrating his sneaky survival and mercilessly mocking our protagonist. The slimy tyrant revealed his ultimate insurance policy, bragging that he had previously saved Belial, the demon lord of despair, and locked him into a sketchy contract to hand over his body in an emergency. Planning to use his original possession ability, Bahram fully intended to hijack Despair's shell and reincarnate, leaving our hero to foolishly fight an empty husk. However, when the smug villain finally strutted up to the exact coordinates of Despair's legendary dungeon, he was completely dumbfounded to find nothing but a ruined, murky swamp. A random adventurer casually strolled by and greeted him, apologizing for the mess before explaining that some famous hotshot had literally just slaughtered the demon lord of despair minutes ago, completely wiping the dungeon off the map. Wishing the totally horrified tyrant good luck, the adventurer bounced, leaving Bahram to realize his foolproof backup plan was completely toast. Completely desperate, he realized the horrifying truth that without his insurance policy, he would actually have to face our overpowered hero in a straight-up war. The situation was utterly hopeless, since all the other demon lords had ghosted him, and he lacked the magic juice to even think about spawning a fresh army. Dropping to his knees in the gross swamp, the broken tyrant tearfully admitted he could never win, deeply lamenting the absolute end of his grand ambitions while a tragic image of a veiled woman flashed through his mind. Bubbling over with bitter resentment, Bahram cursed the strong elites who blindly accepted the rigged world system, furiously vowing to murder them all under the cold moonlight. Meanwhile, back on home turf in Avalon, our hero received a massively hyped welcome from his loyal demons, who eagerly reported that production rates for guns, golems, and potions were skyrocketing. Noticing his squad's electric energy, our boy confidently announced it was finally time for the official showdown, prompting Kumina to enthusiastically cheer that they were fully locked and loaded. Our protagonist acknowledged that the Black Demon Lord was still a heavy hitter, but revealed that Avalon's booming population and casino tourism had pumped his personal magic reserves to absurd Marco-shocking levels. Just as he boldly promised to use that massive power to completely obliterate his enemy, a sudden system notice from the creator abruptly cut him off. The message left our boy completely floored, officially announcing that the highly anticipated war had been cancelled because Bahram's bloody, lifeless corpse was currently rotting on the dirt, proving the Black Demon Lord was already dead. A week had passed since the death of the Black Demon Lord, and Purcell reflected that while he had initially suspected the system notification might be a trick by Bahram, it came directly from the creator, confirming his demise. Purcell admitted it felt a bit like a bummer that things ended so abruptly. Just then, Kuina burst into the room carrying a massive stack of letters, announcing that news of the Black Demon Lord's death had spread to other demon lords who were now frantically sending messages asking to join Purcell's faction. Procell was completely confused and overwhelmed, noting he was just a rookie who hadn't even finished his first year and didn't remember ever creating a faction. Duke stepped in to explain that the other demon lords realized they stood zero chance against the newbie who had wiped out the black demon lord with power comparable to the strongest demon lord trio, leaving them to choose submission and compliance instead. Out of nowhere, Marco arrived via the teleportation circle linked to her dungeon, explaining she had stayed holed up in seclusion to hide her rebirth and successfully deceive the black demon lord. Stretching her arms, Marco remarked that she hadn't expected everything to wrap up before she even got to take her turn, cheerfully declaring she was finally a free woman. She turned directly to Procell, asking if he remembered his promise to invite her to his city when he originally gave her the necklace, smoothly suggesting they go on a date. True to his word, Procell took Marco out on a tour around Avalon, buying her a cute frog-shaped pastry and browsing clothes together. They swung by the casino, where Marco excitedly played poker and racked up a massive pile of chips that sent the dealer into a total panic, while a cheering Kuina watched from the sidelines. Afterward, they caught a live concert featuring Rolamineshi, with Marco enthusiastically losing herself in the crowd and waving glow sticks. Over a casual drink later that evening, Marco told Procell she had thoroughly enjoyed the date, praising Avalon for being exceptionally clean, boasting top-tier security, offering goods from across the globe, and buzzing with the vibrant energy of humans and demons coexisting peacefully. Across the city, locals and travelers raised their glasses in toasts, praising the superb wine, incredible food, and lively atmosphere. Hearing those praises made Procell genuinely happy, as he wanted nothing more than to repay their support by running the city to the absolute best of his ability. Marco smiled warmly, calling Avalon a special place that ran entirely on hope and smiles. Though Procell privately thought she was laying it on a bit thick, Marco sincerely admitted that experiencing it all made her feel a little silly for running a dark dungeon that reeked of blood. She wondered aloud if other demon lords would try to copy Procell's model, though she heavily doubted anyone else could pull it off with the same success. Procell quietly considered that establishing an official faction might actually be a great idea if it meant protecting fellow demon lords who wanted to live in peace. Laying out his ambitious vision for Avalon's future to Marco, Procell explained his plans to utilize reserved flatlands to expand the city limits to accommodate the booming population, while ramping up staff for farms, waterways, and underground skeleton factories to handle the soaring demand. He also highlighted a brand new theater currently under construction, and detailed his grand scheme to build out parts of the city entirely outside the reach of the dungeon crystal, noting that since those buildings weren't constructed using magic, they were functionally no different from structures in the outside world. To tie it all together, he planned to roll out a public transportation system to seamlessly connect all the expanding districts. As their incredible date finally wound down, Marco suddenly blushed and apologized for getting a bit too carried away and keeping him out so late, before eagerly asking if he would take her out on another date the very next day. The following day, Marco led Procell deep into the Dungeon of Time for what she called a grave visit. The Time Demon Lord greeted them warmly, noting it had been quite a while, and guided them down a concealed, winding path. As they descended into the depths, the Time Demon Lord casually asked Procell what he already knew about the legendary Flame Demon Lord. Procell recounted everything Marco had previously told him, that the Flame Demon Lord once sat comfortably at the absolute pinnacle of the Golden Generation, standing shoulder to shoulder with the current strongest Demon Lord trio. Confirming the story, the Time Demon Lord added that he had once fallen into a bitter conflict with the Flame Demon Lord over Marco, which ultimately ended with him leaving him for dead. Guiding Procell and Marco up to a set of massive heavy doors, the Time Demon Lord explained that he had used his absolute mastery over time to perfectly preserve the Flame Demon Lord's body after his demise. He softly admitted that despite their bitter rivalry and the violent fallout of their relationship, the Flame Demon Lord had been one of the very few true friends he ever had in his long life, and his personal ego simply couldn't bear the thought of losing him completely. With a heavy creak, the grand doors swung open to reveal the perfectly preserved, untouched body of the Flame Demon Lord, whose name was Amon. Standing before the preserved body of Amon, Marco bared her soul and unspooled the complex, tragic history of the Flame Demon Lord. In the past, Amon was universally feared for waging relentless wars against fellow demon lords. Despite being a fierce battle maniac, he had an uncanny knack for winning people over, instantly befriending any opponent whose strength he respected. This trait was famously highlighted when a brutal, 72-hour war against Marco ended in a total draw. Amon abruptly declared that Marco had caught his attention and boldly announced that he would make her his wife. Because he naturally drew in powerful rivals he had befriended, Amon became the gravitational center of a legendary group known as the Four Strongest Pillars, which proudly included the Time Demon Lord and Astaroth. When questioned about his endless thirst for war, Amon laid out a sweeping, grandiose ambition. He believed the world simply had too many demon lords and that the crown of lords should rightfully belong to a single individual, setting his ultimate goal to devour every demon lord and rise as the ultimate greatest demon lord. While the creator originally assigned demon lords the role of children of stars to guide struggling humanity, Amon felt his personal flame was far too intense for mortals to handle. Rather than leaving human guidance to chance encounters, he reasoned it was far more efficient for one supreme demon lord to shoulder that burden entirely, effectively questioning if he meant to replace the creator altogether. Procell realized that Amon grew progressively stronger by destroying opposing demon lords' crystals to inherit their unique abilities in metal generation, a crucial mechanism that also explained why Procell himself couldn't harvest abilities when he vaporized foes with a bomb to save Marco, since destroying the crystal was a strict prerequisite. By hoarding these stolen powers, Amon had been steadily marching toward true omnipotent status. The golden days of camaraderie within the four strongest pillars were vividly recalled, including the night Amon summoned Marco under the moonlight to gift her a dazzling jeweled hair ornament embedded with a massive ruby, proudly explaining he had snatched it after defeating the Stone Demon Lord. While Dantalion tried to step in to defend Marco's comfort, Astaroth quickly exposed Dantalion's own hidden crush, prompting both Astaroth and Amon to declare themselves romantic rivals for Marco's affections. Marco admitted she purposely stalled on giving them an answer to keep their fun, rowdy group together, but that peaceful era came to a horrifying, abrupt end when Amon suddenly called her out again, only to attack her with murderous intent, completely shattering her precious hair ornament. Dantalion later confirmed that a mind-controlling force had completely hijacked Amon, turning him into a puppet of the Black Demon Lord. Because Amon's corruption made him an unstoppable threat, they were forced into the agonizing position of having to kill him. When a desperate Marco begged Dantalion to use his time manipulation powers to rewind Amon's state and resurrect him before the Black Demon Lord took over, Dantalion flatly refused, stating that Amon had been corrupted for far too long to reverse, and adding that even if it were possible, he simply hated him too much to bring him back. With Amon's death, the four strongest pillars fractured permanently into the three pillars. Marco explained that while they initially plotted revenge against the Black Demon Lord, they soon discovered he had covertly subverted both Mine's and Dan's factions behind their backs, weaponizing human religion to manipulate entire armies. Although the Black Demon Lord usually avoided crossing the Dragon Demon Lord directly due to strict creator surveillance, the Holy City remained a glaring exception because of its deep ties to Marco. Concluding her heavy tale, Marco thanked Priscilla, acknowledging that their fates and the tyrants had been hopelessly tangled, but praised Priscilla for finally putting an end to the nightmare. Procell remarked that while Dantalion was likely still keeping secrets, he was glad he could help bring closure, though he noted with mild annoyance that Astaroth had blown off his invitation. Far away, that absence came back to bite Astaroth. Expecting the human armies to finally disperse now that the Rigdol religion had collapsed, the Dragon Demon Lord was left completely shocked when the human forces refused to retreat, having lost their minds to the point where even Astaroth's own monsters had turned against him. Reflecting on recent events, Procell realized that even though defeating the Black Demon Lord unintentionally wrapped up the long-standing feud between Amon the Flame Demon Lord, Marco, and the others, the existential danger had not fully vanished, meaning he simply needed to keep pushing forward and doing what had to be done. Back in Avalon, the city was rapidly booming with brand new buildings, expansive farms, and ongoing infrastructure projects. However, Procell and Duke soon noticed a sharp drop in the availability of golems and hippogriffs, triggered by a sudden surge of violent conflicts among humans that were spreading all the way from the northern nations near the former holy city of the Rigdol religion and the Chris Kingdom down toward the south. While Procell seriously weighed the option of temporarily grounding Hippogriff Airlines and halting golem transport, he was reluctant to pull the plug because those routes served as the vital lifelines connecting Avalon to the rest of the world. Eager to figure out what was happening near the Chris Kingdom, Raleigh stepped up and volunteered for the recon mission, since she had mysteriously lost contact with the Ocean Singers who were stationed there to keep watch. Upon teleporting straight to the Chris Kingdom, Raleigh stumbled upon an absolute nightmare, a horrific scene of local townspeople who looked as though they had brutally slaughtered one another. Sensing an ominous black presence creeping toward her and realizing she was in lethal danger, Raleigh tried to phase out and retreat into another space, but a devastatingly powerful force slammed into the ground right beside her. Meanwhile, back in Avalon, a wave of severely injured survivors came staggering through the gates carrying bleeding companions, frantically begging Procell to save their lives. Duke instantly sprung into action, rushing the casualties straight to the ICU, while Procell stood frozen in utter shock at the gruesome nature of their wounds. Breaking down in tears, one of the survivors confessed to Procell and Duke that he was the one who had hacked down his own party members, explaining that after scoring loot in the Time Dungeon, a sudden overwhelming wave of hatred for everyone around him had hijacked his mind, prompting him to beg for everyone's lives while offering up his own in exchange. Right then, a battered Rargely crashed heavily onto the ground, severely injured and gasping for air as she explained that even the Ocean Singers had lost their minds, forcing her into a desperate fight against them. Showing Procell 3 unbroken cores she had managed to snatch away, she pointed out that the objects were being actively eaten away by a pitch-black substance, which she deduced was the root cause driving both the humans and the Ocean Singers completely insane. Inspecting the items, Duke noted that the cores weren't fully corrupted yet, meaning Aura's specialized potions still had a chance to purify them. A cold wave of shock hit Propolis as he realized this malignant black corruption was spreading at a terrifying speed, leaving him to anxiously wonder if the Black Demon Lord somehow managed to survive. Before they could process the discovery, a white dragon swooped in carrying a panicking Stolas, who rushed straight to Procel and tearfully reported that she had completely lost contact with Astaroth and had zero idea where the Dragon Lord had vanished. In an instant, Procel and Stolas were violently ripped away, pulled into a blinding white dimension where they came face to face with the Creator. When an angry Procel immediately accused the divine entity of orchestrating the madness, the Creator calmly denied the charge, dropping the devastating truth that a virulent disease had already infected the entire globe, declaring that it was already too late because humanity had realized the threat far too late. Without missing a beat, the Creator announced that he had no choice but to completely cut off this world, leaving a horrified Procel staring back in sheer paralyzing shock. Demanding answers, Procel pressed the Creator to explain what was happening to the world. The Creator confirmed that the Black Demon Lord was indeed dead, noting that he had been monitoring him due to loopholes in the rules of war and discovered that Black had originally planned to transfer his soul into the Despair Demon Lord's body to escape. However, because the Despair Demon Lord died, Black's backup plan collapsed, and he ultimately died of pure rage while spitting resentment against creation. The overwhelming fury surrounding Black's death caused his signature ability, which completely controls targets via dark emotions, to awaken and go berserk without a physical body to anchor it, spreading unstoppable madness from the north to cover the entire globe. Because those infected under its control were slaughtering everything in sight, and humanity would inevitably kill each other until the world ended. The Creator stated that the contagion had already spread too far for even a divine entity to stop. To prevent the madness from bleeding into the other 11 worlds he oversaw, the Creator declared his intention to cut off and erase this corrupted world entirely as the ultimate source of Black. Offering a final parting remark, the Creator told Procel that this advance warning was his reward for entertaining him and making the world so interesting since creation's appearance, leaving a devastated Procel to think of his thriving city, his cherished companions, and their successful coexistence with humans, fiercely refusing to let it all end this way. Fiercely declaring to the Creator that he wouldn't allow him to erase the world, Procel prompted the divine being to note that he was still entertaining him right down to the very end. Procel clarified that the Creator was mistaken, explaining that he wasn't trying to fight him, but rather intended to completely purge the Black Demon Lord's madness from the world, so there would no longer be any reason to wipe it out. When the Creator skeptically questioned whether Procel could pull off a miracle even he deemed impossible, Procel passionately replied that he would do whatever it took to protect those precious to him. Amused by this unyielding resolve, the Creator decided to grant him one last chance, though he laid down a strict, unyielding deadline of just one day for Procel to save the world. Snapping back to reality, which was already displaying terrifying signs of the spreading black corruption, Stolas panicked upon realizing that the madness had originated in the north, meaning Astaroth's dungeon was almost certainly affected. Unshaken and deeply determined, Procel reassured Stolas that Astaroth wouldn't lose to Black's lingering power, asked to borrow her strength, and vowed to protect the world from both Black's berserk madness and the Creator himself. Procel breaks down the grim reality for his companions, explaining that the root of the global chaos is the work of the Black Demon Lord. Because Black's ability went berserk following his death, they have a strict 24-hour window before the Creator destroys the world. Duke pulls out a detailed map tracking the affected zones using data from city visitors and Kurtudo merchants, highlighting that the madness originated in the north, has already hit Dantalion's dungeon, and is spreading straight toward Avalon. As Procel analyzes the spreading threat, a sudden realization hits him. The ability seems to possess a mind of its own, meaning the Black Demon Lord might actually still be alive. Procel deduces that while Black's physical shell perished, his soul survived. Though Black originally intended to reincarnate by migrating his soul into the Despair Demon Lord's body, his capacity to cleanly separate body and soul means he is currently lingering as a spirit, sharing the same state as spiritual monsters and the Spirit Demon Lord. Speaking from his expertise as a former undead entity, Duke points out that souls cannot casually hijack another body without meeting strict conditions for a total takeover, which for Black involves using his mind control powers to establish complete possession. Procel connects the dots, realizing that individuals previously controlled by Black, such as Agares, effectively became extensions of Black himself. Consequently, the Black Demon Lord is surviving by indiscriminately spreading his psychic influence and consuming the bodies of those swallowed by the insanity, meaning he is hiding somewhere inside the currently infected territory. Just as Procel tries to figure out how to hunt down the invisible enemy, one of Dantalion's monitoring crows swoops in, posing the crucial question of exactly which body Black intends to possess next. Marco instantly realizes that the ultimate physical vessel Black is targeting is none other than the perfectly preserved body of the Flame Demon Lord, Amon. Even though Amon perished in the past, his corpse was miraculously restored because he had previously defeated the Demon Lord of Revival and absorbed their power, but with Amon's original soul gone, his revived body is completely soulless and serves as the ultimate open target for Black. Right now, the Time Dungeon is facing a brutal siege from swarms of maddened monsters and entities driven entirely by hatred, all laser-focused on reaching Ammon's body. Communicating through the crow, Dantalion explains that he is completely pinned down trying to hold off the invasion with his time manipulation powers and cannot leave his post. Leaving the apocalyptic crisis entirely in Purcell's hands, Dantalion urges him to hurry to the dungeon, let Black successfully take over Amon's physical shell, and then instantly destroy the body to put an absolute permanent end to the Black Demon Lord once and for all. Purcell, as soon as dawn cracked over the horizon, our hero and his elite forces mobilized, charging straight for the Time Dungeon to launch their final desperate assault. Marco and Stolas stepped up to the plate, fiercely leading the vanguard alongside the absolute best of Avalon's combat roster. To ensure their precious city wasn't left wide open to attack, Stolas brilliantly deployed localized copies of herself and the crew to hold down the fort back home. But the moment our protagonist and his squad arrived at the dungeon, they were completely floored by the sheer apocalyptic scale of the threat. A massive, endless horde of berserk humans, feral monsters, and corrupted demon lords had gathered from every corner of the globe, swarming the area with a single mindless goal: securing Amon's preserved body to serve as the Black Demon Lord's next physical vessel. Refusing to be overwhelmed, the support team immediately went to work to carve out a safe zone. Aura unleashed her golden mist at maximum output, expertly weaving Avalon's premium herbal remedies and potent golden apple potions into the fog to purify the air and halt the creeping corruption. To back her up, Rosalite cast heavy-duty strengthening magic, while the Ocean Singers amplified the buffs to crazy levels with their enchanting vocals. Amidst the chaotic clash, a monitoring crow swooped in bearing a critical message from Dantalion, who was currently burning through his power to freeze time inside the dungeon and stall the invasion. The Time Demon Lord instructed our boy to hustle straight to the entrance, explaining he would drop the time stop for just one split second, so our hero could permanently execute the vessel before Black fully settled into it. Rallying his squad with a fierce shout, our leader spearheaded the massive charge directly into the heart of the battlefield. Kuina didn't hold anything back, immediately triggering her ultimate transformation to bulldoze through the enemy ranks, while Duke and Aura felt a grim sense of relief that the old Demon Lord's formidable armies lacked any real chain of command, due to their berserk madness. However, the battlefield dynamics shifted dangerously as the massive horde suddenly locked onto our uncorrupted crew, aggressively targeting them as a foreign threat. Knowing they had to keep moving, Duke and Aura valiantly stayed behind to hold the line, tearing into the chaotic mob so the main duo could push forward. But just as they neared the entrance, a terrifyingly transformed Astaroth suddenly dropped in, completely hijacked by Black's mind control and blocking their path. Knowing time was running out, Duke and Aura yelled for Purcell and Marco to ditch the front line and rush inside to secure Amon while they handled the corrupted Dragon Lord. Sprinting through the frozen corridors, our breathless hero and Marco finally busted into the deepest inner chamber where the Flame Demon Lord was resting, only to realize with absolute horror that Black's soul had already beaten them there and was actively initiating the possession. In a clutch move, Dantalion's crow dropped a specialized dagger infused with heavy time magic, designed perfectly to pierce Amon's defenses before the soul transfer could lock in. Our desperate protagonist instantly lunged forward to deliver the killing blow, but he was suddenly blindsided and tackled hard by the rotting husk Black had previously been using. Knocked flat on his back and watching the clock tick down, our boy desperately asked Marco to finish Amon off in his place. Catching the blade, Marco froze completely, her eyes welling up with heavy tears as she stared down at the peaceful face of her former comrade. Utterly paralyzed by her own grief, she sobbed that she simply couldn't bring herself to destroy him, crying out that Amon still held a massive place in her heart. Because she couldn't strike the fatal blow in time, the dark ritual reached its climax, and the possession successfully locked into place. Amon's preserved body violently convulsed before slowly rising, his face twisting into a deeply sinister, unmistakable expression. With a triumphant, spine-chilling grin, the reborn Black Demon Lord proudly announced to the room that he was finally back, leaving our completely devastated heroes to face their worst nightmare. Duke observed the overwhelming strength of Astaroth, the Dragon Demon Lord, and the strongest of the three pillars, along with his ace, Caesar the Emperor Dragon, noting that even with his power surpassing Sarank through rebirth, he could not reach them. Meanwhile, Stolas had completely lost her fighting spirit because the parent who raised her had been consumed by Black's madness and now stood as her enemy, leaving her vulnerable to an attack. When Caesar attacked Stolas, Astaroth stepped in and blocked the strike, showing a momentary return of sanity and telling Caesar not to lay a hand on Stolas. Realizing he had been devoured by Black's madness for too long and would soon lose his sanity again, Astaroth told Stolas that there was no saving him. Astaroth urged Stolas to kill him and inherit the Dragon Emperor power to rule all dragons, which was a unique ability that could not be inherited unless the previous successor died. When a weeping Stolas asked if there was no other way, and hoped Purcell would defeat Black to restore her sanity, Astaroth insisted they would not make it in time, and demanded she fight him. Astaroth explained that his lifespan was already reaching its end, and dying by feeling her power up close was the true wish of a parent. Recognizing that this challenge was too heavy for Stolas alone, Duke stepped in to assist her, stating that responding to Astaroth's wish with all of their might was the least they could do. Stolas made her resolve to defeat Astaroth, the Dragon Demon Lord, and become the successor of the Dragon Emperor. Meanwhile, the possession of Emin's body by the Black Demon Lord successfully completed, and he awakened with a sinister expression, triumphantly declaring that he was back. Deceived by Black, Marco mistook the resurrected body for Emin and apologized for not being able to save him, while Black played along and told her they could start over right now. Purcell frantically warned Marco not to be deceived, shouting that it was the Black Demon Lord and that failure to defeat him meant the creator would erase the world. Dismissing Purcell, Black unleashed Emin's terrifying flame power, blasting Purcell away and sending him crashing into the ground. Now wielding the peak power of the Flame Demon Lord without any physical strain due to the special activation, Black gloated that once he killed Purcell and took in the power of creation, he would surely reach the creator, outwit him, and become the foundation of a brand new world. As Black reached out toward Purcell, Marco stepped in and stopped him, asking if it was not fine to leave it as is since the victor had been decided. The resurrected Black Demon Lord possessing Amon's body taunted Marco, noting that because she chose him over Purcell and failed to kill Amon, she inadvertently let him revive, and asked if she planned to kill him again. A shocked Marco was torn, thinking about how Purcell was important to her, but she could not bring herself to lose Purcell either. The monitoring crow watched anxiously, noting that Marco's heart was shaking and the situation could go either way between Purcell and Black. Purcell resolved that he wanted to live together with Marco, and if that could not be fulfilled, dying here meant he would fight with all his might to protect the people he cared about. Black mocked Marco, telling her there was no reason to protect Purcell, since Purcell would be fine even without her, while the crow frantically urged Marco to open her eyes. Speaking through the crow, Dantalion shouted to Marco that her feelings toward Amon were no longer the same. They were now an obsession born from happy memories and the guilt of not being able to save him. Dantalion pressed Marco on who she was truly thinking about right now, reminding her that Purcell risked his life for her, and that the one she should walk together with towards the future was Purcell. Astaroth challenged the next generation of dragons to magnificently defeat him and the Emperor Dragon Caesar to succeed the Dragon Emperor who rules over all dragons. Stolas called out to Enro to lend her strength, and they launched a wind breath attack, but it failed to break Caesar's barrier of light. Caesar swiftly countered, nearly overwhelming Duke, Stolas, and Enrol with his speed and power. Duke realized that even though creation metals were used during his and Enrol's rebirth to obtain the power of 3 metals, they were still no match for them. Stolas pointed out that Caesar was always in a berserk state, which normally causes a loss of sanity and control despite heightening abilities, though the essence of Dragon Emperor is the ability to cancel that demerit. Knowing a dragon fighting Caesar without sanity would be a sitting duck, Stolas devised a strategy. Caesar's light aura, a massive magical power, can be used to strengthen attack, defense, and movement, but it can only strengthen one of them at a time. Stolas coordinated with Duke and Enril so that if Caesar's light aura was deployed for defense, Duke would pierce it, and if it was deployed to dodge, Enril would strike. When Caesar attempted to blast them down with a breath of light, Duke stepped in and intercepted it, shouting to leave it to him. Duke intentionally fell into a close-range clash to prevent Caesar from being able to deploy his breath, defense, and dodge in time. Taking advantage of the confusion caused by the clash, Enril closed the distance for a zero-distance breath attack, forcing Caesar to release his barrier of light and deploy his wings of light. Without the barrier of light, Enril's wind breath and Duke's darkness breath successfully hit and overwhelmed Astaroth and Caesar. Stated to be enjoying the fight, Astaroth used Awakening to boost Caesar's power, pushing back against their attack. Pushing their limits, Stolas and Duke unleashed a massive double berserk breath, overwhelming Astaroth and Caesar completely. Admitting complete defeat and acknowledging that their full power had surpassed his and Caesar's, Astaroth declared that Stolas and Duke were fit to be the next Dragon Emperor before bidding a final farewell. As the power flowed into her, a tearful Stolas thanked Astaroth and expressed her gratitude that he was her parent, successfully inheriting the Dragon Emperor power. Stolas stood before the silhouette of Astaroth, expressing her gratitude and vowing to become a demon lord who won't put a shame on his name. Stolas addressed Duke and Enril, thanking them for betting it all for the victory, and used the Dragon Emperor power to return their sanity. Duke was surprised by how quickly Stolas regained her sanity and wondered if he also inherited the Dragon Emperor power, to which Stolas reasoned that because they combined their power and defeated Astaroth, they both inherited it, recalling that Astaroth had said you both. Noticing that everyone else was still fighting, Duke told Stolas to leave Black to his lord and proposed that they go help the others. As Stolas and Duke moved out, Stolas looked back toward Purcell with worry, while a tearful Marco looked at Purcell and apologized, saying, "Forgive me, Purcell." Marco wrestled with a heavy internal conflict, feeling that despite acting as a mother figure to Purcell, she had hesitated between him as the man who touched her heart and Amon from her past, leading her to believe Purcell must be deeply disappointed in her. However, the Black Demon Lord possessing Amon's body interrupted by calling her a stupid woman and declaring that since she would not be his, he would steal her away simply to crush Purcell's dignity, or otherwise kill her outright. Purcell abruptly intervened by shooting Black in the arm, stopping him and angrily telling Marco to stop spouting nonsense about him being disappointed in her. He told her that if the image of Aemon still lingered in her mind, it was his own fault, and vowed to make her forget Aemon. When Marco insisted she could not let go because she had killed Aemon with her own hands and needed to pay the price for her past feelings, Purcell challenged her by asking if she truly still loved Aemon or if she was merely forcing herself to yearn for him out of guilt, meaning she would otherwise never move on. He reminded her that she had kept Aemon in her mind until her final days and accepted death, but had ultimately chosen rebirth to live with them, asking her to finally let go of the painful past, live, and share a happy new life with him, while ensuring a smile remained on her face. Listening to Purcell tell her that Flame no longer existed and that even apologizing to his flesh would be an insult to injury, Marco realized she had to keep moving forward and end the nightmare by defeating Black to give Flame his final rest, prompting her to cry out for Purcell's help. Enraged that Marco had chosen Purcell and betrayed him after all these years, the Black Demon Lord declared he would send them both to hell with Aemon's flames, and used Awakening. To Black's absolute shock, Marco awakened into a giant beast, unleashing a cursed fire containing every element that once engulfed the weak Demon Kings. Just as Black believed he had secured victory, Purcell triggered his own awakening, causing the fire to vanish. Purcell explained that because Marco had been reborn with the attributes of a Demon King while also sharing the attributes of one of his monsters, his awakening could grant her even more power through double awakening, causing Marco to grow massively in size. Outside the time dungeon, everyone including Duke and the others was left completely shocked and dumbfounded at the sight of the gigantic Marco towering over the tower. As Marco's giant beast form unleashed a massive breath attack, Black realized that Amon's body could not handle all that power, causing it to disintegrate into ash and dust. With his physical vessel completely destroyed, Black's soul escaped the wreckage and made a desperate gamble to go straight for Purcell's body. Though Marco desperately yelled for Purcell to watch out and move, Black's soul struck and pierced straight through Purcell's chest. As Purcell's flesh intertwined with Black's soul, he caught a sudden glimpse of Black's memory, featuring a smiling nun-like figure. After Black's soul pierces Purcell's chest, Purcell realizes that touching his soul allows him to experience the memories of Bahram of Black. Bahram's past reveals that he was a rank C demon lord of possession, who struggled with his weak power, which was limited to controlling lower-rank monsters and lower-ranking demon lords. He fell deeply in love with Foras, the demon lord of gems, rank C, after she praised his potential and guided him with a smile. Following a humiliating dinner party where he was mocked by an A-rank skeletal demon lord, and discussing how the creator used weaker beginner demon lords as stepping stones and food for human growth, Foras proposed an alliance with Bahram and fellow C-rank demon lords Rebisel of Fog and Flutie of Cloud. Unfortunately, that alliance ended in tragedy when Rebisel was killed by an adventurer and Flutie was betrayed while trying to live among humans, resulting in her crystal being destroyed and her going missing. Bahram later used his possession ability to control humans, planting the seed of hatred and involving the military to defeat the A-rank demon lord of abuse, Baris, before the war even began. Impressed by a C-rank demon lord finding gaps in the rules to defeat someone stronger, the creator appeared and granted Bahram a new power through Reborn, elevating him to the A-rank demon lord of Black. However, when Bahram returned to protect Foras and his friends, he discovered that Aemon of Fire was destroying Foras's dungeon to take her gem power as a gift for Marco, laughing that weak demon lords are merely food for the strong according to the world's rules. Driven to utter despair and consumed by rage over Foras's fate and the cruel system of the rank gaps, Bahram concluded that the world must be destroyed. Holding a pocket watch infused with Dantalion's mana, Purcell freezes Bahram's time since a soul cannot exist without a body. Reflecting on Bahram's tragic past, Purcell acknowledges that they were both born as weak demon lords, admitting that if someone had stolen his beloved from him, he would have walked down the exact same path. Although Purcell hated Bahram during their fight because of what happened with Marco and Stolas, he grows to understand him, noting that while their methods differed, their goals were the same. Purcell tells Bahram that his dungeon is a city where everyone weak or strong can live together happily and enjoy happiness without any stigma, asking Bahram to rest and promising to leave what is left to him. As his time is frozen away, Black tells Purcell that he is insufferable until the end, adding that if the path Purcell is walking on aligns with the world he and Foras had wished to see, he would like to see him try, addressing him as Purcell of Creation. Marco then calls out to Purcell to ask if Black is gone, just as a bright light shines down from the sky, and it is declared that it's all over. Following the intense battle with Black, Purcell attends a grand dinner party at the Demon King's palace, where he is celebrated as the great demon lord Sama and the ultimate god of this world. Grateful for saving the world from destruction, the creator praises Purcell's exceptional feat and awards him a special gift, the Book of God, an artifact that grants the holder control over the world and establishes them as the true great demon lord who rules it. Accepting this monumental responsibility, Purcell declares that while he cannot promise to build a world that suits the creator's tastes, he will forge the world of his own vision. Addressing the assembly of demon lords, he outlines his sweeping reforms to eliminate the tragic pain of losing loved ones by reshaping the world's rules. He aims to keep demon lords from falling into hatred and sorrow, transform wars from brutal bullying into balanced sparring and testing tools, and dismantle oppressive rank gaps by stopping high-ranking demon lords from consuming lower-ranking ones, offering alternatives like managing multiple small-scale dungeons or increasing monthly limits for creating original medals. Detailing his grand blueprint for the New World Order, Purcell explains that individuals can freely choose to be reborn as a higher rank if desired, or scale back their status by deranking based on personal power and character. For those inspired to follow his path of urban development, he offers to teach the secrets of city building, while others who wish to step away can freely quit their positions to find regular work. Rallying the people to lend their minds and strengths toward building a brave new world together, Purcell sets the stage for a reformed society supported by his loyal companions and allies. Stolas of Wind steps up to inherit Astaroth's army and the Dragon Emperor title to back Purcell as a top-tier demon lord. While Dantalion of Time survives thanks to his temporal magic, though running low on time, he promptly excuses himself back to city duties. Back in Avalon, life thrives as Kuina splits her time between shop tasks and rigorous emergency training. Rorano stays a relentless workaholic devoted to expansion. Aura cultivates delicacies like golden apples while protecting the area with Kohaku. Duke embraces family life as a new father alongside his leadership duties and really shines globally as a world-renowned musical diva. The story ends in the epilogue as Purcell balances his dual life of global renovation and city building, walking hand-in-hand through the bustling streets alongside Marchosius, his life partner, while Avalon expands rapidly beyond the crystal's control to become the vibrant center of the world.